Nidoume no Jinsei wo Isekai de L, A Second Chance at Life in Another World Volume 15. After the leaders of the three races currently capable of acting finished their meeting, things around Rinya suddenly became very hectic. First, various troubles cropped up about the treatment of the demon survivors Rinya had brought with him. Rinya had absolutely no clue just where the information about them got leaked, but the news that the Lord of Clinch had brought demons back home from the demon country spread to the human countries, resulting in the Trident Principality being confronted with extreme criticism by some of the human nations. They mostly claimed that it was unnecessary to rescue those demons, who had always been regarded as the enemies of the world so far, just because they got persecuted by the Demon King himself. But the nasty aspect of this was the maiming their criticism at the Trident Principality, and not at Rinya, who was the perpetrator of it all. "What's the difference?" Rinya asked while scanning a copy of a written protest that was delivered to the Principality while having been co-signed by several countries, with the Holy Kingdom being the first on the list. Although it had lost most of its authority, it seemed that the Holy Kingdom's name still held some clout. Just when Rinya was about to get up in order to erase the Holy Kingdom from the map once and for all, since their continued existence was causing too much trouble and had a bad, lasting effect, the Archduchess stopped him from going through with it. "If you crush the Holy Kingdom at this point, it'll create huge numbers of homeless people." Rinya-san, even Rinya didn't regard creating huge mountains of corpses as a hobby. If he planned to crush the nation while considering that, he had no option other than getting completely rid of everyone concerned with the royal rule. This would still result in many people dying, but it was also the method that would require the lowest death toll while achieving the objective of crushing the nation. However, what would be left in its wake would be huge numbers of citizens without their king. According to the Archduchess, it'd be extremely bad if all these people lost their place to go. Keeping something alive, even if for forms sake as empty shell or not doing so, are two completely different things. Are you telling me we should ignore them? The power of the countries, which have co-signed the protest note, fell short of the current strength of the Trident Principality, even if put together. But that only applied during normal times. If those countries attacked the Principality after it had expended large amounts of its power in the battle against the Demon King, or in the middle of it, things wouldn't end nicely. The Archduchess grumbled enviously that the other races were truly strong at such times. The elves had a unified nation where the Emperor ceaselessly had a firm grip of the whole country thanks to his very long lifespan, so even if some of the elves harbored some discontent, the Emperor's will would eventually take priority. The beastmen were a lot simpler. Because they believed those who were strong to be great, they became one single monolith if someone took the lead after defeating everyone else, unless they got disapproved by someone else with a considerable amount of ability. Even the Dragonoids, whose current situation was unknown because of the QTAF communication, didn't seem to be overly rebellious since the decisions of the White Enajmo, which gave Rinya quite a bit of trouble, are binding for all of the race. If you followed that line of thought, only the humans had factions, which would always try to sabotage common efforts, even in such a situation where all nations had to band together to oppose a common enemy or problem afflicting all of them. Rinya felt a strange feeling of admiration about human nature not really changing much, even when talking about another world. "So, what are you going to do?" "It won't show its effect at once, but I'll try to slowly siphon off their unity by scattering poison among them and thus causing them to dissolve into a gooey mud." Rinya thought, "You're no frigging spider," about the Archduchess's way of phrasing it, but she seemed to mean it seriously. Of course, her remark was just a figure of speech. In the first place, all human countries had become quite impoverished because of the Great War caused by Hiroyuki. They were receiving support in personnel and goods from the Trident Principality, the victorious nation, and many countries were in a state of barely maintaining their former states. Opposing the one providing all the aid under such circumstances could only be called extremely stupid or bravery at the level of a hero. Once again it caused Rinya to be oddly impressed by their actions, but he decided to shelve this for the moment. In the end, the Trident Principality doubtlessly had its hands in various places of the current world. I'll freely deploy all kinds of schemes. In short, the Archduchess would use that influence to instigate, deceive, persuade, and assist those who were easy to manipulate and those who were somewhat less problematic in those nations. She was planning to take control of the human nations through pro-Trident factions. "You're quite the villainess," Rinya curtly commented the Archduchess's idea like that, but she didn't show any signs of being perturbed. The Archduchess's scheming should keep the bloodshed to a far lower limit than Rinya making a move. However, although people would simply get killed if Rinya made a move, it was also possible that the Archduchess's schemes would result in some people facing a much worse fate than being killed. Then again, the Archduchess didn't take the risk, which might afflict those getting deceived by her schemes, into account anyway. That was also the part which Rinya referred to when calling her a villainess. "Do you have any better plan?" "No. That's why I left it to you." Rinya had no alternate plan. For this reason he was unable to deny her plan, and thus he had decided to entrust all the decisions in regards to this matter to the Archduchess. Leaving that aside, just what kind of commotion is going on over here? With the matter of the human nations entrusted to the Archduchess, the other commotion bothering Rinya pertained to the Klinge circumference. He was aware of the three races having mobilized a staggering amount of troops for the sake of the battle against the Demon King, which was expected to take place in the near future, but for some reason those troops were successively gathering in Klinge. Klinge was a city with a fairly big scale considering its population. But the lodging facilities originally owned by the city would be easily overrun with this influx of soldiers, especially considering that it was unclear just how many troops it would be. The leaders of the races had apparently realized that Klinge's lodging facilities wouldn't be able to handle such a rush of visitors. They had the government officials and high officers stay inside Klinge while having the lower ranks of their armies set up camps outside Klinge. Accompanying this, the amount of materials flowing into Klinge exploded. Even the storehouses quickly ended up going over capacity, resulting in the materials, which couldn't be stored away, being left out in the open after covering them with cloths and similar. Due to the mountains of documents forwarded alongside the goods and people, the local civil officials of Klinge completely lost all willpower to even scream, and silently pursued their work of processing all the paperwork while being half dead. At this point, their office looked like pandemonium as corpses were laying around all over the place. As for the battle against the Demon King, we decided we'll use Klinge as starting point to break through all the way up to the Demon King's castle through just one invasion route, we decided, you say. Oh well, whatever. And in line with this, we'll amass our troops in Klinge, our front-line base, and launch our attack from here. And why haven't I, the lord of this land, heard anything about this? The highest authority of the Trident Principality was the Archduchess. But Rinya was ruling over Klinge, and if they were going to use the city like that, it would be just proper to first contact him about it. Our conversation just now is the official notification. Please understand, since we're currently at war, since it would hinder any action during war if you had to get the agreement of each landed nobility. The principality seemed to have a rule that the Archduchess could override their authority during wartime. Rinya was far too estranged from this kind of information, and thus it was obvious that he'd heard about this for the first time, but now that he had been that he couldn't do anything about it since such a rule existed, he had no possibility to complain about it either. Although it triggered some chaos, nothing that could be called damage afflicted the residents of Klinge so far, so Rinya gave up on bickering about this as he had no choice anyway. The ones getting the short stick of the end were the civil officials who were increasingly turning into zombies in their office, but while thinking that they had no choice but to accept this for the same reason of being in the middle of a war, Rinya asked the Archduchess about a completely different matter. It sounds like an investigation team is going to enter the demon town. This was about a written application addressed to Rinya which Maria had discovered among the huge pile of documents sent to them. Because investigators of the elves, beastmen, and humans wanted to go examine the demon town that had landed right next to Klinge and stayed there just like that, they had sent an application to get permission. Rinya had passed it on to Emil, and after the demons discussed it amongst themselves, they had notified Rinya's place that they would allow the investigation team entry into their town. Is there any problem with that? It was decided to carry out the investigation as soon as they had put together a team from the personnel that was currently coming to Klinge in droves. The personnel selection had apparently been proceeding steadily, but it was nowhere written or mentioned what they wanted to investigate in specific. Isn't that somehow weird? Though I can fully understand your desire to investigate. So far neither the Trident Principality nor the elves nor the beastmen had regarded the presence of demons in the vicinity of Klinge as a problem. Certainly, the demons were enemies they had opposed up until now, but this time a hero had appeared from among them, and that hero had shown her will to fight against the Demon King together with them. Moreover, it was a situation where Rinya, very likely the strongest combat asset among the combat forces affiliated with the three races, was a friend of the demon hero. Thus the leaders had apparently decided that it'd be better to welcome Emil generously rather than entering an endless cycle of doubting her and her motives. Of course this decision was also based on the idea that they would have Rinya solve any possible problem, if something happened, but Rinya considered that to be fine as long as it didn't lead to any complaints. So what the hell do you want to investigate there? Even if the other party might be demons, I won't give my permission if you simply want to do something like a house search, even if the demons themselves might agree to it. From the demons' point of view, they could understand that the elves and beastmen feared them, and thus they planned to accept house searches like the ones Rinya mentioned, and depending on the circumstances, the questioning of a part of their brethren. But from Rinya's point of view, the demons were similar to little birds that had leaped into his bosom. According to a proverb, even hunters wouldn't shoot down small birds, and although Rinya was no hunter, he'd never allow something like that to be done to the demons, especially considering that Emil was his friend. After pondering for a short while, the Archduchess answered to Rinya, I swear that they won't do anything that would worry you, Rinya-san, with absolute certainty. Once Rinya looked at the Archduchess, his eyes clearly telling her that things wouldn't end well for her if she were to lie about this. The Archduchess took his look on from the front, and nodded while staring back into his eyes. Yes, although it was a verbal promise, it carried a certain weight as it was one made by the Archduchess. Rinya pondered whether he should make sure by writing it down into an official document which would possess a strong, binding force, but because of the extra work involved with that and since the Archduchess would likely interpret this as him doubting her, he abandoned that idea, and decided to trust the Archduchess's credibility. It's a slightly abrupt change in topic, but Rinya-san, which would you prefer between Shin-chan, Maria-chan and me? What are you talking about? Rinya asked as he couldn't follow the sudden topic shift. In response, the Archduchess declared with a very serious face. This time the Trident Principality has moved to extinguish the fires caused by the chain of disturbances concerning the demons. But it'd be troublesome if it earns my family the reputation of backing an ordinary noble too much. Renier's position ultimately was that of a single noble within the Trident Principality, and no more than that. The Trident Principality moving around to follow up on issues caused by a person of such standing was an exceedingly exceptional case, even if something would be going on in the background. As such, the Archduchess argued that people, who didn't think of it as very amusing, would appear in and outside the country. So, if I can have you marry one of us, it'd become possible to insist that we're helping someone of our own blood, so I'm telling you that I'd like to give up and get intimate with one of us should I go around and crush the annoying nations after all. Renier asked while wondering how it came to be that the Archduchess had included herself among the options in the first place. The Archduchess repeatedly and vigorously shook her head. If you were to do something like that, it'd earn the Trident Principality the label of being unable to control you. On top of the issues I mentioned earlier, this would make things only more troublesome, but, just because of that, as this topic was far too sudden for him, it wasn't anything he could answer on the spot. It wasn't as though he hadn't expected that such a talk would pop up sooner or later. But on top of it being way too abrupt, the timing itself was quite bad. Even if we were to discuss this matter now, there's no way that I could give you an answer, you know. I don't mind even if we go with an engagement for starters. If it doesn't work out no matter what, we'd also have the option to revoke it later on. Thus, man up and quickly make your choice, as there's also the issue of what the other party wants. Going at it so irresponsibly, I've already finished confirming the wills of the three I mentioned to you earlier. You're included as well. Renier retorted while shocked. Unconsciously and involuntarily he traced his own lips with a finger due to the Archduchess staring at him with a broad grin. While recalling a certain sensation which he couldn't have forgotten, although it wasn't as if there were any traces of it left there, Renier shook his head after a short time. I can't give you an answer here on the spot. No matter what you might tell me. I'm slightly relieved, as that's an answer fitting you quite well, Renier-san. Though I believe that any ordinary man would have taken advantage of the situation and answered right away. It was a talk about becoming blood related to the most powerful and highest authority of the humans. Not to mention that all three of them could be called beauties in their own right. The Archduchess appeared to think that men were creatures who would likely go for it at once and answer before she changed her mind on it, but Renier's attitude of putting the reply on hold seemed to be something likable in the eyes of the Archduchess. I'll accept you taking some time to think it over, but please decide at the latest before we sortie for the Demon King's castle. When will that be? Upon Renier's question, the Archduchess pulled a troubled face for some reason. Hasn't it been decided? Various preparations are necessary, and it'll also take time to gather the military personnel. How easygoing. There'd be no meaning in failing because we rushed it. We've decided that detached forces of the elves and beastmen are going to buy us the necessary time by taking care of surveillance and diversionary missions. It was unthinkable that the Demon King's side would carefreely wait for them to finish their preparations. Mixed units of elves and beastmen would patrol the boundary line to the demon territory or restrain any transgressors while striving to stall for time and obtaining as much information as possible. Since it's not like we're going to have an ample amount of time, I'd like you to reach your decision as soon as possible, okay? The Archduchess said with a laugh. Renier somehow felt that making a decision on this matter would be more difficult than fighting the Demon King. He snorted lightly while bending his mouth into a. Renier and the demons quickly agreed to an investigation by the three races, resulting in a mixed investigation team entering the demon city located next to Clinch to begin their examination. Just to make sure, it was decided that Rinya would accompany them as an observer, but as soon as he saw the members of the investigation team, Rinya was immediately assaulted by many doubts. Rinya had clearly believed that it would be an investigation to check whether the demons were doing something weird or had brought some strange items into the human territory, and thus expected the team members to be some rough, scary-looking folks like soldiers. But the members had been selected as if to completely betray Rinya's expectations. First, the Beastmen, who could be considered to have the strongest fighters among the three races, didn't dispatch even a single member. In other words, the investigation only contained humans and elves. Moreover, the dominating majority of the team members were elves. On top of that, the humans and elves had only gathered somewhat slender and weak-looking people who didn't seem suited to anything entailing physical violence, unlike trained soldiers. Somehow, they're kinda different from what I'd expected. Emil, the one representing the demons, voiced suspiciously, apparently harboring the same feelings of discomfort as Rinya. Is something wrong? Shen asked as representative of the three races. In response, Emil nodded and worded out what felt out of place to her. It's just I was sure they'd sent a lot rougher and burlier folks over. Wouldn't it scare the demons if such people showed up here? Shen objected, clearly looking as if she couldn't comprehend what Emil was talking about. Emil traced her cheek with a finger. No, I mean, look, we're demons. Okay. Even if some scary-looking humans and elves were to show up here, it wouldn't be a big deal. If it doesn't matter anyway, why would you care either way? Well, it's not like we're completely unaware of what the other races think of us. At times like these you'd totally expect events where brawny soldiers flood into the town in droves, kidnap a few young girls, and interrogate them through their bodies, of course. Do you think that I'd allow anything like that to happen? Once Rinya audibly tapped the pommel of his katana, it immediately caused the surrounding investigators to turn ghastly pale. And following that, they started to furiously shake their heads. For some reason, all of them were fully aware of the fact that their heads and torsos would become separated for life if they should entertain even the faintest trace of wickedness. But, if that's the case, just what do those people want to investigate here in the first place? Now that it had become clear that it wouldn't be a direct investigation of the demons themselves, Emil had absolutely no clue why the three races would go out of their way to use a part of their personnel to visit this town. Since it was a town inhabited by demons who excelled in what was called magic arts, it was certainly a fact that they had remarkably improved various functions of the town, when compared to human cities. But, Emil was sure that they might as well investigate Clinch if this was their objective. Clinch, a city which Frau and Emil had built from scratch on an empty plot of land, was overflowing with facilities and functions that seemed to surpass even demon cities in many parts. Of course, even if the three races tried to copy all of Clinch's features, it'd be impossible for them to achieve that since a great deal of Clinch's functions depended on Rinya as an absurd mana supply. Still, if that was the goal of this whole endeavor, there would be no reason to choose the demon town as target, since another place, where they could investigate what they wanted to know, existed without requiring the permission of the demons. It's a foreign culture that's fairly unknown, so it'd be helpful for a friendship between races to investigate the demons' culture, or something like that. Partner, if that was the case, the world would have perished by the time they were done with this. An entertainment trip then. At a time like this. An investigation to discover the delicious food of the demonic cuisine. I can guarantee you with absolute certainty that the food eaten by Clinch's residents excels our cuisine by leaps and bounds when it comes to taste. While ignoring Shin's opinion, which was completely off mark, Emil turned her eyes at the investigation team, which had scattered all over town and started to check things. Emil thought that they would soon shift to a search of the private houses, assuming they were looking for suspicious items as she had suspected at first, but the team didn't even try to take a look at the demons' residences. If pushed to say, it rather looked as though they only cared about the townscape itself, such as streets and the walls of buildings. This triggered Emil to rack her brain again. Just because it's a town built by demons, it doesn't mean that we've used some extraordinary materials for the construction. Most of the buildings were erected with very ordinary materials such as wood and stones. If there's anything special about it, it'd be the buildings made out of wood that can only be procured in the demon territory. But even that wood only differs in color, basically making it very normal lumber without any special properties or outrageous traits. It sure is a mystery, isn't it? Isn't it fine like that since they're not tampering around with anything? Rinya told Emil, who was tilting her head in confusion over the incomprehensible goal of the investigation team. Certainly, it wouldn't feel very nice if they randomly and irresponsibly went around messing up things in town, even if they claimed it as inevitable, Emil assessed. But it's undeniable that I can't really calm down because of that. Rather than them doing something like this, I could still somehow understand the situation if they were to kidnap several young women and examine them in ways that can't be mentioned publicly, just like I joked about earlier. It's not like I'm desiring for that to occur, though. Emil started to make excuses to herself as she turned her look outside the town. The area over there was adjacent to Clinch and the demon town. It was a place sporting a fairly vast, level ground. But even over there a scene Emil couldn't make heads or tails of seemed to play out. A huge mountain of materials was being erected on that plain. Be it wooden or iron materials, a huge amount of materials in all kinds of shapes and sizes started to pile up into a mountain, not figuratively spoken. It was such an enormous amount of materials that it led Emil to ask herself whether they intended to build another city. Moreover, the amount kept growing day by day without an end in sight. Unlike the investigation team that had entered the town over here, burly beastmen had been dispatched over there in great numbers. Muscular youngsters with animal ears could be seen far into the distance, carrying huge amounts of materials to the left and right. This side does bother me, but I'm also kinda curious about what's going on over there. The point bothering Emil was her complete lack of understanding what they were trying to build over there while being sure that they were trying to build something. Rinya, you haven't heard anything? When Emil brought her question up with Rinya, he followed her line of sight, wondering what she was talking about. He immediately noticed that she was referring to the mass of materials, which couldn't be described as anything other than a mountain even when looking at it from a far distance. I had also tried to question the Archduchess and the Elven Emperor about it, but they evaded giving me a clear answer. Just now you totally excluded the Beastman Queen as if it was the most natural thing in the world, didn't you? If anyone would be scheming something, it'd be either the Archduchess or the Emperor, wouldn't you say? He retorted with words none of those present could deny. While folding his arms, Rinya continued speaking as if he was talking about someone else's affair. Considering the timing, I think it's something related to the war against the Demon King, but I haven't the slightest idea what they could be doing there. Given that they are going to build something after investing that many materials into it, I doubt it's going to be anything half-assed, though. Let me just ask in case, but partner, you haven't heard anything Assuming the Archduchess was scheming something, the ones closest to her would be Shen and Maria. When asked by Emil, Shen pointlessly threw out her chest and boldly answered, "There's no way that mother would let me in on her plans." Rinya and the investigators in the vicinity all fell over at once due to Shen basically admitting that her mother wouldn't tell her information, which must be kept confidential, as it'd be likely for her to spill it all over the place. Only Emil alone tapped Shen's shoulder, who kept acting all braggy about it for some reason, with a weary, exhausted expression. "I suppose you're totally right there, partner, maybe she did tell me something, but I don't remember it anyway." Rinya barely managed to stay on his feet this time after hearing this awfully pathetic comment of Shen said with a very decisive tone, but as the investigators apparently weren't as steadfast as him, they toppled over while crashing into walls or weakly flopped down on the ground as if their knees gave way. Either way, they exhibited a variety of reactions. "Your condition is seriously bad, partner, it's making me worry, you know. In the first place, it'd be unthinkable for me to participate in some kind of conspiracy, you know." At this point she had obviously given up on trying to hide her own muscle-brain ways of thinking, and instead flaunted it so offensively that it was actually refreshing in its own way. "Yep, I got it. This is a lost cause. I guess I'll try to ask Maria or Rona later on. Well, considering whom you're talking about, I think your prospects would be grim." The question of how Maria and Rona measured up to the Archduchess remained unclear, but it was undeniable that both had their fair share of experience and understanding when it came to scheming. With just that, the idea of not mentioning anything unnecessary should be deeply ingrained into their bodies. It was difficult to think that they'd carelessly disclose important information in an outspoken, haphazard way like Shen would. Very likely they are going to stick to pretending to not know anything about the whole matter, even if I ask them, and if that's impossible, they should keep their mouths shut, persistently claiming that they are not allowed to speak about it. I guess it'd be next to impossible to make those two spit out what they know. Wouldn't someone like Rona readily confess everything if we throw her into an elven village? Stop it, okay? Don't do it, no matter what. Got it? Unfortunately Maria hasn't a body that would draw the attention of the elves as she's still growing. But, if it comes to Rona, she's got a firmly rooted, enthusiastic fan base in the elven country. Since Rona herself seems to hate those elves, it might show quite some effect if we used the method mentioned by Emil as a threat. But, if we did that, it'd obviously and fatally hurt Rona's feelings. I'm not really eager to draw anger and resentment towards me when not necessary, Rinya concluded. At this point, we've got no choice but to put the screws on the Archduchess or the Emperor then. That's not realistic either, is it? It's not that it'd be impossible, but the timing would be bad. Although it wasn't as though Rinya couldn't use that move, him forcibly interrogating the Archduchess or the Emperor now that they were about to start a huge war would be quite capable of dampening the morale of the soldiers. He wouldn't be able to avoid being blamed for causing discord among allies. Even though it'd be just fine if they could honestly tell us what they're doing over there. I'm pretty sure there's gotta be a reason for them to want to keep it concealed. Emil suspected that they kept it confidential because Rinya's side would protest if they heard of it or because they were fully aware of it being something bad to begin with. And very likely it's also connected to Rinya in one way or another. That's why the people around Rinya haven't been given any information either. Considering it like that, Rona and Maria might have been left in the dark as well, seeing how they belong to Rinya's circle as well, Emil assessed. Just then Shen called out to her, "I think there's no point even if you brood over it all the time, partner. Rather than that, is something the matter, partner?" I've heard that it's been decided for you to join the upcoming war as hero of the demons, but did you finish checking back with the other heroes? Rinya and Emil exchanged a look when suddenly confronted with this question. Without minding their reaction, Shin continued, "Sure, it's not like it'd be your first meeting with them, so it might be alright to skip it, but since it'd be your first time to meet with them as fellow hero, so wouldn't it be better to extend some proper greetings in light of an improved cooperation between you guys in advance? Considering it's coming from you, that's a rather good idea. Partner, do you have a fever? Since I know we're talking about me, I'll take your comments for what they are, but still," Shin responded in disappointment to the two who both completely looked at her like pigeons who had been shot by a pea shooter. There's also the matter of the Dragonoid hero having pulled out. I find it hard to believe that the other heroes would do something similar at this point, but wouldn't it be better for you guys to properly meet up at least once? I think that is much more fruitful than speculating here about things we don't know anyway. You might not be wrong about that. If you like, you can head over right away. I mean, all that's left to do here is endlessly observe some cryptic investigation, so I can take care of that part by myself as well, you know." For some reason Emil smiled complacently at Shin, who added that the heroes should spend most of their days working off their sweat on Clinch's training grounds. "Alright, I'll take you up on that then. Is it okay for me to borrow Rinya?" "No problem. Rinya, you don't mind either, do you?" "You're right. I'd be definitely worried if I let Emil go there by herself." After all was said and done, Emil was a demon. In the eyes of the heroes, she should be a member of a hostile race, even if she was allowed to be their ally. Rinya couldn't tell what would happen if he allowed her to go meet them by herself. Thinking that things might proceed a bit smoother if he served as a mediator of sorts, Rinya decided to leave things over here to Shin, and accompany Emil. "Okay, sorry, but I'll leave this place to you then. Count on me. It's not like I got anything to do anyway." Well, that's certainly true, but, while hearing Shin's words, which made him wonder whether he should feel relieved or worried, from behind, Rinya started to walk towards Clinch while taking Emil with him. Shin, who had followed his back with her eyes, spat out a deep and long sigh once the two weren't visible any longer. "Thank you very much for your efforts, Shin-sama," one of the nearby investigators said to her. "You somehow managed to deceive them, I suppose." "Really? Don't you think we were able to trick them because it's now? I felt somewhat nervous all the time." As a matter of fact, Shin and the surrounding investigators had been told about what was going to be built from now on, and what they were supposed to investigate. The reason why they didn't let Rinya in on it was the Archduchess and Emperor's anticipation that he'd be strongly against it, so Shin and the others had been ordered to keep it confidential for as long as possible. However, Shin thought that Rinya and Emil might start to interrogate the investigators at the rate things were going, and thus came up with a means to have them leave this place by switching the topic, albeit somewhat unskillfully. "Anyway, since I've got them to leave, proceed with the work. As fast as possible. As you command, is what I'd like to say, but it's quite difficult to understand. I wonder how long it'll take to just grasp the whole thing." The investigator returned to her work even while making it clear that it'd be quite a chore. While watching her leave, Shin looked up to the sky and sighed once more, wondering whether she'd really be able to keep deceiving Rinya until everything was done. When Rinya and Emil arrived at the training ground after separating from Shin, a scenery so awful that they'd have never expected it spread out in front of them. Originally this place was designed as a training field for many soldiers, and as such it had been allotted a remarkably huge space, considering it being an area inside the city of Clinch. Moreover, it was surrounded by a thick and tall stone wall so as to not let any noise or damage spread to the city itself. The wall had been built while investing a substantial amount of money, but when Renia and Emil got there, cracks were running across its surface at many places, and at some points big holes had even opened up. Due to the wall's disastrous state, Renia unintentionally stopped in front of it. How did it come to this? This was the question that left his mouth, but next to him, Emil had no answer at hand. Given that Clinch's facilities were used by many folks with abilities outside any norm, Renia intended to put plenty of care in making the wall as sturdy as possible. Since most things would end up becoming rubble when exposed to Renia's katana or magic, he couldn't test the wall's performance himself, but even so it should have been equipped with enough durability to easily withstand something at the level of a battering ram attack as they were used during wars. Renia had believed that destroying the wall wouldn't be such an easy feat, even when taking the hero's power into account, but now he cocked his head in doubt, wondering whether he had possibly underestimated their capabilities. As he was looking at the wall, it suddenly began to tremble. Renia and Emil exchanged a quick look, and then watched the wall continuing to shake. It was impossible to tell just what was going on beyond the thick and tall wall from the outside. And yet, going by its shaking that clearly followed a set rhythm while getting damaged, both immediately grasped that something human was probably the cause behind this. Renia, the cracks in the wall are, after vibrating for the umpteenth time, the wall finally became unable to endure the impacts, and huge cracks started to develop on its surface. Seemingly sensing something unsettling, Emil leaned close to Renia. Since you're a demon, you should be able to cope with most things yourself. Renia thought something that would very likely earn him a scolding if Emil learned of it. In front of the two, the wall finally started to crumble, starting at the places where it got heavily cracked, thus creating a new hole in the wall. Leopard, you're out of the premises again. TSK, what a brittle wall. The one clicking his tongue and cursing as he brushed off the dust within the cloud of sand that got whirled up by the wall collapsing was Leopard, the Beastman hero. On the other side of the hole, Katz, the human hero, hopped up and down while manifesting something like black mist behind him. Moments ago he had hurled his complaint at Leopard, who had apparently caused the big hole with his own body. You have to dodge, Leopard. If you stop moving your feet, it's only natural for you to become the perfect target for a shower of blows, right? That's easy for ya to say. That black stuff is cheating, don't ya think? It's way too fast. Though it's no wonder that your body is regarded as a mystery, seeing how you only feel a bit of pain after having hit the wall so many times. The one saying so through the gaps in the mist behind Katz was Grun. Without Renia even having the time to get astounded about him suddenly popping out from who knows where, the black mist extended without Katz even looking back. While nimbly dodging Katz's backwards sweep by crouching down, Grun jumped backwards so as to open up some distance between them. Oh, how dangerous. Gah. I'll definitely hit you. While Katz turned around, suspecting that some random attack would never be able to land on Grun, he unleashed several streaks of the black mist, wriggling like giant snakes, towards the elf. Unlike with Leopard, a single hit by something like that would very likely result in a serious injury for the slender elf, but while starting to move very quickly, he dodged some of the swaths while repelling or cutting down others with his katana, not allowing even a single of their attacks to graze him. Get hit by at least one. Don't be unreasonable. Just one of these things would be enough to completely incapacitate me. It's going to be just one blow, so don't be such a tease. The black mist, which had looked like giant serpents up until then, changed its shape, split into several clusters, and assailed Grun as black orbs. Kutz's attacks, which had increased in quantity albeit being weaker now, were more than enough to cause Grun's face to cramp up, but even so, none of them reached him. As Kutz attempted to hit Grun, who continued to dodge, freely relying on his defensive body maneuvers and the katana in his hands, by increasing the barrage even further, someone tapped his shoulder. "Aren't you forgetting about me?" Ah. Having focused too much on landing a hit on Grun with his attacks, Kutz allowed Leopard, who was still able to fight, to draw close. Kutz was lost for words as he knew that he had messed up while Leopard grinned broadly. Looking at Kutz with a smile, Leopard suddenly poured strength into the hand placed on Kutz's shoulder, lifted up Kutz's small body, and began to whirl him around as if he was holding a twig in his hand. "Wah. It's my return gift for ya, so enjoy it to the fullest." Carefreely performing the heavy labor of swinging a person around while grabbing their shoulder, Leopard whirled Kutz, who released something similar to a scream out of his mouth, to his heart's content, before throwing him towards the wall as if to give his performance the proper finishing touch. As Kutz couldn't even adopt a defensive posture since he got dizzy from all the swinging, his body got heartily smacked against the wall, resulting in a cloud of dust rising up while the wall itself got pulverized. "How about this? Did ya see?" Leopard triumphantly shouted while clenching his fists. If any ordinary person had experienced the outrageous act of being swung around by their shoulder bones would have very likely broken or fractured, and at the point of their bodies colliding with the wall, it'd have been impossible for them to avoid suffering heavy injuries all over. However, we were talking about the body of a hero here. Something that was far removed from any ordinary person. Even though the wall fell apart due to the impact, Kutz himself didn't look like he took much damage. He immediately stood up within the cloud of dust, and fixedly glared at Leopard while stroking his shoulder and head, which seemed to hurt quite a bit. "That hurt, huh? I told you that hurt, Leopard." The black mist furiously gushing out at Kutz's feet transformed into countless tentacles at such a density that it completely shut out Kutz's visual field, and flooded towards Leopard. Leopard, who didn't possess a body as nimble as Grun's, intercepted them with his gloved arms. Without minding a certain extent of damage, he chose to only knock down the attacks which would become fatal if they hit. The tentacles, which got flicked away by that defense method, trashed around, breaking and drilling through everything around them, regardless whether it was wall or ground, causing a shower of fragments to rain down into the vicinity. Ooh. Hey! That's frigging dangerous. Are you planning to kill me? Leopard yelled in protest after experiencing the power behind the tentacles he repelled, but Kutz didn't ease up on his onslaught. Rather, one could get the hunch that the ferocity of his attacks increased in proportion to the pain Kutz became aware of over time, as visible from the tears accumulating in his eyes. "It's because it hurts so much. That ain't no reason for anything. This is trainin'. Trainin'. Don't forget that." "Well, Leopard, I believe you also launched many attacks that can't be described as training anymore." Because the tentacles repelled by Leopard flew all over the place in addition to the barrage of new tentacle attacks aimed at him, the entire training ground had turned into a danger zone. Grun had shrewdly escaped to the only place outside the range of the attacks behind Leopard, and used his safe location to retort Leopard's bickering from behind. "Usually you'd die if you got slammed against a wall with such force, wouldn't you? He didn't die, so what's the problem anyway?" Going by that logic, you could also say that Kutz's attacks are alright since you haven't died, but, would you actually agree with that? If I take these head-on, I'm toast. Leopard had adopted defensive measures that also included his resolve to suffer a certain extent of injuries. Currently he was getting grazed or weakly hit, but he was literally in the process of experiencing the power behind the tentacles with his own body. His insight to only fend off those tentacles that would hurt him badly was terrific, as it avoided him dropping out of the battle right away. But considering things from the slowly accumulating smaller injuries, Leopard could immediately predict that things wouldn't end nicely for him, no matter how sturdy his body might be, if he was directly hit by just one of the tentacles he was repelling. Hiding behind him, Grun apparently hit upon a good idea. He sheathed one of his short swords into its scabbard, and casually placed the free hand on Leopard's back. "Hey. What you're planning to do? As far as I remember we said that this training wouldn't be us two versus Guts, but a battle royale. Wait a sec. You're using me as a shield has been for, no way, don't tell me." Personally I think that it's one of a hero's duties to carry out what's necessary without any hesitation. Don't use the word hero as it suits your damn needs. Leopard raised his voice into shouting as he couldn't turn around in response to Grun's words, but likewise he couldn't do anything about whatever Grun was doing behind him, as he had to deal with the frontal onslaught of Guts. Under these circumstances, Grun had placed a hand on Leopard's back. Now he powerfully stomped one foot down, and without alleviating the recoil from this, he let the power pass through his body, converging it towards the palm resting on Leopard's back. Ooh-ooh-ooh-ooh. Leopard was hurled towards Guts as if being intensely pushed from behind rather than receiving a blow. Without a single change on his expression, Guts reacted to the approaching Leopard cannonball by intensifying his tentacle attacks. Wait a moment. Like this, I'm gonna be the only one drawing the short end of the stick, won't I? You can't underestimate Grun. There existed two reasons why Grun blew Leopard towards Guts in addition to attacking him. First, it followed the thinking that Leopard's big beastman body might squash Guts with its sheer mass by a stroke of luck. However, Guts prevented this by increasing the intensity of his attacks and thus knocking down Leopard mid-flight. Second, he planned to use Leopard's body as cover and distraction. While Leopard hit the ground with a squishy sound after being shot down mid-flight, Grun, who had been running after him in his shadow, brandished his two swords, slashing away at Guts. "Guts, here I come." Nah, capitalizing on his own strength, his speed, Grun used his two katana to keep repelling and cutting down the attacks unleashed by Guts. In response, Guts began to gradually retreat while growling lowly. Guts had expended quite a bit of power to kill the momentum of the approaching heavy object called Leopard and moreover knocking it on the ground, thus he was unable to meet Grun, who charged in the instant Guts had launched his attacks against Leopard, with the same density of blows as the beastman before. Another major issue playing a role here was Guts's lack of combat experience when it came to dealing with swift attacks like Grun's, who boasted the highest ability among the three heroes when it came to quickness. If it had been Leopard, Guts would have been able to at least hold him back as long as he gathered his attack power in one point and threw all of it at Leopard, but if he did the same with Grun as opponent, the elf would dodge this full power attack at hair's breadth, and very likely use the time Guts would require to pull back his mist to enter a fatal combat range. Because Guts was aware of this, he avoided any bigger attacks, and relied on many smaller and compact attacks instead, but these attacks were easily cut down by Grun's two katana. "What's wrong, Guts? You've already got your back to the wall, you know." Guts's boot bumped against a hard obstacle when he backed off even further. Noticing that he had reached the wall surrounding the training ground, Katz realized that he'd been cornered by Grun without him being aware of it. It looks like I'll come out as the clear winner this time. Katz frowned as Grun slowly closed the distance. It wasn't as though he had already lost, but it was also true that he had no solution at hand to overcome this pinch. This caused Katz's mind to become panicked. If he didn't make some kind of big gamble at one point, he wouldn't be able to stop Grun from closing the distance, yet it was difficult for Katz to discern when and where he should make that bet. As long as he landed the hit after making a big move, it'd be all fine, but if he missed, he'd expose a fatal opening instead. Now then, prepare yourself, Katz. Leopard is back up. Even if you pull such a bluff, do you think I won't? Grun believed that Katz, who had glanced behind him, was just trying to trick him, but his words were interrupted by the presence he could sense behind himself. After all, he could clearly feel Leopard being back up and running, although he should have been down after suffering Katz's attacks from the front and his own from behind. No way for him to still have power left after getting hit by all that. I can't believe it either, but it's reality. You're two assholes, how dare you do all that to me? Grun and Katz, who were in a state where they'd immediately lose if they stopped their hands, were unable to take any actions despite knowing that Leopard had gotten back up. Probably having perceived as much, Leopard didn't seem to be in a rush as he made his palms face each other in front of his chest while keeping a space open between them. Isn't that kinda dangerous? I can't see it from my position, but it sure feels like it'd be dangerous. Even though they fully understood that Leopard was getting ready to attack, neither Katz nor Grun could ease on attacking each other. I'll pay you back double. Eat this roar of the Fang King. The violent power bursting out from in between his palms headed straight for Grun and Katz while gouging out the ground in its path. Due to the incoming roar, which wouldn't end at a light injury even for a hero if they took it on head-on, Grun and Katz at once adopted a defensive maneuver Leopard hadn't even considered as a possibility. Twin Katana Chain Slash. Take this. The two, who had duked it out so far, instantly directed their attacks against the approaching roar as if having arranged it in advance. The black tentacles unleashed by Katz and the wind blades created by Grun's katana clashed against the roar, offsetting each other's powers while whittling down the force of the respective other attack. You fuckers. What's with this peaceful defending against my attack? You should have been good boys and taken my hit just like that. I really hate the idea of losing against you, Leopard. I'd also rather agree on a temporary ceasefire than losing. You suckers. Hey, Rinya. Emil, who had been watching the whole chain of events from the other side of the wall, called out to Rinya next to her while watching how the heroes resumed their battle royale. I've got a tiny bit worried whether I'll really be able to fit in as a hero, you know. You'd be totally okay with this, wouldn't you? If it's something at this level, at least. Rinya's reply towards Emil, whose face started to get drenched in sweat, was truly simple, irresponsible, and half-baked. Now then, finally we've got all four bums assembled in one place. Rinya said while looking at the faces of the heroes who had lined up on the training ground. Due to Rinya's way of phrasing, Leopard frowned and Grun smiled bitterly, with only Katz keeping smiling innocently. Just Emil, the last one to have joined the lineup, protested. Isn't that a terrible way to put it? Though, it's somewhat problematic that the Dragonoid hero isn't present. Ignoring Emil's objection, Rinya stated his thoughts, resulting in everyone's faces except for Katz's darkening. Even in the eyes of the heroes, this state of missing one of the heroes, who should have originally assisted them in the Demon King subjugation, seemed to be a matter of concern. On top of that, with Emil herself being the actual reason for Albert dropping out, her reaction was just normal. Kurt's remaining unfazed was either him not understanding the situation or him not wanting to understand the situation. However, Rinya couldn't tell which of either applied here. It's also possible that he has already forgotten about Albert, who protested against my rescue of Emil by running away, Rinya secretly suspected. There's no point in bothering about something that can't be changed anyway. I think it'd be a more realistic approach to consider how to handle things with the combat forces we've got on hand. Rinya was the only one to not regard Albert's absence as much of a problem. For Rinya, someone who didn't really feel like participating in a battle would only become an increasing burden, the harsher the battle became. Hence, he thought of it as a simplification of the issue if he didn't have to waste any thoughts on such a person from the very start. If I had to say what worries me, it'd be the prospect of having to wage war against the Demon King with people who can't work together. No matter how outstanding their individual abilities might be, a group that didn't know how to cooperate was brittle. Of course, if the opponent was someone they could overwhelm with individual strength, it wouldn't pose a problem. But, if they had to fight opponents who were equal in individual strength or actually excelled, it'd be bad if they got crushed one by one or got in each other's way. With that said, it's become necessary to consolidate your teamwork. Okay, I get a really bad feeling about this. Kurtz's face remained unchanged, him still smiling as before, whereas Leopard looked puzzled since he didn't understand what Rinya was trying to say. On the other hand, Emil had understood what Rinya was planning even without him having explained anything yet, and sighed in resignation. Only Grun put the bad premonition he was feeling into words. Bad feeling? About what? Leopard, what methods could you think of to consolidate our teamwork as heroes under these circumstances? Leopard, who had his questions answered with another question, didn't mind this fact and pondered about Grun's words while being watched by Rinya, who believed that it might be Grun's notion to make Leopard use his brain even a bit by not providing the answer right away. Well, it's gonna be battle teamwork, right? So actually duking it out would be the fastest and best way, wouldn't it? I also agree with that opinion, but in that case, who's going to become our opponent? It won't be much of a teamwork training if the opponent ain't as strong or stronger than us heroes, I'd say, so, thinking up to the point that it'd be meaningless if the opponent wasn't at least strong enough to force them into working together, since a weak opponent could be handled by each of them individually. Leopard's face turned ghastly pale when he realized who might be such a strong opponent. Seeing the change in his expression, Grun judged that Leopard had finally grasped their current predicament. Of course, I'll take you on, Rinya declared after having judged their conversation to be finished. But, Leopard immediately snapped at that. Just wait a sec, Margrave. Do you intend to slaughter the heroes before the Demon King's subjugation? Don't worry, all will be fine. I'm promising you that you won't die. I mean, I'm just a simple noble of a small area in one of many, many countries, am I not? Compared to the Demon King, I'm insignificant to say the least. You're kidding. Who's gonna believe such bullshit? Someone like you could easily butcher the likes of the Demon King while picking your nose, no? Aren't you a bit unreasonable there? I'm a human, you know. A petty, frail, mortal, insignificant human, right? If you're a human like that, what does that make us? Ants? Maggots? You're so damn noisy. Come on, get ready. I'll start, okay? Having looked at Leopard, who kept protesting, as if watching an annoying bug, Rinya lifted a hand. After reflexively putting himself on guard, Leopard noticed that Rinya hadn't drawn his katana. "You're going to fight us barehanded?" "Don't worry. I'll draw my katana if the situation requires it." "As if I'd be worrying about ya." In front of Leopard, who answered almost loud enough to call it a scream, Rinya brought down his hand rather slowly. "Well then, let's go with a downburst off the bat." A huge amount of mana gushed out of Rinya's body, accompanied by a shrill noise as if the world itself was wailing. High up in the sky, everything and anything was dragged into a swirl of air, which was so cold that it deviated far from any condition that'd allow the usual life forms living up there to continue existing, as if trying to crash down all of it onto the surface. With the moisture in the atmosphere freezing over, the swirl started to extend its butt end, looking like a glittering, pure white pillar, towards the ground. Emil, who had heard about the spell's true nature in the stories of Shen and the others, stared with her mouth wide open now that she witnessed the real thing for the first time. Leopard and Grun, who didn't even know what kind of spell it was, became ghastly pale as they could easily tell how dangerous this spell was without having to consider it. "Just a sec, Rinya. Aren't you forgetting that we're smack down in the middle of a city?" "Of course I haven't forgotten this," Rinya assured her with a tone oozing with confidence. Once he cast a fleeting glance at the wall around the training ground, a wind wall, blowing the air up into the sky, manifested with a roaring rumbling so as to protect the vicinity. Leopard felt dumbfounded when he saw the updraft wall completely enclosing the relatively huge area of the training ground. Kurtz continued, revealing a smile which made it hard to tell whether he actually understood what was going on. Grun surveyed the vicinity with an expression making it clear that he had somewhat resolved himself to his fate. Only Emil alone praised Rinya. "I see. A downward air current and an upward air current. You're preventing the damage from spreading to the surroundings by creating a vertically rotating whirlwind. You think this is the right time to admire shit? Based on what I've heard about the last time Rinya used this, it's clear proof that he's gotten remarkably better at the usage of his power, isn't it? Don't you believe this to be an auspicious fact? You realize that we're the frigging target of that thing, right?" Leopard screamed at Emil, who was carefreely watching and commenting the show, with a vigor as if he'd pounce on her at any moment. Even while they were messing around like that, the pillar of cold air was descending towards the ground with quite a force. "Fuck, how do you defend against something like that? The swirl itself is magic, but the cold air within is nothing other than atmosphere. Probably you won't be able to fully block it with just a magic-based barrier. That's not even an option for Leopard and me." When it came to techniques using magic, Leopard was a lost cause, and although Grun could use magic arts as an elf, he didn't possess any spell that would be able to block a large-scale spell like the downburst. "That ain't no biggie, right?" Although he had almost no knowledge about magic, Leopard blurted out such a cocky comment for some reason. As Grun lifted an eyebrow, not understanding what Leopard was getting at, Leopard pointed at Rinya, who was in the middle of exercising his spell. "Just gotta make things like that stop by beating the shit out of the magic practitioner." "I see. You got a point there." Emil shook her head in exasperation behind Grun and Leopard, who were getting ready. "That might stop the swirl, but it's not like the cold air is simply going to vanish now that it's been pulled down halfway." "Wouldn't that be your part of the job then, Emil-san?" Kurtz said next to her while looking up to her. In response, Emil roughly scratched her head. "I see. You could also take that point of view. I'll have your back if it fails." Black mist began to rise behind Kurtz as he ascertained Emil. The mist extended towards the sky as if to prevent the pillar of cold air, which would make landfall any moment now, to impact on the surface. We'll leave the mess up there to ya. We'll somehow handle Margrave Dornor. Suddenly stooping down, Grun and Leopard got ready to charge at Renia. While watching them, Renia said with a fed-up voice, "No, you're way too late with taking action, you know." From Renia's point of view, the actions of the four heroes were at best a failing grade. Considering the power and scale the spell which had already left his hand, their only options would be to either corner Renia as the one controlling the spell to the extent of making it impossible for him to act, immediately root all their attention on reinforcing the surroundings with a tight defense, or, if they couldn't do either, deliver enough damage against Renia to force him to fail controlling the spell. The time they lost by kicking up a fuss over the spell was far too fatal in Renia's eyes. This might be impossible. When Kurtz said so as follow-up on Renia's remark, the spines of all heroes froze. The black mist, which had risen up from the surface, extended its hands, trying to block the pillar, but since the defense happened far too close to the surface, the scattered cold air would likely hit them, even if Kurtz managed to prevent the cold air from hitting them directly. Kurtz attempted to intercept the pillar at a place as high as he could, but because of that, the mist became rather thin, and thus, when the mist clashed with the pillar, it got scattered without so much of an effect on the pillar's fall, albeit succeeding in dispersing some of the cold air. "You two vanguards! Get back at once! Kurtz-kun, bring back your mist. We'll focus on defending ourselves." Emil judged that Leopard and Grun, who were about to attack Renia, would drown in a flood of cold air while Kurtz, who failed to intercept, and herself, who was next to him, would get directly hit by the cold air from right above at this rate, and thus loudly hurled new orders at everyone. In a hurry, Leopard and Grun jumped towards Kurtz. After making sure of that, Kurtz formed a defensive layer of black mist above their heads. At the same time, Emil released her own mana and tossed several vials, which she had taken out of her pocket, into the mist. "Everyone, hold your breath as much as possible. In the worst case, you could get frozen from within, which would then become an issue for maintaining your life." The pillar of cold air, accompanied by a fierce storm, clashed against the defensive barrier created by Emil and Kurtz with a timing as if having waited for them to finish setting it up, drowning out whatever Emil tried to say afterwards. The atmospheric flow, which had pulled the higher stratosphere's cold air down to the ground, turned into physical pressure, violently sweeping across the training ground. The tremendous coldness contained within instantly froze the moisture in the air, transforming everything, be it walls or ground, into a single, huge silver surface. As expected, this is quite incredible, I gotta say. Renia surveyed the training ground, which had been completely transformed in an instant while defending himself against the aftermath of his own spell by having created a barrier of mana and wind around himself. The ground was a pure white layer of ice. The same could be said about the walls. But thanks to the updraft he had created so as to enclose the training ground, no damage befell the urban area. Seeing how he was able to properly contain the effect of his spell within the training ground, Renia nodded in satisfaction. "I've really become better at this. Were you planning to kill us?" It was Leopard who angrily retorted this towards Renia, who felt pleased over the improvement of his own skill. Thanks to Emil adding her own defensive mana-based spell formula and throwing some kind of chemicals, as well as Kurtz creating something similar to a cocoon with his black mist, on the verge of the pillar impacting, the four heroes apparently weathered through the downburst, which Renia had used to destroy a forest in the past, without suffering any lethal injuries, despite having been hit almost directly by it. "You're still alive, aren't you?" Renia's answer towards Leopard, who had verbally attacked Rinya with his breath white while tearing apart the black cocoon with his hands, was curt and cold. For a moment there, Leopard looked somewhat flabbergasted by Rinya's indifference, but his anger immediately kicked back in, and he pressed Rinya even further for answers. "We almost croaked here, you know. Since you haven't died, it essentially means I didn't plan on killing you. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be lying in your own blood around now. In the first place, there's no way I'd intend to kill you, seeing how this is a training session for you to learn how to work together, right? Scary. Calling this a training session for teamwork is damn scary. Since the air has become quite cold, I guess I'll go with a hot spell next." "What? Wait a moment. You're still going to continue this?" Leopard tried to restrain Rinya somehow, but it was unthinkable for Rinya to be stopped by words alone. What appeared behind Rinya within the chilly atmosphere were countless fireballs. Within the reflected red light of the flames, Leopard became pale before running away in front of Rinya. "Start rapid fire. You bastard. I'll remember this." When Rinya pointed a finger at Leopard's back, who ran away at full speed without even looking back as he left those parting words, the small fireball spells chased after him, impacting all around the area, thus scattering their heat and flames. The temperature within the training ground kept rising bit by bit, completely altering the place from its earlier freezing coldness. While watching Leopard running around in order to escape, hidden by the black mist produced by cuts, Emil and Grun exchanged a look, sharing the same doubt about whether they'd be able to survive until their time to fight the Demon King had come. A lone girl was walking through the forest, flooded by light as it weaved its way through the leaf canopy. She wore an apron dress based on the two colors of black and white. Her flaxen hair swayed, loosely affixed to its position by a somewhat big ribbon. She looked young enough that it'd yet pose no problem to call her childish. With her hair flashing somewhat dazzlingly every once in a while thanks to the sun rays pouring down on her from above, the girl would engender a heartwarming feeling in anyone as you would often be able to read in fairy tales. But if the inhabitants of this world were able to see the current scenery on top of knowing the details about the place in question, they'd immediately doubt the girl's sanity. After all, she was currently walking through the deep, dangerous forest, segregating the demons' land from the world of the other races. It was a place that had earned itself the name Miasma Forest. This forest was well known on the continents to house all kinds of monster, without even having to mention its dangerous animals. Even skilled adventurers wouldn't dare to enter this woodland alone, and of course it was no leisurely park where a lone, little girl could stroll around without a single guard protecting her. Usually, the interior of the Miasma Forest was obstructed by the densely overgrown leaves of its trees, hindering the sunlight from ever reaching the ground. Depending on where you found yourself inside the forest, it could be so dark during daytime that you'd actually require a lamp to see anything. And yet, the path currently tread by the girl was brightly illuminated by sunlight, allowing a clear look of the ground at her feet. That was proof of the leaf canopy above her head having thinned out a lot more than usual. Some kind of cause had pruned off or burned away the upper part of the forest, allowing the sun to reach the ground. I don't think I'm wrong here, but I can't find them. No. The one standing there with her arms folded and her head tilted while scanning the vicinity was none other than the head maid of the Kunudai earldom, Frau. No matter how big the world and even if it might be inhabited by all kinds of different life forms, you wouldn't be able to find a little girl who could carefreely stroll through the Miasma Forest all by herself and on top of that in a maid outfit, anywhere else. Thus it wasn't all that special, even if unexpected, to those knowing of the circumstances, but Frau was currently in the middle of searching for something in the miasma forest. If I go too far in, I'll get away too far from Master and the city. No. Originally a Silky was a fairy bound to a house as its guardian, and thus they were limited by the restriction that they wouldn't be able to exist if they were too far away from their protection target. Frau was also restrained by that restriction in the beginning, and there were occasions where she got dangerously close to vanishing, but recently it had become possible for her to open up quite a distance, albeit at the price of having some limitations on her abilities. Frau considered this to be the outcome of her having remarkably proceeded in establishing her own ego and her existence largely diverting from what was called a Silky, but since it came with the boon of a drastic increase for her field of activities, she didn't mind it at all. Having said that, she could only exhibit the full range of her abilities near the city of Klinge, her protection target, or her master Rinya, so Frau considered her routes not having really changed all that much. I'm really not suited for a search inside a forest. No. She spat out with a sigh, despite there being no one to listen to her complaints. Even if I try to sense their presence, I can't tell anything apart in this forest that's overrun with life forms. No. If this had been a city or plain, it should have been possible to visually confirm them to some extent, and it wouldn't have been overly difficult to spot them by detecting their presence. However, forests, and especially the miasma forest, were crowded with animals, monsters, and old trees that possessed presences comparable to the first two. All of these interfered with Frau's senses. Oh, I found some raspberries. No. It only applied if you excluded the part about the miasma forest being abnormally deep, wide, and dangerous, but despite its disturbing name, the miasma forest pretty much wasn't different from any normal forest. And, since the danger went up the deeper you went into the forest, people almost never went far into the forest, allowing the forest's fruits to ripen without being picked by anyone. In short, you could say the miasma forest was exceedingly abundant in its natural produce. The berries would also be delicious when eaten raw, but if you added some sugar and boiled it all together, you could make a jam with a rich flavor. Frau, who had discovered a big patch with masses of raspberry shrubs, began to harvest them in high spirits. However, around the time she had collected an amount she couldn't possibly hold in both her arms, she suddenly came back to her senses. Ouch! I didn't come here to pick raspberries. No. Though I'll take them back with me. You couldn't ever have too many sweets. Probably because the ratio of women around Rinya was rather high, Frau never ran out of mouths to feed with sweets. Not to mention Rona and Shen, but even Maria had a fairly conspicuous sweet tooth. Krua had the tendency to one-sidedly prefer natural produce, but raspberries would fit that bill perfectly. And despite saying this and that, Emil wasn't aversive towards sweets either. Since the Archduchess and the Beastman priestesses were currently present in Klinge as well, it was hard to believe that Frau would have to clog up her storehouses, even if she collected mountains of raspberries. Given that she was lucky enough to stumble upon this field, and including all the prior thoughts on the matter, Frau even pondered the option of shelving her current issue for the moment to fully focus on harvesting the berries. It's wonderful that Frau won't be troubled about the transport. No. Frau had also obtained the void storage skill possessed by Rinya. She didn't really use it much other than during the times when she was traveling with Rinya, but it was still a very convenient ability for carrying the many cleaning utensils she needed for her job as maid and transporting groceries after going shopping. Therefore Frau believed it to be a silky accomplishment. Okay, then please excuse Frau for a bit. No. While thinking about all that, Frau brushed aside something hindering her with a hand while picking up raspberries. That huge something, which possessed a fur closer to black than brown, moved away from the space it had occupied so far thanks to Frau's small hand, and turned its head around, obviously wondering what was going on for its body being pushed aside. It was truly big. Even while standing on all fours, its height easily exceeded that of an adult human. 2 crimson eyes shone in the sockets of its head, and a black bristle covered its whole body. Thick, faintly glowing, sharp claws were visible at its paws which sank into the soil. After confirming that Frau was completely engrossed with picking raspberries, it slowly turned its body. After facing Frau, it brought its nose closer, starting to sniff the air. Noticing its presence, Frau stopped what she was doing, and looked in its direction. Mr. Bear. The beast that had brought its face close as it was sniffing was certainly resembling the animal commonly referred to as bear. But this beast was a lot bigger than a bear, and in addition, it exuded an aura of extreme danger. It was one of the monster types inhabiting the miasma forest. This individual here, which was classified as Calamity Bear, had fur durable enough to withstand slashing attacks by soldiers, and tough muscles as well as massive fat which would hinder spears from reaching its intestines. It was a ferocious beast as it possessed the troublesome trait of being a gluttonous carnivore. It had a habit to eat anything looking edible, and was labeled a calamity which would literally eradicate entire pioneer villages and other monsters at the miasma forest's outer circumference by devouring them, but it was rare for it to appear at the outlying areas of the forest. Even when trying to subjugate it, any party with mediocre abilities would just become a snack for it, and thus an encounter with this monster equaled death with a fairly high probability, thus making true of the second part contained in the word calamity bad luck. The raspberry field just discovered by Frau seemed to be a feeding ground of calamity bears, and the individual Frau happened upon was in the middle of greedily devouring everything and anything, be it the scrub or fruits of the raspberry shrubs. While calling up all that information and assessing the situation, Bear and Silky stared at each other fixedly. Looking from the side, the meeting of girl and bear in a patch of raspberry shrubs inside a forest could very well seem like a scene out of a movie, but in reality, it was a dangerous situation as the girl could become the bear's prey at any moment if she made a single, wrong move. Moreover, to add insult to injury, the girl was currently in the process of stealing the bear's raspberries. No matter how you looked at this, usually it'd be a situation where it'd be unreasonable to expect the bear to not attack the girl, but things changed completely when it came to Frau being that girl. These are souvenirs, so it's a no. The one targeted by the Calamity Bear's stare was Frau herself, but she apparently believed that the bear had his interest drawn by the raspberries she had collected, and thus she quickly stowed everything away into her void storage. But, as the bear still didn't pull its eyes off her, Frau began to ponder just what might draw its attention so much, and tapped the tip of its nose that had been continuing to get closer while sniffing. "Do you have any other business with me, Nano? Since Frau has no intention to retrieve the part eaten by you, you don't need to worry, No." Naturally, as a big glutton, the bear's eating speed was nothing to scoff at, but this patch of raspberry shrubs had more than enough fruits for both, even if you deducted the bear's share. The amount might have decreased a bit by Frau's harvest, but this place was inside the miasma forest, and assuming it was a feeding ground for the bear, even just the leftovers would be plenty for Frau. Hence she had no intention to start a fight over it. But this logic didn't take the bear's side into account. The bear everted its lips as it stared at Frau, bearing the sharp fangs hidden behind. With drool dribbling out from in between those fangs, the bear suddenly got up on its hind paws. One would wonder what would happen if a frame, which was huge enough to surpass a human adult while on all four, would stand up. From the point of view of a little girl like Frau, the standing bear possessed an enormity like a towering wall. While growling deeply from deep within its throat, the bear raised its forepaws overhead, about to pounce on Frau, who was looking up to it, but then stopped moving. Wondering what had caused itself to stop all of a sudden, the bear immediately realized. Bear meat, the whispered murmur of Frau wasn't anything a childish girl would ever say in this situation. Looking at Frau, who hadn't put herself on guard against a bear that had entered its attack mode, the bear understood, probably by instinct, that it had made a fundamental mistake in determining predator and prey. It knew it'd doubtlessly end up eaten if it attacked. Based on that perception, the bear quietly lowered its front paws, went back down on all four, and slowly backed off, always keeping Frau in sight. Bear meat is delicious, but if you run, I won't chase. No. After all, Frau has been the one to intrude here. No. When Frau warned the bear while wondering whether bear meat was really delicious in the first place, the calamity bear slowly averted its face from Frau, though it was unclear whether it had understood her words, and left. Despite feeling somewhat guilty, Frau resumed to cheerfully gather raspberries which now completely belonged to her with the bear gone. But, when she suddenly felt like having heard something similar to a person's voice, Frau stopped her hands once more. It's unthinkable for people to be in a place like this. No. On top of the miasma forest being no place where people could come and go as they pleased, Frau had pushed her way quite deep into the forest. Realizing that, Frau suddenly realized that there existed a certain possibility, stopped with the raspberry gathering, and started to jog in the direction she suspected the voice to have come from. It was in the direction of the bear she had chased away just moments ago. Stay away. Caillou. I'm telling you to leave me alone, damn it. It wasn't much of a challenge to follow the bear. The undergrowth had been trampled down by its massive paws, and bushes had been pushed aside by its huge frame. After jogging for a while following the bear's tracks, Frau heard this time clearly a woman's voice. A complacent smile formed on Frau's face. Ha ha ha. I found you. No. What came in sight at the end of Frau's line of sight after she ran through several bushes was a woman with burns all over her body. The black clothes that used to cover her were tattered all over. Probably because of some kind of heat or fire, her long, black hair had become frizzly and disheveled. The fairly old woman was in the middle of kicking up a fuss after having been bitten around her right ankle by the calamity bear Frau drove away earlier. Hick. Just then the calamity bear dragged the fallen black-haired woman across the ground with its fangs sunk into her right foot, but as soon as she spotted and recognized Frau, the woman started to thrash around, trying to somehow free herself. Of course it was impossible for this level of reckless struggling to win out against the bear's iron grip, but the action in itself, which didn't mind a worsening of the wound, made the woman's desperation pretty clear. Frau was about to get closer with a smile plastered on her lips, clearly telling the woman that there was no hope for escape, but suddenly Frau was seized by the question, what was that woman's name again, and thus stopped moving in contemplation. In short, Frau had found whom she was looking for, but she didn't know the name of her target. I feel like I didn't ask before. No. Well, it's just a small, insignificant matter anyway. No. Frau had expected that the woman would die after surrounding her with her power and detonating it, but she didn't get any feedback of it having succeeded. Feeling that it'd be somewhat dangerous to leave the woman at large, Frau had estimated that she would most likely hide out in a nearby place, just by the damage the woman should have suffered, and the fact of her not having sensed anyone from the demon's side having come to retrieve her. And just as she had suspected, Frau discovered the woman in a place that wasn't overly far away from Clinch. Ah, now then, Missy. First off, your name please tilde nano. You, if I remember correctly, you're called Frau or some such. Hearing the woman mention her own name, Frau tilted her head in confusion, wondering whether she had introduced herself before, but since Frau was always mentioning her name whenever she was referring to herself, she could understand if the woman had heard it during their last battle. Knowing Frau's name while Frau doesn't know your name is unfair tilde no. Pressing her fists against her hip, Frau acted as if she was upset, but the woman didn't answer. The only thing that seemed certain was her identifying Frau as an enemy, and therefore she was pulling on her own leg at full strength, trying to somehow get away from this place, while still being bitten by the bear. But the bear didn't show the slightest inclination to let go of her foot. Frau thinks that's going to be impossible tilde no. Frau doesn't believe that Mr. Bear is going to readily give up on his fodder tilde no. Who are you calling fodder? The woman screamed, but taking the situation into consideration, it was obvious to anyone that she was about to be turned into fodder anytime soon. Because she tried to extract her foot out of the bear's muzzle that clamped down on it powerfully, blood gushed out of the ever-widening wound. And getting a taste of that blood, the bear sank its fangs even deeper into the woman's flesh as if declaring that it had never let go of it. Gua. The crunching and cracking sounds, coming from the woman's foot, were direct proof of the bear slowly breaking the bones apart with its fangs. Unable to bear the pain, the woman wailed in agony. Frau carefully approached her. It's not like Frau would have a particular problem with you being eaten by Mr. Bear, you know. Stopping just outside the reach of the woman's hands, Frau looked down on her as she squirmed on the ground. Frau thinks that being devoured by Mr. Bear while alive is going to be terribly dreadful tilde no. If only I hadn't suffered all these burns. The woman's, Sazan Kuromitsu's, ability was seduction. It was an ability allowing her to scatter a scent which would turn all men into what could be called willful slaves. But right now, she wasn't able to use that ability. Because the scent needed for her ability to work was emitted from her skin, she couldn't release any of it right now as big patches of her skin were riddled with hideous burns thanks to Frau's attack. Then again, Sazan would have never considered fleeing into the miasma forest with her body seriously injured, if her ability had worked normally. After all, she could have obtained as many collaborators as she wanted, if she had infiltrated Clinch. In that sense, you could also claim that Rinya and the others were extremely lucky for the lost Sazan to have suffered burns all over her body as a result of her directly facing Frau who was immune to Sazan's ability. If you give up and surrender yourself to Frau, Frau will at least release you from your pain tilde no. Seeing as Sazan was an enemy, Frau didn't have the option to let her go. Yet, it wasn't as though Frau didn't have enough compassion in her to spare Sazan the wretched death of being devoured by a bear. Frau's suggestion was based on the idea to kill her swiftly and painlessly instead, but apparently Sazan, the one on the receiving end, was anything but willing to go along with it. While giving Frau a look full of fury, she swung her arms in Frau's direction, trying to hit her, albeit likely realizing that her hands wouldn't reach the silky. Of course, this was no reason for the bear to let go of her foot. Frau took one step back as a precautionary measure, now standing in a place where Sazan wouldn't be able to hit her, even by freak chance. It looks like a settlement through discussion is impossible tilde no. Frau muttered with a truly disappointed look. Don't fuck with me. Sazan howled in response. Frau had quite seriously intended to talk it out, and thus furrowed her eyebrows while looking somewhat upset at Sazan's scream, but Sazan didn't stop at that. You fuckers, you pieces of shit are the evil here. You are the ones supposed to die. What to say? Frau doesn't even feel the desire to correct all your nonsense tilde no. Losts usually fell into this world without any prior knowledge about the world over here. Some of them got blessed with relatively decent humans being around them like Renia, but there also existed some who ended up involved with evil humans who whispered poison into their ears, abusing the fact that the Losts didn't know anything. In Sazan's case, it could also stem from her original character, but the first person she met when coming into this world was the Demon King, and her completely believing everything he said about the state of this world was the beginning of her downfall. Frau ended up pitying her for this streak of bad luck, but on the other hand, Sazan was obviously no child and thus should possess enough mental capability to think for herself. Hence, Frau believed that Sazan reaped what she had sown by not even trying to look at reality with her own eyes. As long as only your head remains, it'll be plenty for Frau's task till Nano. Frau informed Sazan after sighing deeply. Despite feeling a little pang of sympathy for Sazan who was glaring up to her with eyes full of hatred, Frau lightly clapped the bear's body, who had stopped moving altogether as if waiting for Frau to finish her conversation. Frau is sorry for having made you wait, Mr. Bear. Please, enjoy your meal till Nano. The Calamity Bear had a reason why he didn't attempt to proceed any further with his fangs still stuck in Sazan's foot. It came from his intuition as a wild beast, having acknowledged Frau as an extremely dangerous creature during their exchange at the raspberry bushes. Thus the bear had remained obedient while fearing what kind of consequences it might have to face if it had tried to devour a human, which Frau needed for something, without waiting for her to finish her business. Frau had described this as having made you wait, but this was now over with Frau herself having told the bear to enjoy its meal. With a low, rumbling growl, the bear got up on its hind legs while holding Kazan's leg in its mouth, immediately resulting in Sazan hanging upside down. The bear swung its right forepaw once as if annoyed by her struggling, landing a direct hit against Sazan's belly. Its thick, sharp claws easily ripped through her skin and flesh, causing Sazan's scream to echo into the vicinity. It's unthinkable for a wild bear to stay still with fodder right in front of its eyes. No. Trying to pin down Sazan's body, who was struggling even more fervently due to the pain, the bear sunk its claws deeper into her belly. While listening to Sazan's screams and wailing reaching a new height in volume with a gloomy mood, Frau mumbled under her breath, "It's not like anyone's going to hear you, you know." No. If Frau had known that Mr. Bear would only wait because Frau was here, Frau certainly wouldn't have made such a blunder in making the wrong choice, but now it's too late either way. No. By now, this spectacle had turned into the bear only getting more excited by the blood and strange stench scattered into the vicinity each time Sazan's body squirmed and struggled. Supported by the claws that were embedded in Sazan's belly, the bear began to savagely devour her body, starting from the heel that had been in his muzzle for the whole time. It's a splatter movie. No. That's no scene you could show to good children. No. It's good that Frau came here all by herself. No. Sazan's body kept being painted in blood and tragic wounds as she continued to shriek some incomprehensible babbling. The bear consumed her right leg to its root in the blink of an eye, but of course this was far from enough to sate its hunger. It sank its teeth into the struggling left leg, and savagely wolfed it down, bones and all, to fill its stomach. Gara, Gagawa, Sazan lost her left leg in little to no time. At this point, she had no power left to scream anymore. All that came out of her mouth was some broken groaning that sounded as if air was escaping her throat. By now she had fallen into a state where the remaining stump of her body kept trembling in spells of convulsions. And yet, she was still alive. Frau couldn't decide whether Sazan had been sturdy to begin with or whether her vitality had been boosted by her becoming a Lost, but even so, she could tell that Sazan couldn't be saved anymore. She started to think that she ought to behead Sazan anytime soon now, since it'd only make her feel depressed to continuously watch someone, whom she wasn't going to rescue anyway, die a slow death. However, those thoughts ceased when the Calamity Bear suddenly bit into Sazan's body, just to shake it off its claws with a swing of its paw, interrupting its feast. "What's wrong, Tilda? No." For an instant Frau thought that the fodder might have tasted quite badly, but she immediately realized that the bear wouldn't have eaten both her legs if that was the case. In front of Frau, who was wondering what might have happened, the bear went back down on all fours, and glared at a single point between the trees, baring its fangs and lowly snarling its threat. It was very obviously a behavior hinting at it being wary of some kind of enemy, but Frau couldn't believe that. After all, Frau still couldn't sense a single presence around them at this point in time. Frau's detection ability is inferior to that of a Calamity Bear. No. This was something hard to believe for her. Certainly, right now Frau was quite a distance away from Clinch, the city under her protection, and Renia, her master, and thus her abilities fell somewhat flat in comparison to their perfect state. But, despite that, it was hard for Frau to believe that her detection abilities would lose out to those of a Calamity Bear. Next, Frau considered the possibility that the bear might be making a mistake, but for it to get so wary that it'd abandon its food was anything but normal, making this reasoning quite unlikely. Then just what? Breaking off at that point, Frau finally noticed what had triggered the bear. It was a truly faint whiff of bloodlust. However, this small amount of bloodlust could never be the reason for the bear to act as warily as it was right now. In other words, it was a pinpointed, sharp and honed, dangerous presence that could only be perceived by the Calamity Bear as the target of the bloodlust. Reacting to that, the bear got wary while abandoning Sazan's body. There were two reasons why Frau hadn't noticed it. First, the bloodlust was too accurately pinpointed on the Calamity Bear, and second, Frau herself wasn't included as target of that bloodlust. Her having become able to perceive the bloodlust just now obviously meant the person, who released the bloodlust, felt like telling Frau about their presence. While considering all that, Frau let her eyes wander towards the direction of the bloodlust. Somehow it looks like things have taken a really bad turn, don't they? Sazan's body was one whole mess after having been tossed away by the Calamity Bear. The figure, who stood in between the trees while casually grabbing the neck of that body, was completely hidden underneath a hooded cloak. The outfit slightly visible underneath the cloak was a khaki military uniform. Black, glossy boots reached up to the knees, and a single saber hung at the waist. That person, who seemed to be a young man going by his voice, was lifting up Sazan's body, which should weigh quite a bit despite having lost both legs, with just his left arm. "Who are you, Nano?" Frau immediately grasped that he was no ordinary person, even without needing anyone to spell it out for her. After all, did he not only walk through the miasma forest by himself, but even managed to get so close to Frau without being detected by her until he deliberately released his bloodlust? It wasn't as though Frau had asked while expecting to receive an answer, but the man readily replied to her question. "Karen is what I call myself. I came all the way out here as it became necessary to pick up this one over here." The man, who had introduced himself as Karen, said while lifting up Sazan's deadly still body with his left arm at shoulder height. Frau immediately raised her danger level due to his completely listless action. While the bear lowered his stance to pounce at the man at any given moment, its threatening growling became increasingly louder. The name Karen didn't sound familiar to Frau herself. But she had the ability to access a part of her respected master's memory. This meant that the Silky with the name Frau had possessed Renia in a certain sense, but in Frau's eyes it was only natural for her to obtain a certain level of information to take care of her master, and even Renia himself, the person haunted by her, didn't really mind it all that much. Of course, seeing how Renia had things he wanted to keep private, the memories Frau could access were basically limited to the outer layer of Renia's memory block, but it also had the fairly unfair specification that Renia couldn't access Frau's memories in reverse. Not once had Renia complained about this circumstance, but if he should ever file a complaint about it, Frau intended to protest by asking him whether he planned to look at the secrets of a maiden. Anyway, leaving all of this aside, Renia's memory had knowledge about a person with the name Karen. According to that entry, that person's identity was an unknown, but he was labeled as extremely dangerous nonetheless. It further went on to state that Karen's skill in swordsmanship might be at the same level as Renia's. This might be bad. No, Frau judged while placing a hand on the calamity bear, which was continuing to threaten their adversary with a low growl, and stroking it gently so as to calm its anger. Frau had even managed to repel the Demon King's clone, but she managed to do so because the fight took place next to her home ground. Right now, while being separated from her master and Klinge by many miles, Frau's abilities were significantly weaker. Taking a hostile stance against an enemy whom Renia regarded as dangerous couldn't be called a smart choice, no matter how she looked at it. Moreover, Frau owned abilities contradicting any common sense for a Silky, and she was also quite aware of it herself, but in addition to that, she was all too aware of another matter. Namely, her not really being suited for combat. She believed, if someone, who was better suited for combat than her, possessed abilities at her level, they'd be of a lot more assistance to Renia in battle than her. Frau understood her own existence based on that thinking. Are you going to duke it out with me here? Personally, I don't really have any plans to escalate things as long as I can recover this. Karen asked Frau while pointing with his eyes at Sazan's body. Sazan, whom Karen held by the scruff of her nape, didn't seem to be conscious anymore since her body had crashed into the trees around there after the bear carelessly tossed her rump away as it got wary of Karen. Rather, her wounds are mostly fatal. No. Even if I leave her alone, she probably won't have much longer to live. No, Frau assessed. In that case, it means he's been told to bring her back, dead or alive. No. What Frau required was Sazan's head alone. Or to be more precise, as long as she could get her hands on Sazan's brain, she didn't care about the rest of her body. One of the reasons for her current actions was based on the idea that it might become of help for Renia, if she could extract some information about the Demon King from Sazan's brain. Having said that, it's certainly true that I can't expect too much informational gain out of this either. No, it was hard to imagine that a Lost, who had been summoned just recently, would possess a detailed account of information about the Demon King. It was a thinking grounded on the idea that she had nothing to lose anyway, since she could only gain something out of it in the worst case. But the biggest reason lay in Frau's suspicion that nothing good would come out of returning Sazan, who emitted that strange scent from her body, alive to the enemy. What are you going to do? Karen urged her to make a decision while she was contemplating. Karen was a pawn of the Demon King, and it was to be expected that he possessed information about Frau, who had defeated the Demon King's clone, if he was in touch with the Demon King. Facing him like this, Frau couldn't fully gauge Karen's true abilities, but even her opponent shouldn't find it very amusing to get attacked from behind by an enemy who had defeated the Demon King, albeit only one of his clones. It's an unreasonable proposal to tell Frau that Frau should go back empty-handed. No. Frau chose her words while attentively watching Karen's every move. She couldn't afford to not say what she wanted to say, but it wouldn't be overly funny if she angered the other side just because she used the wrong words. Frau wonders whether you'd be willing to share at least the head with Frau tilde no. Frau proposed with a smile beaming all over her face. Wait, we're not talking about a slab of meat here, okay? It was just faintly, but Karen seemed like he drew back from her words. Frau couldn't see his entire face because of the hood, but she could spot how the visible part of his lips cramped up, allowing her to feel like she had landed a nice counterblow. Frau would be willing to pay 1 copper per gram of meat tilde no. Whoa, how damn cheap, wait, hey. Frau thinks it's an extraordinary price to pay for inedible meat tilde no. Before all that, I'm not going to sell her off piece by piece, you know. Frau is fine with just the part above her neck tilde no. Scary. Girl, you're seriously scary. Karen started to show obvious signs of backing away, but what was grasped in his hands was the massive sazan, which was the perfect example of splatter. No matter how much he described Frau's suggestion as scary, it lacked any persuasiveness since he was producing a scene that was even scarier. I'd like you to sell it to me tilde no. Frau looked at Karen with upturned eyes while putting her fingers together, but her side also lacked persuasiveness, seeing how a frenzied calamity bear was seething in rage next to her. Obviously that's out of the question. You meanie tilde no. Don't make eyes at me. In the first place, you and I are enemies. Probably. Nothing good comes out of hatred tilde no. Frau emphasized while tightly clenching her fists in front of her chest, and making stars twinkle in her eyes, but this only made Karen even more wary of her. He retreated for as many steps as Frau had tried to walk up to him. Is that the line of someone trying to barter 4 pieces of a corpse? TSK, you're so stubborn tilde no. She had been aware of it beforehand, but Frau clicked her tongue as it seemed like she wouldn't be able to solve the situation with words alone in the end. It meant the only method left to her for resolving the situation was the use of force, but Frau couldn't find an answer to the question whether it wouldn't be a mistake to challenge him to a fight. She had a vague feeling that things would work out somehow, but she didn't know what to expect from Karen as an opponent. From Frau's point of view, she felt like it'd be extremely tough, no matter what she would do. It wasn't as though he was so stubborn that he wouldn't even talk with her, and the mood wasn't really all that bad either. But he had a presence that made any further approach difficult, and although he was just standing there, his stance didn't show a single opening. He wasn't a being that would frighten someone from just their aura of intimidation, but Frau also felt that it'd be her end if she crossed a line she should never cross. Not only was Karen elusive, but she couldn't even spot the bottom of his ability while scrutinizing him. Due to that mysterious sensation, Frau felt hesitant for a change. Now that it has come to this, I'll resort to my final measure tilde no. So we're going to duke it out. Karen's voice dropped by a level. His cold, sharp voice was tinged with a bloodlust that made it easy to imagine that he'd immediately draw the saber at his waist depending on Frau's reply. On the other hand, Frau smiled at this with plenty of composure, deliberately lowered her stance, and boldly declared, I'll entice you with my sex appeal tilde no. No, look, even if you try that, you've got nothing to show for it, do you? Karen retorted coldly within a split second. The speed of his retort was the definition of decisiveness. Due to the overly splendid sharpness of his retort, even the bear, which had earnestly kept threatening Karen until then, was so taken aback that one could wonder whether it actually understood the human language. Meanwhile, Frau's face became bright red, although it wasn't clear whether it was triggered by rage or shame. Damn it tilde no. All big breasts should sag to hell tilde no. While shifting from a bright red face to being on the verge of tears, Frau spat out a line that would earn her protests from all over Clinch, nimbly leaped upon the back of the dumbfounded Calamity Bear, and hit its back, trying to dash away from this place as quickly as possible. Karen, who didn't care about the reason as long as she retreated from here, didn't intend to chase after Frau and Bear, and just saw them off as they ran away from him. However, suddenly Frau turned her head around as if twisting her own neck. She did it with such a force that anyone would believe it impossible for any normal living being to move their neck in such a way. Moreover, her body remained facing forward while only her face was looking directly behind her. This sight caused Karen to get startled against his will. Fixing herself in place with her legs while grabbing the bear's back fur as it began to gain in speed, Frau unleashed yet another move. A sudden, smoke screen-like, bright light, ~no. Deploy at full force ~nano. As soon as a multitude of bright lights manifested in the space between Frau and Karen, they released a fierce light that would sear anyone's eyes, dyeing the entire vicinity white. Karen had been cautious of Frau trying to launch some kind of attack, and thus his eyes were directly hit by the flash of light, turning his own sight into a pure white canvas. Any ordinary person would have started to panic after having lost their eyesight. But Karen's response was calm and swift. At the same time of drawing the saber at his waist, a single, sharp tongue click left his mouth. Small fireball, ~no. He grasped the situation around him through the reverberations of the sound. It was a sound-based detection possible because of his superhuman hearing ability. If Frau had used her spell as a means of attack, Karen might have been able to cut down the approaching fireballs thanks to that ability. But Frau's aim was something else altogether. Frau's spell, which had been fired randomly, scattered into the surroundings without hitting Karen's body, resulting in explosions that drowned out Karen's tongue click. No matter how superior Karen's hearing might be, in a situation of noise randomly assailing him from all over the place, it was impossible for him to grasp the situation around him through sound. With his hearing and sight thwarted at almost the same time, Karen stopped moving for but an instant. Frau, who had changed the bear's travel direction while aiming at that very instant, grabbed Sazan's head with all her might as she passed Karen with the bear dashing at full speed. With a single, wet snap, the head was torn off its neck. Fuck. Shi yao ~nanu. Frau ishtar aking fish ~nano. Frau shouted at Karen, who let go of Sazan's body because its head got torn off, while adding a weird vibrato to her voice, and then single-mindedly escaped the scene while spanking the bear's butt. It wasn't as if the bear had been trained, and yet it followed Frau's order for no apparent reason, breaking through the trees, deeper into the forest while roaring around. Very likely neither bear nor Frau understood the reason why it did what it did. However, they both shared the idea that they had to get away from here as quickly as possible, even if the surprise attack itself might have gone well. And while carrying Sazan's head with her left hand, Frau touched her shoulder with her faintly trembling right hand. His sight and hearing were blocked ~no, no way ~nano. Her maid attire's fabric was cut at the top of her shoulder, allowing her bare skin to peek out. And that skin had a shallow cut line run across it. The instant Frau had stolen Sazan's head from Karen, he had swung his saber, despite being in a situation where he couldn't confirm the circumstances around him. And he had managed to hit Frau's shoulder, injuring her lightly. Frau didn't want to imagine just what kind of injury this had been, if he had been in a situation where he could see or use his hearing ability. Frau couldn't stop a chill running down her spine as she imagined that. Don't do such cruel stuff. Just who the hell taught you something like that? Karen muttered under his breath after concluding that it'd be impossible to chase after Frau and Bear within the miasma forest with his sight and hearing not working properly. His hearing had returned to normal right away since it had only been confused by a multitude of noises assailing it all at once for a split second, but because he had directly looked into the flash unleashed by Frau, his eyesight was only returning slowly while continuously flickering. Then again, it wasn't as though his eyesight had been completely destroyed, so he guessed that it'd probably return to normal sooner or later. Karen looked at his feet with his eyes that kept recovering. Discovering what he was looking for, he picked it up. I guess even this much should be enough. I was told to bring her back dead or alive after all. What he had picked up was Sazan's headless and legless body. Since the bear had left his mark in her torso, it had turned into a lump of flesh at this point. Our objective was the heart anyway. The head is. I guess I'll let her have it as a reward for having put up such a good fight. According to the explanation Karen had heard from the Demon King, the source of the skills granted to Sazan, or rather, the source of the abilities of all lost belonging to the Demon King's side lay in their hearts. Therefore he had come all the way out here after receiving the order to at least recover the heart at any costs. For the Demon King's side, Sazan having died might be a painful blow, but as far as the job he was requested to do was concerned, he could regard it as accomplished. You really had no luck. Well, please give up since it can't be helped either way, Karen said to Sazan, who shouldn't be able to hear him. After casting a short glance in the direction where Frau and Bear disappeared, Karen gave it a shrug, and left. Master, I have finished my work. No. Renia quickly scanned his vicinity in surprise over suddenly hearing Frau's carefree, indifferent voice from who knows where. As usual these days, he was currently standing on Klinge's training ground. After he had promised that he'd take care of the heroes' training, he captured the 4, who were liable to run away, whenever he had some free time and dragged them to this place. Over here they then performed mock battles in the name of training sessions. This was also owed to Renia having nothing to do at present. He had absolutely no hand in the creation of the something outside Klinge, which was spearheaded by the Beastman Queen, and the investigation of the Demon City which took place at the same time. As the Beastman Queen had had a fence built around whatever they were making and carefully covered the foundation with layers of cloth, it had become impossible to see what was being built inside from the outside. Renia had asked the Archduchess, the Beastman Queen, and the Elven Emperor about it on several occasions, but as all three uniformly dodged any inquiries, Renia had given up on probing any further at some point. He somehow vaguely felt that Shen and Maria might know something, and thus he knew that the two would be very likely unable to avoid his investigation, if he pushed from his side, but even for Renia it would have a bad aftertaste if he extracted supposedly confidential information from Shen and Maria. That queen sure leaves no openings, huh? Deciding to go take a look on his own since no one wanted to talk about it, Renia tried to sneak onto the actual building site, but the queen had set up measures in advance to thwart any such attempts. Just as he was about to sneak in, Beast Omen appeared from somewhere, surrounded him, and then the queen, who had shown up as well, gave him a sermon about how wrong it was for men to try to take a peek at something women were trying to hide without permission. Renia attempted to protest against being treated like a molester so far as it went, but as if on purpose, all the women surrounding Renia were small, young beast girls, and all of them with their cat, rabbit, dog, and fox ears pleaded to Renia to heed their request and pull back with cute looks, trying to keep him from proceeding any further. No matter how much of a brute Renia might usually be, even for him it'd be difficult to push all the fluff aside to force his way through. Seeing how Lobelia was cautiously watching his every action while standing outside that ring of girls on top of that, he decided that it'd be unreasonable to proceed any further, and pulled back. Ever since then, he hadn't tried getting close anymore. The rumor about being able to restrain Rinya by using children, and even better by using small girls, made its rounds in clinch, resulting in a scene where Shen doubted Rinya's preferences, but somehow feeling that it'd just prove her having hit the nail on the head if he got angry here, he limited it to carefully and kindly explaining to Shen that he didn't have any such preference at all. In the first place, if I had such preferences, I wouldn't have kicked down the little goddess I met before being thrown into this world. Rinya's thinking had completely derailed, before he finally started to feel suspicious about being unable to see Frau, the origin of the voice, no matter where he looked. Rinya. Just what's wrong with you? Emil asked him, mystified by him having suddenly stopped to move. Her face had quickly peeked out from behind a certain cover. Likewise, Kat's also peeked out from the other side of the same cover. Moreover, Grun's face popped out above the cover. And just then, the obstacle, which had covered for the three, silently pitched forward and crashed to the ground, apparently having used up all its strength. Leopard, you still alive? Beastmen are generally tough, so I think he's going to live through this. Grun answered without any confidence to Katz, who had squatted down next to the mass on the ground and was now poking it with a finger. Albeit faint, white smoke rose from Leopard's body, which had completely stopped moving. He had collapsed while in a state that allowed the educated guess that he had been exposed to some kind of extremely high temperature right before his fall. Rinya pondered for an instant whether he had gone too far. Since it has happened during the mock battle, it's certainly true that I've used somewhat stronger magic attacks, but of course I didn't have the slightest intention to kill Leopard. However, despite that, the lightning spell, which allowed for no room to evasion despite having its output lowered a bit, might be unsuitable for training, no matter how you look at it, Rinya assessed. If he had to give an excuse, Rinya would claim that he believed it'd be no problem since the spell could also be blocked with Katz's mist as well as Emil and Grun's magic, seeing how it had been a blow with a fairly lowered power output. Of course, he hadn't considered that all three would opt to use Leopard's big body as a shield to get through Rinya's attack. Believing that this might be a tactical mistake on the side of the heroes, Rinya shifted the blame for the whole incident to the other four. You guys are terrible, aren't you? That's nothing I want to be told by you who unleashed such a merciless attack, Rinya. You could have blocked it normally, no. Since he had lowered the strength albeit increasing the range, Emil should have been more than capable to block the spell, even without needing the help from Grun and Katz. And yet, all three readily chose to use Leopard as a shield. That's something we now know as well. Well, I don't care even if you get scolded by Leopard afterwards, okay? Rinya declared while looking at Leopard's body, which had started to twitch after getting persistently poked by Katz. It didn't seem like he'd be able to get up anytime soon, but at least he appeared to still be alive. Surprised by Leopard's sudden movement, Katz fell on his backside while Grun quickly distanced himself before Leopard would recover. Moping about past matters is unbecoming of a hero, right? Emil said bluntly, wanting to put an end to things, albeit quite forcibly, and walked up to Rinya's side. By the way, what's the reason for you having suddenly stopped your attack? Did you possibly think that you've finished us off? No, I just felt like I heard Frau's voice. Her asking meant Emil apparently hadn't been able to hear the voice like Rinya. As if to prove that, doubt revealed itself on Emil's face as she listened to him. Frau. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her around these last few days. Now that you mention it. I had already thought that it was weird for a normal maid to take care of my everyday life. Rinya didn't remember having ordered Frau to do something. And thus whatever Frau was doing had nothing to do with Rinya. For this reason Rinya left her alone while light-heartedly believing that she'd contact him if something was wrong. Originally, fairies are whimsical beings anyway, and since Frau is essentially no different from one despite being called a silky, it wouldn't be odd for her to unexpectedly disappear, Rinya thought. Yet, seeing how Klinge is the home Frau protects, and since I'm her master, she's probably going to come back once she's finished with her business of sorts. Just where is she loitering about? That's what you say, but wouldn't it be more worrisome if you started to mishear Frau's voice? Emil nudged Rinya's side with her elbow while grinning. In response Rinya silently grabbed hold of her head. At that moment, Frau is tilde nanu. The door to the training ground was blown open alongside Frau's excessively cheerful greeting. Rinya and Emil dodged the remains of the door which came flying after being torn out of its hinges. Grun and Kurtz, who were next in the door's flight path, quickly held up Leopard's body to use him as a shield while he remained unconscious of all things. The door pieces, which squarely hit Leopard with a loud, substantial smack, caused Rinya to wonder just who would fix that which had been shattered into fragments due to the impact, as he watched the whole thing happening. Frau loudly called out to Rinya from the entrance that was now gaping wide open, "Master, it has been a long time tilde nano." "Long time, you say, just where did you go?" Shifting his eyes in Frau's direction, Rinya stopped talking halfway. After all, he had spotted a huge bear. Its height, as it stepped onto the training ground, was around as tall as Rinya despite walking on all four. But, the bear wasn't the reason for Rinya having stopped speaking. Huge bears weighing several hundred kilograms had existed in his previous world to begin with, so he wouldn't consider the existence of a bear with a weight of several tons as anything weird, seeing how he had come to a different world. However, things were different when it came to a little girl sitting on its back while waving her hand so energetically that it actually caused the wind to howl, and on top of that, her holding hair that was connected to a head in that very hand. It was impossible for Rinya to know where she had picked up something like that, but as quite a bit of time had probably passed since the head had been torn off its neck, no blood trickled down from its wound, and the blood dyeing the head had solidified and taken on a dark red hue. A bear, a girl, and a head. While it was a completely mismatched combination, the overall impression offered one the options of either regarding it as a horror scene or some kind of bad joke. "It's a souvenir, Master tilde nano." Given that the entire scene was also clearly visible to the three heroes, not one of them was able to utter a single word while having that happen in front of them. Only Rinya, after pondering what to say for a short while, threw a question at Frau. "Do you mean to give me the bear or the head as a souvenir?" "Master, you like bear meat tilde nano?" Frau asked while cutely tilting her head to the side. Underneath her, the face of the bear, which originally should have no expression, obviously froze. It stopped its walk, petrifying on the spot. While predicting that a gory bear dismantling show would immediately start if he admitted that bear meat was one of his favorite dishes, Rinya shook his head. "No, not really." "That's great to hear tilde no. If it had been Master's favorite dish, Frau would have been forced to prepare it for you tilde no," Frau said with a broad smile. Underneath her, the bear's body began to tremble so strongly that you could even tell from its outward appearance. No matter how you look at it, it's just a normal bear if you ignore its hugeness, but it looks like it's capable of understanding human language. Rinya waved a hand in order to give the bear a peace of mind. Even if it was unclear just where that bear came from, Frau sitting on its back doubtlessly meant that she had been the one to pick it up. Renia couldn't muster any desire to take such a bear apart to eat it. The bear not being the present means it's the head. Ha! I feel like I've seen that head somewhere before. On top of the head's hairstyle having turned into a sloppy mess because Frau had whirled the head around while holding it at its hair, the face was twisted by the terribly spiteful look of a dead person. It was such an expression that it actually made it hard to tell what kind of face it might have been while the owner was still alive, but Emil could apparently still make a connection. As Emil began to rack her brain in an attempt to recall where she had seen that face, Frau told her, "I have taken down a subordinate of the Demon King No. Ah, that lass with the weird stench who had attacked us, ha." I was finally able to remember. Emil clapped her hands together, clearly showing her comprehension, but Katz and Grun continued to stare at Frau, who was still waving the head around, with looks that made it obvious that they didn't understand what was going on. While believing that their reaction might be normal one here, Renia asked Frau, "So, having taken down the perpetrator of the attack is definitely an achievement. But what do you plan to do with that head after expressly tearing it off its neck?" She was the Demon King's subordinate Nano. Frau is sure she possesses some information about him Nano. Renia pulled a troubled expression upon Frau's triumphant announcement. Usually, the dead couldn't talk. For this reason, you had to capture a person alive if you wanted to extract information out of them. But the head in Frau's hand was undoubtedly and utterly dead. Even if you talk about information, how do you plan to make a dead person spill the beans? After asking that much, Renia suddenly realized that Frau possessed an ability allowing her to access the knowledge of the existences locked in within her body. It's easy for Frau to extract information even from the dead No. Come to think of it, you got a point. But, do you plan to possess that thing? Once Renia asked while pointing at the head, Frau's movements stopped. The bear looked up to her, wondering what was wrong. In case Frau wanted to obtain the information for the dead, she had to take her target into her own body. Basically it meant she had to somehow absorb the head, but the other party was someone from a different world, and on top of that, she was the source of a somewhat odd stench in Frau's eyes. If she had to be frank, she wasn't all that eager to possess that head. But, she wouldn't be able to obtain the information if she didn't possess it. After pondering about it for a while, Frau's face suddenly brightened up as if she had come up with a good idea while she pointed at Katz. "I'll have Katz can absorb it No. Margrave Summer, I don't want that." Katz pleaded with a truly unwilling expression while supporting Leopard who had lost his consciousness again after getting hit by the door remains. As far as Renia remembered, Katz was endowed with an ability similar to Frau's. But, Katz didn't appear too happy about the prospect of absorbing a severed head. "You're such a selfish child No. Aren't you just pushing something you hate on someone else?" Once Renia sent a slightly scary look her way, implicitly asking who was selfish here. Frau dropped her shoulders in disappointment. For an instant she entertained the idea to simply toss the head away somewhere, but then she wouldn't know why she had chased after Sazan while walking around the miasma forest. Moreover, obtaining as much information about the Demon King as possible in the current situation was all for the sake of her master. Giving up on an opportunity that was right in front of her eyes was something even Frau wanted to avoid. "I have no choice then No. I will endure by pinching my nose No. It's not like you're a kid who can't eat her carrots," as Renia commented while rolling his eyes. Frau began to push the head into the pocket of her apron dress, which didn't seem like it'd fit a head, while really pinching her nose. If children or someone with a weak heart had seen her stuff a bloody head into the pocket of her apron dress, they'd have fainted or cried loudly. As such, that scene was interrupted halfway by Emil modestly calling out to her. Certainly, if Frau absorbed Sazan's head, she'd be able to obtain her knowledge, but since it'd likewise entail Frau taking in Sazan as a component, Emil was worried that it might have some negative influence on Frau herself. When Renia asked her what else they should do to resolve this, Emil said with a fed-up tone, "Have you forgotten that I can also extract information out of heads?" Well, when a hero, who had been summoned by a certain country, tried to prey upon Shan, Emil went ahead, cleaned up the hoodlums of the city, and extracted information about the city out of their heads. Thus Emil had asked Renia while believing that he might have forgotten about it, but Renia's response was rather evasive. Emil suspected that his forgetfulness must have been the reason for it, but in reality, Renia had another reason for not dumping this task on Emil. Since it was a relatively irrelevant story, Renia did forget about Emil's ability to extract information out of the heads of other people, but even after recalling it, he wasn't quite willing to hand Sazan's head to Emil. His reluctance was based on Sazan being a lost, according to what he'd heard from Frau. When it comes to Frau, it wouldn't be as bad since she already knows some information from my memories. Moreover, she's a fairy who's been keeping me company for a long time. On top of that, she's under my control, so it wouldn't be an issue even if she were to look inside the head of a lost, Renia assessed. But, although Emil was definitely one of Renia's friends, she still remained an individual out of Renia's control, in addition to being a demon. Of course, no one would know what kind of knowledge was hidden inside Sazan's head until they probed into it, but Renia felt slightly uneasy that, if it was stuffed with some outrageous knowledge, Emil might be able to put it into practice once she learned of it. But, in that case, you could have said something when Frau and Katz were pushing the task on each other, couldn't you? While asking, the scale inside Renia's head with the danger of providing Emil with the information of a lost on one end and the danger of having a part of Sazan added to Frau on the other end was swinging back and forth. Renia couldn't help but feel that either option was dangerous enough to the extent of hesitation, but after brooding for a while, he came to the conclusion that it'd be less of a problem to hand the knowledge to Emil as he'd be able to fix any situation that might crop up from it one way or another than adding a part of Sazan to Frau which they wouldn't be able to remove later on. "I definitely wanna hold back a bit on extracting information out of that head," said Emil without having had any way to know about the internal conflict within Renia. Emil honestly believed that she didn't want to touch the head, if possible at all, but watching Frau about to push the head into some abnormal place, namely the pocket of Frau's dress, Emil came forward while feeling pity for both Frau and the head. "Okay, can I leave it to you then?" "Well, I'm not really happy about it, but well," Renia swallowed, mean neither as a comment, confiscated the head from Frau, and passed it to Emil. Emil's way of extraction didn't require her to absorb the head like Frau or Katz, but her method also had its own downsides as it didn't allow her to only pull out the necessary information. She could only obtain knowledge by browsing all information left in Sazan's head at once. Even back when she cleaned up the hoodlums in the capital of the Holy Kingdom, she was shown all the evil deeds those hoodlums had committed until they got killed by Emil, which heavily ruined her mood. While consoling herself with the belief that it'd still be much better than adding some uncertain element to Frau Orkut's, Emil placed the head on the floor, and started to use her art. This is a bit. Emil furrowed her eyebrows at the information slowly streaming into her. Only Emil knew what kind of information she was accessing, and thus Renia and the others were doomed to merely watch it all happening. Is it just me who's getting a somewhat bad feeling about this? I cannot help feeling like that either, though. Is it okay for me to leave? Leopard, Grun, and Cats whispered amongst each other. Relieved after danger had apparently passed her, Frau started to feel bored and looked up to the Calamity Bear's huge body, who had curled up on the training ground and was now sleeping, while folding her arms and wondering what she should do with this monster. In front of Renia, who commented in his head, "Your danger hasn't passed yet," when noticing how Frau was looking at the bear, Emil apparently wrapped up the information extraction, but she immediately looked up to him while pulling a troubled face. "How is it?" Renia asked. In response, Emil started to speak with a somewhat timid look. Let's see. Somehow there's lots of weird information. There's something I'd like to ask you first, Renia." "What's up?" "The owner of this head, the woman called Sazan, seems to be lost, you see." "What about it?" "If I remember correctly, you're lost as well, aren't you?" "Well, yeah." Renia had never hidden the fact about him being lost. Since he had been open about it from the very start, it was nothing that would require confirmation at this point, causing him to not quite understand the meaning behind Emil's question. If that's the case, assuming the information possessed by this Sazan woman belongs to a lost. Say, Renia, do you also possess an organ called a yarahole? What the heck is that? Renia didn't comprehend the meaning of that term whatsoever. He looked at Emil with eyes clearly asking just what the hell she was talking about, but as if not noticing his look, Emil continued in a whisper, "As you're well aware, Renia, I pride myself to be a bit of an expert when it comes to the structure of the living beings in this world, but, according to the information inside the head over here, the men of the Lost's world possess that organ. However, as far as I know, nothing similar should exist among the races living in this world." Originally Emil had disassembled, melted and cut humans, just to stick them together thereafter. Even Renia believed that she should own a fair share of knowledge about the bodies of living beings after having done such things, but when being confronted with an organ Emil didn't know, Renia couldn't help her with his knowledge either. "Somehow it seems to be an organ that's being used during the times when men have sex with each other," explained Emil with a totally serious expression. "No such organ exists." Renia responded with what sounded like a scream. Even if Renia might have lost his memories of his previous world, he'd at least know whether his own body possessed such an organ. With a sidelong glance at Frau and the three heroes, who watched that exchange with flabbergasted expressions as they were unable to follow the conversation's flow, Emil further whispered, "Just what the heck is all this knowledge? Submissive, dominant, leading top, servile bottom. While all of these are words we somehow know, they seem to carry different meanings, but this is very interesting, I gotta say." "Hey," someone hit Emil on the head to make her forget all those memories. "I don't really get it, but I feel like things will become really bad if we leave her like that. By the way, Renia, are you dominant or submissive overall? I'd really love to know which it is." Emil began to ask with a somewhat impish expression, obviously up for some teasing, while looking up to him. But Renia's crisis management ability alarmed him that things were heading in a totally wrong direction. "I have absolutely no interest in nitpicking about the hobbies of other people, but, if you don't give it a rest right now, I'll lop off your head once more, and have it absorbed by Frau." Before anyone had noticed, Renia was holding the scabbard of his katana while having already raised the blade out of the sheath. Due to the genuine bloodlust contained in his voice, Emil quickly took some distance from him while flapping both her hands at Renia so as to hinder him from drawing his katana any further. My thirst for knowledge just got the better of me, K. I won't do it anymore, so could I have you put that thing away? Rinya glared at her for a while, but then tossed his katana into his inventory. Seeing Rinya letting go of his weapon, Emil breathed out in relief. We ended up digressing a bit, but anyway, what do you want to know? Feeling that the conversation would just derail again if he asked her whose fault this digression had been in the first place, Rinya decided to focus on getting along with the story. Let's see. First off, does she know anything about the intentions of the Demon King? No, she doesn't. About the combat forces of the Demon King army? Nothing about that either. Any information about the other losts on the Demon King's side? It seems like she's seen them, but she appears to not even know their names. Emil's replies towards Rinya's questions were curt. Even if they might have obtained the knowledge possessed by Sazan, it wouldn't mean that they could find out information about things Sazan wasn't aware of. As such, Rinya had known that they wouldn't be able to solve all the open questions, but even so, the amount of information was far too low. Probably believing that things wouldn't go anywhere at this rate, while Rinya was perplexed as he couldn't fathom just how Sazan had supported the Demon King's side with so little involvement, Emil started to explain from her side. I'll try to explain in detail what she does know. Her name is Sazan Kuromitsu. She's a 29-year-old single. In the world over there she apparently used to have an occupation called OL. Though I've got absolutely no clue what this OL is supposed to be. She was summoned to this world on her way back from work. It looks like she stayed at the Demon King's castle from the very beginning. She was an ordinary, working adult, though I don't know whether that makes it more clear. I see. She was told by the Demon King that this world is polluted by sins without any way for purification anymore. He asked her to support him with his attempt to destroy everything once to reset the world, before building a new world. It looks like she participated in the Demon King army too, but... Anyway, what a surprise for people believing such bullshit to actually exist in reality. Probably a personal ideology. Just ignore it. Sure. Her skill was temptation. It's an ability that allowed her to even manipulate corpses as long as they were men. The source of the ability seems to be the scent emitted from her body. Isn't it great you didn't fight her? Emil's statement was based on the idea that things would be really dire now if she had been able to manipulate Rinya as well, but Rinya urged her to continue without minding that part. In reality, it had been only Wiminchen, Emil, and Frau who had fought against Sazan. For this reason, they were lucky enough as Sazan's ability didn't work on either of them, but Rinya believed that it wouldn't have been that much of a problem even if he had fought her himself. Because Rinya was protected from any harmful effects which could befall his body by the skill, healthy body, which he had received from that little goddess, Rinya was certain that Sazan's ability wouldn't have been able to hijack him completely, although it might have had some level of effect. The skill itself is something she apparently received from the Demon King. So such an ability existed as well, huh? According to the Demon King, the source of that power lay inside the heart, home. What's wrong, Frau? Damn it, Nanu. It's almost as if Frau was outwitted no. In the middle of Emil's words, Frau started to hold her head and bump it against the cowering bear. Everyone blinked in surprise at her eccentric behavior. Only the bear watched over Frau without running away while revealing a somewhat troubled expression. As for Frau, she had stolen Sazan's head with the intent to outwit the man called Karen. But the reason why he didn't come after her was simply because he had no need for the head she took away. Thus Frau was deeply embarrassed by being forced to realize this fact only now after all this time, but she couldn't bring herself to honestly admit that. Q. I shall not forget this disgrace no. I will remember it, indefinitely no. Frau shifted from slamming her head against the bear to pulling on its fur as if intending to rip it out. Because of her behavior, everyone immediately knew that something had happened, but since they felt like they'd touch upon something they shouldn't touch upon if they asked Frau about the details, everyone present pretended to not have seen anything, or to not pay any attention to it despite having seen it. However, with his fur being tightly grasped on top of being pulled, only the bear whimpered in a heartbreaking manner. Anyway, where was I? The other information I can pull out of this Sazan woman in regards to the Demon King is, oh, this looks like it could be related, I think. What is it? It seems to have taken place at the same time as this lost here was ordered to pursue us. Inserting a pause at this point, Emil interpreted the meaning of the words she was saying next while continuing with a somewhat dumbstruck tone. This looks like a detached force has somehow invaded the Dragonoid continent. The Dragonoids had closed off all transfer gates to the other continents after their hero Albert had escaped. After having been overrun by the demons in the previous battles, they were still suffering from the heavy blow without having had any time to heal their wounds. Assuming the demons launched another attack of similar firepower as the one they used against Rinya's group during their retreat, it was pretty clear what outcome would await the Dragonoids. The only ones unable to imagine it in this place were the Calamity Bear and Leopard. Water was being filled into a shallow container brought over from the kitchen. After stopping at around the half mark of the container, small, dark brown beads, also borrowed from the kitchen, were smoothly thrown into the ordinary, transparent water. The reason for the small beads being colored and bigger than usual stemmed from them not having been refined properly, but expecting them to be pure white in this world would clearly be asking too much. And since this small flaw would also be within permissible range for the taste, Rinya didn't mind it overly much. He waited and observed the beads for a while, which were melting only slowly, probably because of their size. In response, he crouched down next to the container, which had been placed directly on the ground, and started to stir the water clockwise after thrusting his index finger inside. Currently, he was in a deserted place in a corner of the city he was ruling in his position as Earl. Obviously, anyone who saw him now while not knowing who he might be, would undoubtedly ask themselves just what he was doing over there. And, assuming someone had the nerve to actually confront Rinya with that question, Rinya would likely answer the following with a serious look: I'm making sugared water. In other words, the beads he had borrowed from the kitchen were sugar, a fairly expensive ingredient in this world. Melting them in water to make sugar water would be the outcome from the previous chain of actions. However, even if people would understand this part, the next question should pop up in their minds right away. Just what is Rinya trying to achieve by making sugar water in such a deserted area? There shouldn't be anyone present who would ask that question, which anyone might harbor even after having the current state of affairs explained to them, but against all expectations, there existed someone who called out to Rinya from above his head as he was crouching and stirring the water. Just what are you doing over there? Reacting to that voice, Rinya looked above, just to find a black-haired twin-tail girl floating up there while flapping two small, faintly glowing wings, probably an energy-conserving version of her bigger wings from before. Wearing a pure white dress with its hems fluttering loosely, the girl peered down at Rinya with a puzzled look, not understanding the meaning behind his action. Identifying her, Rinya pulled his finger out of the water, and after shaking it lightly to get rid of the water droplets, pushed the container with the finished sugar water towards the area underneath the floating girl's feet. Next he silently took a distance and hid himself in the shadow of a nearby building. You The girl timidly called out to Rinya after he did all that under her eyes without muttering a single word, but without giving her any kind of answer. Rinya fixedly stared at the girl and the container beneath her from his hiding place. Just what is he expecting me to do here? The girl asked herself. From the fact of Rinya having stopped to stir the water after having spotted her, the girl could easily tell that all of this very likely had something to do with her. However, no matter how she pondered about it, she couldn't connect the dots between herself and the container beneath her. With just a look, she could identify the water inside the container to be sugar water. She was also well aware that sugar itself was a luxury item, but from her point of view, it was no more than another irrelevant material existing in a transient world. Of course, even the girl was willing to admit its charm for being sweet. Having thought up to this point, an idea suddenly struck her. The sugar water beneath me is sweet. Currently she was floating in the air above it, and on top of that, shed a light strong enough to be detectable even under the sun. I really want to believe that I'm wrong here, but you're not putting me on the same level as a firefly, are you? Net. Roger. Who had apparently been lurking on the roof of the building which Rinya used as a hiding place, followed Rinya's order and threw a casting net as it'd likely be used for catching fish. Giliel, the girl in question, looked up to the net as it fully expanded above her head with a somewhat resigned expression, and rather than questioning why Rinya was trying to catch her, she felt depressed over the fact of him considering to catch her with sugar water, because she was flying and shining just like a firefly, as a viable option, resulting in her being unable to dodge. Bah! In which world would you find people trying to catch their chief goddess with a net? For example, this world. Are you an idiot? No, you're obviously an idiot. Though I'm also an idiot for allowing you to catch me. Giliel's body was completely covered from head to toe by the net as she had remained standing upright without evading in any way. But I'm still the one serving as chief goddess in this world. There's no way that I'd be unable to slip out of something as silly as a net. Ha! What's this? I can't get out, ha! Why? Hey! The entire net has had divinity applied to it. When it comes to whom I've granted my blessing, it must have been Rona, right? It was that big-boobed, fat saintess, wasn't it? I'll pretend to not have heard any of what you said just now. Even Giliel would have been easily capable of escaping a simple, ordinary net. But, anticipating that, they had blessed the net, making it possible to easily catch Giliel's divine body as the net now possessed the same divinity as Giliel. No matter how much Rinya might be outside the norms of this world, even he didn't possess the ability to grant divinity to objects. Basically, it showed that someone else had cooperated in this capturing operation, and if it came to people capable of blessing items that would also work against gods in clinch, no one other than Rona would come to mind. Rona. For you to treat the goddess you should serve like this, you'll receive divine punishment. Giliel, I'll curse you, you know. Is what I had considered to do this time, but I'll let her off the hook this time. Giliel attempted to change the flow of her words in panic. After all, when it came to Rinya's curse, it'd be something so potent and ferocious that even Giliel's mistress would suffer very serious damage. Of course that little goddess would pull through one way or another, but Giliel, who was far lower in status, didn't have any confidence about surviving that curse if she got squarely hit by it. For the time being, let us put the matter of divine punishments aside. Just what kind of business do you have with me? If one ignored the fact of Rinya putting Giliel on par with a firefly, it'd only leave the sequence of actions Rinya apparently took to call over Giliel. Leaving aside the means, Giliel had absolutely no clue as to what matter would require Rinya to summon her in such a way, and thus directly asked Rinya while struggling in an attempt to somehow wriggle herself out of the net. "There's something I want to ask you." "Then use a normal way to call me, please. Wouldn't you be able to summon someone like me over right away if you used your hotline with my mistress without setting up schemes like this?" Once Giliel looked up to Rinya with a sullen expression, he turned his face away as if to dodge her accusing stare while lightly scratching his head, and mumbled, "It'd just wear me mentally out to contact that, so I want to avoid it at any cost. It's because my mistress is bored. If she got a contact from you, Rinya-san, she'd definitely come over to get involved in matters, so I can understand your feelings on this," agreed Giliel with Rinya's reply, but Shin, who had been waiting on top of the roof while repeatedly nodding, jumped down, walked up to Rinya, peered at Giliel beyond Rinya, and after confirming that Giliel was squatting on the ground with her body entangled by the net, she lightly clenched a fist. "It looks like it went well. That was quite the performance. Like this you could totally make a living as a fisherman. Being a fisherman is a bit, if possible, I'd like you to support me, Rinya." "I'll consider it." Him requiring a moment stemmed from Rinya being unable to immediately reply to Shin's request. She was someone he didn't dislike, and at this point it was proper to say that Shin had already been widely recognized as a member of the eccentric Earl in the Trident Principality on the human continent. Rinya was trying to not pay overly much attention to it, but the name of Earl Rinya Kunujai was actually connected to good and bad reputation at the same time. Him being the main protagonist behind the Holy Kingdom's ruin played a major role in this. Rinya was wondering whether it was beyond hopeless for the comrades of such an infamous earl like him to actually find a husband. Choosing Shin as a marriage partner might come with a certain extent of benefits, but at the same time it had the huge drawback of triggering a quarrel with Earl Kunujai's surroundings which outweighed any advantages by far. No one would go out of their way to snatch a treasure in front of a dragon's nose, no matter how wonderful and valuable that treasure might be. And assuming such a man existed, they'd be either utter fools or heroes in the sense of possessing extraordinary courage. Then again, as far as Rinya knew and expected, neither of those two types existed on the human continent. Rona had been put into a similar situation, but as she was designated a saintess by the humans' goddess, her situation differed from Shin's. Although it didn't go as far as her being highly popular, Rinya had heard from Maria that she had been approached by suitors from all over the place at a fairly regular frequency. This appeared to be based on the thinking Rona would be able to somehow oppose Rinya as someone backed by the goddess, if it should be needed, but that very goddess, which was their last ray of hope, was currently writhing at Rinya's feet. Shin had started to fidget around with an extremely happy face, apparently because Rinya had outright denied her request. On the other hand, Rinya decided to shelve the matter with her for the moment, and crouched down to match his eyeline with that of Giliel. "There's something I'd like to know. It's related to the original gods of this world. I think only the demon god's whereabouts are currently unknown, but that guy is staying over at the Demon King's place right now, correct? I can't check it, but it seems that he's hiding out somewhere on the demon continent. I mean, there are no other places he could go to." "But, Rinya-san, why are you suddenly thinking that?" The former demon supervisor likely being somewhere on the demon continent was evident even without her being able to confirm it. After all, Giliel had already fully grasped the situation of the other continents with the help of her new subordinates, the former human and beastman supervisors. At this point, it was impossible for the former demon supervisor to go back to the domain under the control of Giliel's mistress. And in a situation where it immediately became clear if he descended on the surface, the only place for the former demon supervisor to guarantee his own safety was the demon continent. However, Rinya had clearly asked whether the demon god was to be found at the demon king's place. As soon as Giliel asked whether he had some backing for that assumption, Rinya answered, "The timing for the demon king's army to invade the Dragonoid continent is too weird. Since they can only invade in one of the 4 directions, you could say that it's not so much a matter of a 25% chance to hit, but rather a 75% chance to miss. It also feels out of place for them to attack the Dragonoids, who are currently easy to attack as they are weakened the most among the 4 races, on top of having a hero who's acting independently at the moment. You're saying the timing is too good to be true. It's almost as if they've been watching our circumstances from somewhere, don't you think? Since I can't believe the Demon King to have such an ability, I've started to think that someone near the Demon King must have such an ability. What's your reason for assuming that the Demon King doesn't possess an ability allowing him to do just that? If we assume that the Demon King is originally supposed to be somehow defeatable by 4 heroes, it'd mean that the Demon King's abilities excel that of a single hero. But if they had added something like clairvoyance to the Demon King's abilities, it'd have actually been odd for the world to not belong to the demons by now. Unlike the heroes among the different races, the name of Demon King referred to the strongest entity among the demons. Contrary to fighting while relying on the assistance by their surroundings like the heroes did, the Demon King was able to move all demons through orders like his own limbs. If such a Demon King possessed the ability to gather information from distant places without leaving his castle, he'd dispatch his armies to the most efficient places before the heroes could gather and form a united front against himself. Rinya believed that it'd have been possible for the Demon King to crush the heroes individually before they could mount any reasonable resistance. It was conceivable that the Demon King didn't possess such an ability, as such accurate army movements hadn't been carried out by the demons so far, but them suddenly having started to move after choosing the perfect timing and opportunity meant that someone with an appropriate ability was now near the Demon King, Rinya had judged. I see. Leaving aside whether your hypothesis is correct or not, what do you want to do from now on, Rinya-san? Giliel fixed her eyes on Rinya. Her expression was so serious that it made Shin bate her breath while watching from the side, but even if she directed such a grave look at Rinya, it could only look ridiculous when it had to pass through a casting net. Unintentionally I had my breath taken away by the extremely retarded impression of the whole picture. That's the part worrying you. Shin-san, so far as it goes, I'm a being similar to a goddess for you people, you know. Could I have you repeat this frequently, since I'm otherwise going to completely forget it, if you don't remind me constantly? Shin retorted nonchalantly. Giliel could only grind her teeth out of vexation in response. Disregarding her state, Rinya voiced his thoughts. I'd like to retrieve Albert one way or another. Not a rescue or aid, but a retrieval. You're really, on an emotional level, I'd like to rescue him. After all, he's one of the very few decent heroes. But, time-wise that might be somewhat difficult to pull off, so I used retrieval here. In short, it meant he didn't try to feign ignorance, but actively chose to abandon the other party. Rinya wasn't one to hesitate in making such a decision, if no other options were available. Moreover, in this particular case, Rinya had a reason why he had to retrieve Albert at all costs, besides his feelings on the matter. I said it a moment ago, but the Demon King is an opponent that can be somehow defeated with 4 heroes. That's the setting of this world. Right now we have 4 heroes on our side if we add the demon hero Emil. Are you possibly worrying that the Demon King's side is going to use some kind of method to add the Dragonoid's hero to shift the current balance in their favor, Rinya? Once Shin asked with an expression, showing how much she had strained her brain to come up with this. Rinya nodded deeply as if to agree with Shin's suspicion. In addition, if we go by Frau's report and the information extracted from that lost called Sazan, the Demon King's side currently possesses an ability to manipulate the opposite sex of the user at will. It's highly likely that they'd make Albert switch sides. However, all methods of contacting or reaching the Dragonoid's side have been crushed, and even if we tried to travel to the northern Dragonoid continent one way or another, it'd take too much time. When their conversation reached that point, Rinya and Shin looked at Giliel at almost the same time, as if they had arranged to do so in advance. Noticing their stares on herself, Giliel grasped why they had called her to this place, and stopped her efforts to get out of the casting net. You might say so, but I don't think I will be much of an assistance, you know. The place they had moved to while taking Giliel along, who had been still tangled up in the net during the transport, was Rinya's private room. As for why they chose this particular place, one reason would stem from Rinya believing that neither humans, elves, or beastmen would be overly happy about him getting involved with the Dragonoid continent. Another reason was to be found in the Dragonoid hero Albert having left Rinya's place because Rinya had headed out to rescue Emil, a demon, and as such, a common enemy shared by the world thus far. However, Rinya didn't feel any shame about having done any of it. If he were to be placed into another similar situation with the same choice to be made, he'd opt for this approach, no matter how often he had to. Nevertheless, it wasn't as if Rinya didn't understand where Albert was coming from. For this very reason Rinya wasn't all that willing to completely abandon Albert, but the highest authorities of the 3 races seemed to believe that it'd simply lead to the Dragonoid's demise sooner or later anyway. Since he was planning to go rescue those Dragonoids, even going as far as borrowing Giliel's power, it was unthinkable for them to be happy about it. Therefore he had decided to secretly transport Giliel to his room in order to discuss matters with her over here. As if it was only natural, Shin, who had assisted in the Giliel capture, was present as well. The earlier statement marked the first words leaving Giliel's mouth after having been brought to Rinya's room. Look, you tend to forget it, but so far as it goes I count as a goddess in this world, okay? Though I suppose I can at least send you and your friends to the Dragonoid continent, Rinya-san. It sure sounds like you have some strange inferiority complex going there. No, not really. It's just that I can evaluate myself properly. Or is there something else I'm missing here? As soon as they had entered Rinya's room, she had dived into the bed normally used by Rinya, and kept grumbling her replies with her face buried in the sheet. Seeing her like that, she looked like an ordinary, sulking girl, but definitely not like anyone you'd connect with the word goddess. Rinya, who watched her antics with a fed-up expression, and Shin, who had raised an eyebrow at Giliel occupying Rinya's bed, looked at each other, not quite sure what to do with her. Whether she might be sulking or have grown timid, at present Giliel was the only feasible option to send Rinya and his party to the Dragonoid continent. With the usual means of using a transfer gate thwarted, the methods for reaching the Dragonoid continent were gone, and even if some kind of method were to be available, it'd require a humongous amount of time to arrive there. Of course Rinya would have the option to use his huge amount of mana to fly all the way there, but in that case he'd need to resolve himself for accumulating a big amount of fatigue on top of spending a long time for such a flight. The recovery skill owned by Rinya restored his mana and stamina at an astounding rate, but for some reason it didn't work on mental or emotional things, and thus he'd be stuck with accumulating mental fatigue. What are we going to do about this? Rinya asked while pointing at his bed where Giliel was fidgeting around. Shin pondered for some time while groaning, before voicing out the reply she had apparently reached at last. How about using gentle words to win her over for once? Are you telling me to do that? Isn't the grade of difficulty way too high? Given that Rinya didn't have any memories of his previous life, he didn't know what kind of personality he had before coming to this world. Therefore he couldn't deny the possibility of him possibly having been quite proficient at such flattery, but if he asked himself whether his current self would be able to do what Shin had suggested just now, he completely lacked confidence in confirming it. In my opinion, you're always harsh on Giliel, so I feel like a little push by using just a few nice words for her would do the trick. You say some pretty nasty things yourself as well, don't you? By the way, I'd easily fall with a little push as well. That's no answer to my question, is it? After coldly shooting down Shin, who was looking all smug after making her remark, Rinya brought his face close to Giliel, who was lying prostrate on his bed. He felt like it'd be a vain endeavor either way, but he also believed that he might as well go along with a fellow woman's, Shin's, proposal, as he didn't have anything to lose anyway. Giliel, currently I'm in a terrible bind. I'm counting on you. If I had been able to say that she's the only one I can count on, it'd have likely been a lot more efficient, Rinya himself believed as well, but since it wasn't as though Rinya was relying only on Giliel in everything, Rinya couldn't stress that part. Even if this obstinacy of his lowered the effect of his cajoling, Rinya was unable to lie about something he didn't really mean. There was no reaction. Although he got assailed by the hunch that the strategy might be the problem here, Rinya cheered himself up that he'd need to try for just a bit longer, and further whispered into Giliel's ear, I'm sorry about not having repaid you overly well. And I'm well aware that it might be a bit shameless to request even more from you on top of that, but could you please lend me your strength while considering it a small assistance? As he had expected, there was still no reaction. Just when he was on the verge of pulling his face away from Giliel's ear, believing that this was a failure, Giliel beckoned Rinya over while still laying face down on his bed. Is something the matter? More. Rinya almost clenched his fists in joy, but reminded himself to hold back until he got her to promise. In the eyes of someone who was kindly asked to provide a little more service, it wouldn't be such an outrageous demand, as it was just a matter of raising the reward a bit, and not one where you'd need to scold the requester. Once he considered it like that, it soothed any irritation within him, but even then, Rinya had absolutely no idea what else he should say to answer her request. I'm always thankful. You're my guardian angel. At the same time as Giliel raised her face that looked totally slovenly and loose, Rinya felt like he ended up saying something he should have never said out loud, and thus hung his head in dejection with a very gloomy expression. Once he faced Shin, who came over and clapped his shoulder in an encouraging manner. She said to him with a serious gaze, "That's something I'd love to occasionally hear from you as well. Please spare me. Do you intend to kill me emotionally?" Contrary to Rinya, who felt like locking himself up in some small, dark place and cowering there for a while, Giliel jumped off the bed after having fully recovered her good mood. Now that you've gone this far, I have no other choice. As your guardian angel, I, Giliel, shall lend you my power. Just earlier you said that you wouldn't be of much assistance, didn't you? Shin rebutted while looking somewhat unhappy. In response, Giliel toned her tension down a bit while answering, "Well, it doesn't change the things I can't do. If you told me to revert time for the sake of reliably rescuing Albert, for example, that would be impossible. Time isn't a domain we can interfere with, as it has some parts that can only be manipulated by higher beings. There are higher beings. Yes, Rinya-san knows one of them. Even though he hadn't fully recovered from the emotional shock yet, Rinya calmly nodded when his name was dropped. How about asking that person then? Please don't. That's no joke either, okay? We don't know what kind of effect it'd have on this world if my mistress used her power to manipulate time. In the first place, if she were to send you back into the past, it'd create a time axis with two Rinya-san existing in this world, you know. At that point, anything and everything could happen, so please consider the side who has to supervise this world, too. Would it be that bad if two of me existed? Giliel flapped her wings while answering Rinya's question. There's no problem if a Rinya-san of World A and Rinya-san of World B live in World C. But, if Rinya-san of World A is sent back 1 hour on World A, it'll result in two Rinya-san of World A existing, and this will become a problem. As someone who's crossed the boundary, I know that several worlds exist, but are there several me's on other worlds? That's something I can't say. The world seems to fork into infinite branches depending on probabilities, possibilities, and choices. But, at this point a being of my level has to pass since I can't observe all of them. The only one who seems to fully grasp all words with all their variations seems to be my mistress. Probably. The talk was about to get quite complicated, but it didn't contain anything Rinya wanted to know right now. Rinya switched his thinking as he had to bring back the conversation to the Dragonoids. So, what would you be capable of? I could send you and your friends to the Dragonoid continent, is what I'd love to say, but since the demon continent is between here and there, it's not like I can offer to send you wherever you like. It wasn't as if Rinya didn't wonder whether this was enough to demand a service from others which would kill them emotionally, but he didn't voice any of his doubts. Her having mentioned ahead of time that there were some things she couldn't do meant that she could still do other things. As he had offended her before asking about what she could do, complaining now would clearly count as a disservice towards her. If it's the transfer gates located on the Dragonoid continent, I can set up a path to them, but I don't know whether it's because the Dragonoids intended to completely cut off all contact with everyone, or whether it's because of yet another reason, but it looks like the transfer gates themselves have been destroyed. Though I'm going to look for a location allowing me to connect a transfer path, explained Giliel evasively. They were pushed up to this point by you, Rinya-san. In the worst case, I'll consult with my mistress, and we'll force a way open to the demon continent. Giliel, isn't the transfer gate near the dragon's nest, which we used the last time, still active? Rinya suddenly remembered about that gate and immediately asked Giliel about it. That transfer gate was definitely located on the Dragonoid continent. But not only was it extremely close to the dragon's nest said to be inhabited by the dragons, but it was situated in a shrine which was far away from any Dragonoid habitation. In other words, it was a gate leading to a deserted, isolated place. Rinya believed that no one would have meddled with such a remote transfer gate, even if the Dragonoids or someone else might have destroyed the gates. Dragon's Nest. Oh. Come to think of it, such a place existed at the northern tip of the Dragonoid continent, didn't it? Was there a transfer gate around there? Since it's not like I've seen it on a map, I don't know its precise location, but we used it in the past, so yeah. Over there, huh? Sure feels somewhat nostalgic at this point. In front of Shen, who seemed to wistfully recall the past, Giliel pressed a hand against her temple with a troubled expression as if trying to remember something, but then her face suddenly brightened up, and she looked directly at Rinya. I found it. It looks like the gate over there is still working. That makes things quick. Please open a path to that gate. Sure thing, is what I'd love to say, but there's still a problem left, you know. Gliel poured cold water on Rinya, whose expression had loosened up as he was sure that things would work out one way or another now that they found this solution. At present I don't know the situation on the Dragonoid continent. I've turned the former human and beastman supervisors into my subordinates, and we're currently managing this world, but in addition to us not grasping everything that is going on because we're short-handed, the Dragonoids don't seem to have an overly nice relationship with you, Rinya-san, and thus we didn't root much effort into observing them. And that means... How do you plan to gather information about Albert-san's location and so on after going over there? If you think that you can simply head over and things will work out one way or another, I'd recommend you to give up on that idea. Seemingly intending to warn him rather than make him desist altogether, Gliel tried to get a read on what Rinya was thinking from his face. While scratching his head, Rinya answered, "It's not like I don't have an idea. Would it be possible to tell me about that idea of yours?" "Yeah, it's nothing that grand or confidential. Don't you understand from the fact of the transfer gate being close to the dragon's nest?" "I see, so you're planning to ask the dragons in the dragon's nest for information about the Dragonoids." Shin clapped her hands together as if it was a magnificent idea, but hearing Rinya's words, Gliel put on an indescribably grim expression. It was a story apt to be forgotten, but dragons were beings with absolute strength in this world. You could even describe them as symbols of death. For the ordinary inhabitants of this world, a meeting with a dragon meant a one-way ticket to the netherworld, so it was usually unthinkable that they'd consider the option of gathering information from dragons as feasible. Such an idea could only stem from Rinya, and Shin going along with it was just proof of her being totally influenced by him. Though Gliel couldn't make up her mind whether to label either as good or bad. Very likely Rubadra, Imidra, or both should be present in that dragon's nest or whatever it is, right? You mean it's a great bargain since we'll be able to procure information and a means of transportation in one go. In the worst case, we'll at least have some method to move around, even if we can't get any information over there. Regardless of whether Rubadra and Imidra are over there or not. As it was pretty clear from his words that he intended to secure a dragon, even if he had to force his hand, Gliel sent her heart out to the dragons in the far north of the Dragonoid continent. If the Dragonoids had been eradicated by the Demon King, it wouldn't be odd for the dragons to have suffered damage as well since they were inhabitants of the same continent. As such, Gliel felt slightly guilty for sending the calamity with the name of Rinya to such a place, but at this point she couldn't do anything about it, nor could she stop Rinya from going through with it. Despite essentially being a goddess, Gliel had no other choice but to offer her prayers so that any kind of disaster that might befall the dragons would at least be limited to the lowest level possible. While Gliel was opening a gate connected to the shrine close to the dragon nest, Rinya swiftly racked his brain about who to take with him. Going by the situation, the option of not taking Shin along doesn't exist anymore, meaning, she's set. If I opted to not take her with me at this point, she'd obviously go berserk to a degree that it'd be hard to rein her back in. And seeing how we're about to go to the Dragonoid continent to resolve a dispute, I'd love to avoid adding even more troubles, Rinya honestly assessed. If not for that, I'd be quite capable of retrieving Albert or what used to be Albert by myself. Accordingly, it wasn't as if Rinya wouldn't be somehow able to cope if he went to the Dragonoid continent with just Shin alone, but he felt slightly reluctant to go there with just the two of them. His discomfort stemmed from the trailing memory of how the Archduchess had earlier told him to choose one of the three. Of course, thanks to the Archduchess including herself in the choices, Rinya couldn't quite tell how serious she meant all of it, but limited to just the content of her words, Rinya didn't believe them to be a joke either. If he were to ever find himself in a situation where he had to make a choice no matter what, it'd be mostly settled whom he'd pick, going by level of association, but going on a trip with Shin alone before actually wording it out felt somewhat questionable to Rinya. Mostly owed to his embarrassment taking precedence here. The objective of their upcoming mission was the prevention of the Demon King's side's obtaining of Albert, so it wasn't as if it bore some special, romantic meaning, but Rinya still felt like it'd be a bad idea anyhow. Even though this argumentation would be in vain if he were told that he was overthinking things, but even so, Rinya felt like wanting someone else to accompany them for the sake of his mental and emotional stability. However, when he thought about it, he realized that Emil was currently training as a hero, and Rona had been spearheading the recent chain of events as a saint. Moreover, Maria didn't have the ability to be of any use for this mission, even if he took her along, and Rinya would actually feel sorry about forcing her to travel abroad as someone completely specialized in administrative matters. As for Frau, he wanted her to rest up a bit longer since he had her deal with Sazan's cleanup just recently. Given that the elves should have a certain level of exchange with the Dragonoids, it seemed like a good idea to take Krua along, but she didn't have an overly good impression of the Dragonoids after having watched their previous actions, and since she often used words and behaviors that could be interpreted as insulting and thorny, he had a slight issue with bringing her along. When it came to the other heroes, taking them along was out of the question to begin with. Having considered things up to this point, Rinya noticed that he didn't have anyone else he could take with him. "You seem to be troubled." Giliel spoke up in the middle of her work, seeing Rinya's expression as he mused that he might have to go on this long trip with Shin alone, assuming there was no other possible option. Giliel had opened a dresser-like gate smack down in the middle of Rinya's room, just to stop her hands for a moment and clap her own chest. Only that gesture was enough to engulf Giliel's body in a light, which immediately disappeared, replaced by Giliel now being clad in her peddler outfit. "If you so like, I, Kili, shall accompany you on your journey this time." "That's, It's been decided from that start that you'd come with us, Giliel, no?" Shin answered while looking confused, forestalling Rinya who was about to respond to Giliel's proposal. Because Giliel didn't intend to hide the fact of Kili and her being one and the same person, what with her face, speech pattern, and gestures being the same, Giliel suddenly transforming into Kili didn't surprise Shin and Rinya. On the other hand, Shin's words were a surprise for Rinya. Without noticing any of that, Shin looked at Kili, who had frozen on the spot with surprise dyeing her face, with an expression as if he asking her what she was talking about after all that happened, and announced, "As we're going to go over there through the transfer gate here, we must come back here once we're done, so if you, as the one capable of opening the gate, don't come with us, we're going to end up stuck over there, no?" Rinya had planned to get in contact with Rubadra and Imidra over there and return to his earldom by using either of them as transport, but if they took the person, who could open a transfer gate, with them, it'd certainly become unnecessary to force the dragons, Rinya realized. Not only Rinya, but even Giliel ignored the fact of Shin addressing Giliel, the being who was pretty much the goddess of this world, without any honorific titles due to Shin coming up with such an overwhelmingly reasonable argument. "That's how it is, but could we ask you to accompany us once more?" Even though it was a good idea, they wouldn't be able to move on unless they got the approval of the party concerned. Following that train of thought, Rinya directly asked Giliel. Giliel, now calling herself Kili, bowed her head towards Rinya in a manner that made one feel a certain extent of reverence. I shall gladly take you up on that. Also, please call me Killy while I'm in this appearance. It was a small detail, but appeared to touch upon a part within Gilliel she was unwilling to yield on. Rinya readily nodded his consent as he didn't really care whether he called her Gilliel or Killy. Shin likewise nodded, although she didn't get the meaning behind using Killy as name. With this, it is going to be us three. But, is there anyone else you wish to accompany us? No, let us go just like that. It'd be pointless to head over with too much of a group. In Rinya's eyes, it was more than enough to have one more person to serve as buffer between himself and Shin, and thus he didn't see any need to get more people to come with them. Rather, he feared that taking along too many people would lead to them losing their goal out of sight. You're right. It's just a tiny bit of a disappointment for me, I guess. Killy revealed a vague smile in response to Shin's words that brimmed with composure for some reason, whereas Rinya scratched his cheek with a troubled expression. Apparently Rinya's thoughts had leaked to both girls present. Is it going to be fine to not notify anyone before departing? Killy asked Rinya as if to expel the strange atmosphere in the room. Seeing how Klinj, the land ruled by Rinya, had become the front base in the battle against the Demon King, it seemed to Killy like the ruler of that place, even if only in name, arbitrarily coming and going as he pleased would entail all kinds of problems. However, Rinya's answer was short and curt, it's not like I'm needed here, am I? And the stuff needed for traveling is all stowed away in my void storage. You got a point, I suppose. Killy replied, but in reality, this wasn't much of an explanation. But, assuming she had said it was not an option, it'd have been unthinkable that the Archduchess would have granted her permission after Rinya informed her about going to the Dragonoid continent for a bit to secure Albert. Even if she might have understood that it'd be quite bad for the Demon King's side to get their hands on Albert, she'd be labeled for all eternity as utter idiot or woman of legendary boldness, if she had given her approval after being told that 3 people would head over to a territory, which was most likely in the midst of being attacked by the demons, to retrieve a hero. However, thinking that Rinya would give up on the idea just because he was told to not go would be preposterous. In the end, either choice would lead to the 3 heading over to the Dragonoid continent, and as such it wouldn't change anything whether they informed someone about it ahead of time or just let it rest. If anything, keeping quiet about it would avoid any nitpicking until they got exposed, and thus Killy judged that it'd be the most ideal option in this situation to silently leave. Shin-san, are you okay with this as well? Killy passing the baton to Shin here didn't have anything to do with her wanting to hear Shin's opinion. Instead it was a precautionary measure of wanting to make sure that not only Rinya's and her decision about going to the Dragonoid continent would be heard, but also Shin's. I'm fine as long as Rinya doesn't mind, you know. Very well, then let's sneak out. Are we going to depart right away? Killy asked Rinya while feeling satisfied about having received the answer from Shin she had expected. It's not wrong to put things into practice as soon as possible once you've decided on them. The faster we leave Klinj, the less likely the risk of being found out. Right away is impossible, I'd say. My preparations are in order, but Shin, Killy, you're not ready yet, are you? Rinya had stored mountains of food and medical supplies away inside his inventory, but even Rinya wouldn't have prepared changes of clothes for Shin and Killy. For a period of time Rinya had considered putting in spare clothes for his friends since he had more than enough capacity available anyway, but when he imagined himself taking underwear out of his inventory for Shin and Rona, he had given up on that idea as that sight would be just too outrageous to behold. I'm a peddler, so I always carry all my belongings on me. Ah, so you're going to fully capitalize on that setting, eh? Shin whispered a retort upon Killy's bragging. Shin had an urge to ask in what world you'd find a goddess who always carried her everyday necessities with her, but she gave up on it since there was definitely one right here. Naturally, I don't have anything with me. I'll immediately gather up my stuff and come back, so wait for me please. Don't worry. Now that things have developed this far, we're not going to leave you behind. It'd definitely be possible for Rinya and Killy to go to the Dragonoid continent without Shin, once she left to pick up her stuff, but Rinya was scared of what would await him when he came back after they had accomplished their goal. There's nothing better to wrap up things without buying someone's resentment, if you can avoid it. After casting a glance at Rinya's face, Shin quickly rushed out of the room. And it didn't take her much time to return either. As far as determinable by the slightly big bag in her hand, Shin had apparently put together her belongings in advance to make it easy for her to travel on a short call, probably for the sake of following Rinya, who had a tendency to often travel all over the place. While believing that he should raise her evaluation for being so well prepared, Rinya extended a hand towards her. "What's up, Rinya? I'll carry all our luggage. So, pass me your stuff." Thinking that it'd be better to throw everything into his inventory rather than having Shin carry it, Rinya had stretched out his hand in order to grab Shin's bag. But Shin hid the bag behind her while blushing somewhat. Shin whispered to Rinya, who wondered whether he had made some kind of mistake. "This, contains my underwear. I haven't told you to show me the content. I'm going to toss it into my void storage bag and all, so don't mind it." "Rinya-san, then my underwear as well. You just boasted that you could carry your things yourself, didn't you? Moreover, why is it limited to underwear?" Until this very day Rinya remembered how he had bought his katana from Killy. Naming herself a rare peddler, Killy had approached Rinya with the sales pitch of her possessing a void storage. At this point Rinya had no intention to let her claim that she couldn't carry her own luggage. And even without all that, Killy was in reality anything but a real peddler. Normally, it wouldn't be strange at all for her to transport Rinya and Shin, let alone her own luggage, to the Dragonoid continent without a transfer gate. If you have enough time to blather about pointless stuff, then hurry up and pass through the gate. What do you plan to do if someone finds out what we're doing here? What a waste, Rinya-san. Even though it had been such a great chance for you to take a direct look at the underwear of a goddess. A normal goddess wouldn't wear any in the first place. As far as Rinya's knowledge went, no depictions in myths showed gods taking off their bras and panties, but suddenly he recalled the events of the time when it was decided for him to come to this world alongside a little pang of nostalgia. That little goddess, who was a major pain to his eardrums upon her appearance, triggered Rinya to kick her for the very reason of not wearing any underwear. It was smooth, wasn't it? "Since I value my own safety, I won't ask you what you might be talking about," answered Gilial towards Rinya's mutter while something similar to cold sweat formed a light sheen on her forehead. Not understanding in the least what the two were meaning with their words, Shin could only cock her head in puzzlement. After experiencing a temporary blackout, Rinya opened his eyes, just to find himself standing in a dim cave. The small, shallow cave, which the Dragonoids called Shrine of Foreigners, was located in the northern part of the northern Dragonoid continent, with its only use being a location for the transfer gate. Rinya, Shin, and Killy had arrived here from Clinch. As it was a place he had visited once before, Rinya felt a slight pang of nostalgia. Looking through the gaping opening of the cave, Rinya was somewhat relieved to see nothing other than the usual, empty wilderness sprawling outside. It sure looks like this place hasn't changed at all since our last visit. If the Demon King's army, fires, or black smoke had been visible, they'd have no choice but to suspect that the situation had deteriorated a lot more than before, but as far as one could tell from the shrine's vicinity, the Demon King's influence hadn't yet reached this region. As usual, it's quite the dreary patch of land, commented Shin, probably recalling their last visit. On the other hand, Killy, who had temporarily severed the connection to Clinch after passing through the gate last, restlessly looked around, appearing to be quite curious for some reason. So far as it goes, you're a goddess, aren't you? So there shouldn't exist anything you haven't seen yet, no. No, not at all. There's a wide difference between looking down from above and surveying the actual area on the ground, you know. Having said that, this area doesn't seem to be overly interesting for sightseeing. Rather than worrying about such stuff, what are we going to do next? Shin asked. After brooding it over for a while, Rinya answered, we'll head north and take a look at that dragon nest or whatever it is. At the moment, the area over there still appears to be safe. How long is it going to take us to the dragon nest from here? Rinya had no ready reply at hand for Shin's follow-up question, so after exchanging a glance for a moment, Shin and Rinya almost simultaneously turned their faces towards Killy. Their gazes clearly carried the message that she should at least know this much if she already dared to call herself goddess, but even while perceiving their implicit demand for information, Killy readily betrayed their expectations. It should be quite far away. Okay, and how far? I don't know. It's not like I deliberately measure distances when looking down on the surface. Because of how Killy proudly announced her own lack of knowledge, Rinya quickly gave up on her, and tried to recall the conversation with his party back when he came here the first time. Eventually, he remembered that their current position, the Shrine of Foreigners, was situated roughly in the middle between the Dragon Nest and the Miasma Forest. However, at the same time, it made him realize that they had quite a long way to travel in order to reach the Dragon Nest from here. It's far. Way too far. I don't want to even consider how long it'd take to reach it by foot. It's because this world is pointlessly vast, argued Killy indifferently, as if she was talking about someone else's problem. And who created this world? Tell me. Who? Rinya managed to barely squeeze out while arresting her in a headlock. Killy tapped his arm, indicating her surrender, but he ignored her and continued to put the screws on her neck, resulting in her body soon losing all strength as she had fainted. After carelessly tossing her limp, unconscious body away like a piece of garbage, Rinya began to consider their current situation seriously. No matter how superior his and his companions' physical abilities might be, walking would waste a lot of time and stamina, and as such it wasn't an option he wanted to take. But, while that might be true, Rinya couldn't come up with another means of travel either. How about we walk for the time being? It looks like there's still some time left until sunset, and even if it does sink, our current group won't have much trouble with camping out. After listening to Shin's opinion, Rinya looked up to the sky. She's right. The sun is still quite high up in the sky, so it'll take several hours until it becomes dark outside. He also felt that it wasn't a bad plan to think about the rest while moving if a quick solution wasn't apparent, but he had a hunch that leaving the Shrine of Foreigners, a place they knew, and heading northwards through wilderness without anything that could serve as a landmark would complicate any further actions even if they came up with some great idea. Of course, even Rinya understood that they'd only waste time if they didn't take any action at all, but it was only understandable that he wanted to avoid making any careless moves in unfamiliar terrain he had visited only once for a short time. Having revived at some point, Killy rotated her head, causing her neck to crack, while offering a different suggestion. It's not like I don't have any idea at all, though. Very well, then let's hear it, urged Rinya without holding too many expectations. Whatever suggestion she might have, it isn't bad to put all options on the table. Even if it's a completely useless suggestion, it'd still be possible for it to serve as the basis for another idea, so you don't lose anything by listening to all proposals as long as time allows for it, Rinya believed. How about having you use all your mana for some spell, Rinya-san? And what would be the point in that? Shin asked as she didn't grasp the intention behind Killy's proposal. While Rinya silently watched their exchange, Killy nodded curtly and replied, if you possess the senses of a dragon, you'd pick up on an abnormally huge cluster of mana created by Rinya-san. If such a mana cluster suddenly was unleashed as a wide-area spell without any kind of reasoning, some dragon might come around to take a look at what's going on. I see, and then we catch the curious dragon, is what you mean, huh? Shin had grasped the idea behind the suggestion. Meanwhile, Killy looked all smug, her face being a display of bragging. Rinya retorted flatly, wouldn't it also draw the Demon King army's attention if it's a spell so strong that you can sense it from far away? That's, it'd pose no problem if it were to only draw the attention of the dragons. Then again, Rinya didn't believe that it'd be absolutely no problem for the dragons either, but even so, he expected that they should be able to work something out if it was only limited to the dragons. However, if the Demon King army noticed it and came to check things out, it wouldn't be overly funny. Of course, it wasn't as though they were trying to secretly sneak around, so Rinya didn't intend to insist on them not being found by all means, but he didn't regard it as his duty to expressly inform the enemy of their presence either. Well, the idea of causing something similar to a signal fire isn't completely worthless, but a signal fire will be seen from everywhere within its visible range, so, Rinya tried to continue, but he stopped midway. Shin called out to Rinya, who was staring into the sky as if having noticed something, Rinya. Killy, Shin and I don't know the area around here and thus we don't know the correct route, but north is over there, right? Rinya asked Killy while pointing a finger in the direction he was looking without answering Shin. In response, Killy nodded several times even though appearing somewhat startled. Not having received an answer to her question, Shin attempted to call out to Rinya once more, but then turned her eyes in the same direction as Rinya as if having finally noticed what Rinya meant. While puzzled and asking herself just what had triggered those two to act like that, Killy turned her face in the same direction as the two, and strained her eyes. After a short moment, she grasped what Rinya and Shin had perceived. Something is over there, isn't there? It wasn't as though she could see something in particular, but more like a sensation, or rather, an intuition tugged at her. Killy could perceive that something was present in the far distance. Killy, whose main body was divine, noticing this fact only after Shin, not to mention Rinya, was a manifestation of what could be called a limitation to her abilities because she had descended into the transient world as Killy, but she still hadn't expected that she'd even fall behind Shin. Killy felt somewhat offended, but rather than dwelling on this, it was more important to think about what was laying ahead of them. I wonder what this is. Somehow, it's kinda like Drakan, although the scale is completely incomparable. Shin, that's not kinda like Drakan, but simply what you call a dragon's presence, explained Rinya to her, and yet couldn't quite believe that he was currently sensing a dragon's presence. The dragons Rinya had encountered so far were Drakan, Imidra, Rubadra, and the evil dragons following the Demon King, but neither of them emitted a presence that would make Rinya feel like they posed a threat to him. However, the presence he felt right now was so powerful that it made Rinya believe that it'd be a considerable menace even for him. Moreover, the really terrifying part about this was him being actually able to sense that presence all the way from the very distant dragon nest. Just how many dragons exist who are mighty enough to emit a presence so strong that it'd clearly indicate their threat level from a location so far away that considering to walk the distance could be seen as absurd? Would it be delicious as food? You can't unconditionally state that young and fresh meat will always be great. If we take chicken as an example, it's certainly more tender and delicious the younger the chicken, but older chickens with their tougher meat are definitely better for soup stock and such. Considering food issues in front of such a presence is definitely something that would only come out of your mouth, Rinya-san. Well, it's quite typical for Rinya, so no surprise to be found here. Killy rolled her eyes whereas Shin chuckled. What's so weird about considering whether it's edible, seeing how eating is so essential for humans anyway? Rinya wondered with a sour look, but he had no time to become sulky here. It looks like me coming here got exposed before we could take any action at all. When Rinya's party visited the Dragonoid continent last time, it didn't appear like anyone sensed their arrival. It was hard to imagine that something with such a huge presence had been born just recently, and thus it had to have erased its presence under normal circumstances. As such, it was only natural that this being had deliberately revealed its presence after noticing their party, following some kind of intent. Isn't it great that we've been found out by just the dragons then? So, are we going to wait here for the dragons to approach us from their side? Rinya immediately shook his head at Shin's question. Things have changed now that the dragons are aware of our presence. Let's try walking northwards. Could I ask for the reason? As soon as Rinya took the lead, walking in the northern direction, Shin immediately caught up to him, walking at his side. With this leading to Killy walking behind them as she was a bit late in reacting, she ended up directing her question at Rinya's back. Without looking back, Rinya replied, given that they've sensed our presence, they'll sooner or later head over to take a look if we start traveling in their direction. And that's when we'll catch one, right? Shin clenched her fists as if saying that they should leave it to her. But because Rinya would be fine as long as their visitor would provide them with the information they sought or gave them a ride on their back, he didn't feel like forcibly catching them. But, since it was meaningless to dampen Shin's motivation by telling her all that, he decided to keep walking without correcting her. In the end, it didn't take that long for a dragon to show up at the location of the three walkers in order to take a look. But Shin and Killy became dumbstruck when they saw what kind of dragon had shown up. That was unexpectedly fast. Him showing up here so quickly despite the fairly long distance must mean that he's rather fast on the wings. MMH. What's wrong, you two? Why are you gawking with your mouths agape? Let me warn you just in case you didn't realize, it makes you look even dumber than usual, you know. Probably because she was told that she looked like a retard, Shin forced her mouth shut, before kicking Rinya's shin. Despite feeling disappointed as he thought that he'd given her such precious advice, Rinya directed his eyes back to the dragon diagonally above them. The huge, hovering body was far bigger than Drakon's, and even compared to Amidra and Rubadra, it was twice as big. If such a huge object were to hover by flapping its wings, it would cause a tremendous wind pressure on the ground, but Rinya and the others didn't feel any wind pressing down on them whatsoever while the dragon slowly swung its wings up and down. What kind of business do thou have with the land inhabited by us dragons, tiny ones? Rinya thought that he might be the only one to hear the telepathic voice reverberating inside his head. but once he looked at his companions, both girls were staring up at the huge dragon with surprise written on their faces. While he admired the dragon for having gone out of his way to open a telepathic channel to all three of them, the dragon continued speaking. I demand a reply. Depending on thine answer, I might be unable to allow thou to proceed beyond this point. That's a surprisingly narrow-minded view, considering how far away from the dragon's home we still are. Shin and Killy were preoccupied with their feelings of surprise or whatever, and thus were in no state to hold a decent conversation. Although it was too late now, Rinya started to feel that it might have been a good idea to have brought Maria with them, as she seemed to be quite adept at negotiations. But since she wasn't here anyway, Rinya stepped forward himself in a way that protected Shin and Killy behind him and spoke up as he looked up to the dragon. Just what right would you have to hinder us from passing? Right, ha. Very well, let me tell thee. I am the guardian of the other, young dragons. Therefore I must inquire about thine intentions as one possessing manner that is unimaginable for a human, and make a decision based on that. Somehow, an arrogant one turned up. Rinya had expected that only someone like a scout would appear if it came to taking a look, but as far as he could tell from their conversation so far, the dragon in front of him talked in a way you'd expect from an officer or even a general, if put in army ranks. Would it be all right for me to ask for your name? Killy asked the dragon while lowering her back after having pulled herself together before Shin. Rinya stared at Killy with a flabbergasted expression, wondering whether it was really fine for a goddess to act so humble, but Killy looked quite serious. Thou ask for mine name, tiny one. Very well, so be it. I might start to believe that thou plot against me out of ignorance if you do not know this name. The dragon spread its wings widely. Then it descended on the ground just like that, finally allowing the three to take a proper look at its big, deep crimson body. It was a red much more vivid and powerful than that of Rubadra. The dragon introduced itself to Rinya and the others, who had reflexively narrowed their eyes. I am the ruby dragon, Rubus corundum. One of the 4 greater dragons that protect the dragon's nest, ha! Rinya cried out due to an unexpected name cropping up here, while Shin reacted in total surprise. Even though their reactions were based on different emotions, both ended up raising their voice in the same shocked manner. Just now you called yourself one of the 4 greater dragons, didn't you? With Shin remaining silent as she was still unable to recover from her shock, and Killy shivering and becoming very small after having heard the dragon's name, Rinya actively chatted up the dragon from his side, suspecting that neither of the 2 others would be able to hold a decent conversation. Putting Shin aside, Rinya was still quite curious about Killy being so strangely scared despite supposedly counting as goddess in this world, but right now he didn't have the spare time to interrogate her about it. Quite so. I am certainly one of the 4 greater dragons. Killy shrunk away even further, with her trembling also becoming worse due to the telepathic message of the dragon, which was accompanied by an intimidation that almost crushed anyone sensing it. But for the time being, Rinya disregarded that and addressed the dragon. By ruby dragon you mean the ruby dragon who's said to have caused the sea to boil many years ago by spitting breath that can change entire regions, right? What about it, little one? Rinya tried to get a confirmation for a story he happened to have heard a while ago, but the dragon answering as if it wasn't anything worth of mention only triggered Shin to widen her already gaping mouth even further. Rinya worried that she might dislocate her jaw from opening her mouth too wide out of surprise, but believing that he ought to focus on his conversation with the dragon for the moment, he pushed Shin's issue out of his mind. Rather than something like that, I want thou to answer my question, little one. Why did we came here, was it? we came to check on the dragonoids. Since we heard that they got attacked by the demons on top of having cut off all communication with the other races. Personally, I don't give a damn about the dragonoids themselves, but I'd like to secure the hero, answered Rinya very readily and without hiding anything. In response, Shin stared at Rinya as if he had said something unbelievable, with her mouth still gaping, while Killy lifted her face and scrutinized Rinya with a look in her eyes as if she was seeing something unbelievable. Due to Rinya cocking his head in puzzlement, wondering just what he had done to earn himself such looks, Shin forced her mouth shut by pushing her chin from below, and asked with a slightly quivery voice, "Rinya, aren't you scared of that?" Being asked, Rinya looked up to the ruby dragon once more. And then, after staring at the dragon's face for a while, he faced Shin again. "I sure think he's quite big, but if you ask me whether I'm scared, I'd say no. Rather, I don't get why Killy is being so frightened. Right now I'm the peddler Killy, so I can be counted as a slightly strong human. No matter what I do, my actions are being influenced by my vessel," Killy replied while trying to hide herself behind Rinya. On top of that, she tried to cling to Rinya's back, but her hand was slapped down by Shin, who looked somewhat angry, resulting in Killy reluctantly withdrawing the hand she had extended. Sensing the touch of Shin clinging to his back instead, Rinya accepted it for what it was, and looked up to the dragon in front of him once more. "I have understood thine objective. But, why art thou trying to head north in such a case? The dragonoid's territory lies south from here, does it not? Since it's a tad too far away to walk all the way, I thought I'd ask you dragons to lend us some of your strength. Also, I hoped that we might be noticed by the dragons whom we met in the past, if we walked north. And even if that didn't happen, I expected another dragon to notice us instead, but I certainly didn't anticipate one of the 4 greater dragons to show up. Art thou saying that thou art trying to use us as mounts?" A pang of something similar to irritation was blended into the dragon's telepathic message, but Rinya continued speaking without paying any attention to it. "Things would have been easier if Imidra or Rubadra had come here, but whatever. It might be a bit of an effort for you, but could I have you carry us all the way to the dragonoids?" Killy's face froze and Shin tightly clasped Rinya's clothes due to his demand being way too straightforward. Then the ruby dragon opened his muzzle slowly, as if to threaten them, bearing the fangs forming rows in there. "Thou know no fear out of ignorance, little one. Thou say you want to get on mine back. I wouldn't mind sitting on your head either, you know," Rinya offered, believing that riding his back might pose some kind of issue for him, but his proposal only managed to increase the dragon's anger. Without answering Rinya, the ruby dragon stomped a foot and spread his back wings widely. A tremor shook the vicinity, and a fierce blast assailed the 3. Shin and Killy immediately took shelter behind Rinya while Rinya himself protected his eyes with an arm so as to not be blinded. "It does sound like thou did not have the chance to learn of thine own foolishness yet, little one. Curse thine bad luck that meeting me by chance shall grant thou that very chance for the first time," the dragon's thought, filled with tangible pressure, assailed the 3 as if to strike them down on top of the tremor and wind blast. At Shin's feet, who was holding out by clinging to Rinya's back, Killy yelped lightly while glued to Rinya's legs after crouching down since she had no other spot she could use for clinging to him. Meanwhile, Rinya remained stoically quiet while considering that it'd be difficult for him to move like this. He alone stared straight at the dragon without casting his eyes down from the various pressures hitting their little group directly from the front. "In light of thine pitifulness, I shall not go as far as rob thou of thine life. However, I believe thou should still experience some pain to right thine way, Drakan, Rubadra, and Imidra let me ride them without any bickering, though. Now that things had escalated to such an extent, Rinya finally noticed that Ruby Dragon felt offended by his demand. But, since the other dragons he encountered never flared up so intensely even when he dealt with them in the same way, he still couldn't comprehend why only Ruby Dragon would become so upset. I suppose you've got quite the big attitude because you're called one of the 4 greater dragons, huh? Rinya spat out while pointing his right palm at the Ruby Dragon. Once he let his mana flow through his body while constructing the necessary spell formula, a transparent wall was instantly created through his mana, completely warding off the wing's wind pressure way off before it could even get close. It seems like thou art no complete pushover, does it not? But, thine abilities are too lacking. A dragon's roar unleashed alongside the telepathic message struck the wall Rinya had just completed. Rinya's face twisted slightly due to the dragon's attack. The wall, which should have been formed with such a huge amount of mana that it was actually ridiculous, didn't shatter altogether, but it was still damaged quite a bit, countless cracks running along its surface. So you can interfere with a spell formula's compilation with a mere howling, eh? Allow me to praise thou for still holding out. But, holding out is all thou managed. He unleashed another dragon's roar. Rinya's defensive barrier, which somehow endured the first attack, was unable to block the second and vanished right after being smashed to pieces. The Ruby Dragon was about to laugh out in satisfaction because of that outcome, but immediately desisted from doing so. This stemmed from another mana wall of the same quality having been constructed right beyond the first wall. Did you think that everything will be over just because you destroyed a single barrier? Dream on. Thou can create a barrier of such thickness and density instantly without any delay. Art thou truly human? Who knows? Feel free to ask the gods about it. Rinya flashed a daring smile after sensing slight surprise blended into the dragon's telepathic message. In contrast to that, the dragon once flapped his wings remarkably powerfully, causing his huge frame to float slightly above the ground and thus allowing him to look down at Rinya's group from the air. At the same time, reddish mana rose from the ground, enshrouding their vicinity. Rinya dealt with that immediately by transforming the wall into a sphere, wrapping up himself and the 2 girls in order to protect them. What's this? Rinya, somehow. I feel like it's become hot here. Even without needing Shen to point it out, Rinya himself had already sensed that the temperature in the area had begun to rise. Its increase didn't go as far that you could call it warm, but it was so sudden that they could feel it heating up right away. Before he could even check his own magic knowledge about this phenomenon, Killy called out to Rinya while still clinging to his legs. The vicinity has started to be filled with mana carrying the power of fire. The Ruby Dragon is a being that stands at the top of fire-based powers. Because your defensive barrier has been so powerful, that dragon is getting slightly serious, intending to scorch the entire area. He can create such a might barrier, so he will not die either way, him not having used his breath, the strongest attack a dragon possessed, was proof that the Ruby Dragon wasn't all that serious yet, but he was about to launch an attack with mana that capitalized on his own attribute to the maximum. The might of that one strike could be perceived from it containing so much power that it made the temperature sharply rise, despite it still being no more than a cluster of mana since he hadn't constructed the actual spell yet at this point. Do thine best to block this, little one. As he spoke, Rinya could sense how the temperature rose by another level. The barrier put up by Rinya had been invoked as a spell and could block anything it recognized as an attack, but it couldn't shut out a simple rise of the temperature. Still, if it rises to a dangerous level, it'll probably become possible to block it after it's recognized as an attack of sorts, Rinya assessed, but if it continues like this for a long time, always remaining at a level before hitting that limit, it's pretty much set that my stamina will be whittled down. Then I think it'd make more sense to cancel the barrier and shift to attacking. But, since Rinya was fully aware that a counter-attack by Ruby Dragon would cause devastating damage if he couldn't incapacitate the dragon with one blow, even Rinya couldn't dare to go easy here. I must use an attack method strong enough to kill the Ruby Dragon in the worst case, but in such a case, I'd fail at achieving my initial goal of obtaining a means of transport and a source of information. Even so, being in a situation where things would only get worse if he kept standing around doing nothing, Rinya hesitated how to proceed while checking the state of Shin and Killy, who had started to pant heavily. While Rinya was wavering, the Ruby Dragon poured even more mana into his spell and sent Rinya, who couldn't take any action, a mocking telepathic message. "Now, here we go, little one. Thou just need to show me that thou can fully take it." Rinya clicked his tongue, but at this point the initiative had already been taken from him. Believing that he had no other choice but to shut up the Ruby Dragon with a powerful counter-attack after fully blocking the dragon's attack, Rinya supplied even more mana into the defensive barrier. Just as the mana outside his barrier was about to manifest as a fire spell that reached Rinya from the distant sky. Renya, Saan. Saying that a telepathic message would rupture one's eardrums was weird, but the telepathic thought, which reached everyone present at the same time, was so loud that it couldn't be described in any other way. Once Rinya looked up, feeling like he had heard that voice somewhere before, his eyes perceived something approaching his group very fast, falling from high up in a straight line towards their location while leaving a crimson trail in its wake, just like a meteor. The Ruby Dragon apparently reacted in the same way, stopping his spell activation and looking up to the sky while blinking his eyes in surprise. "Where are you, Rinya?" "Ah, somehow there's an incredible accumulation of mana over there." "So that's where you are." Rinya had an extremely bad feeling about that which was cutting through the sky and scattering all the clouds in its path. He grabbed the nape of Killy, who was crouching at his feet, and forced her to stand up. Then he pulled Shin closely towards his side with his free hand, lowered his waist, and prepared himself for the impact. The Ruby Dragon, on the other hand, had forgotten all about attacking Rinya's group and started to become quite flustered for some reason, apparently knowing the owner of the telepathic voice. Hey. Why are thou here?" "That thought. Is that you, Ruby Dragon Summer?" "You mustn't, Ruby Dragon Summer. You mustn't do anything rash." Rinya and the other two also grasped that the owner of the telepathic voice was getting closer from how the roaring of the wind being ripped apart gradually became louder. "Both of you, cling to me. A huge blow is incoming." "No need to tell me." "Ah, what a bliss, Shin-san, you dummy!" Killy cried in a somewhat whiny voice while Shin's was kind of carefree. Rinya clenched his teeth while tightly hugging the girls. And just as he had predicted, that which had flown through the air, impacted on the ground without dampening its speed whatsoever in front of Rinya. A tremendous boom, so loud that Rinya thought he might lose his hearing, accompanied by a huge amount of sand and earth being whirled up and scattered all over. On that occasion, all of the dirt and sound was added to the mana, which the Ruby Dragon had gathered to attack Rinya's group, turning into a huge torrent and violently striking Rinya's barrier. It resulted in Rinya's group, alongside the barrier, experiencing a huge tremor and a fierce impact. However, in contrast to a barrier cast by an average magic practitioner, which would have likely been blown apart in an instant, Rinya's barrier somehow managed to endure all of it. On the other hand, Ruby Dragon had apparently focused all his attention on attacking Rinya and the others, and thus couldn't immediately shift towards defense. Not only did he suffer the aftermath directly and was slapped onto the ground from above, but he ended up heavily rolling across the ground as he got jostled by the torrent of dirt and rubble. And once everything had settled, a single dragon with its large wings spread stood in the center of the crater it had created itself after causing a disastrous scene and bothering everyone present by causing a huge amount of damage to the vicinity, not to mention the crater, while being the only one coming out of it unscathed. Its body was somewhat paler in its red color than Ruby Dragon, but it still possessed crimson scales with a luster as if being gems, and it was much bigger than Dracan. Not having suffered a single injury despite having supposedly crashed onto the surface with quite the speed, the dragon sent out another powerful telepathic thought while looking around it in a fluster. Rinya-san. Where are you? Rubadra is here. Couldn't you do something about your way of entering a scene? Rinya muttered with a sigh. While Rubadra restlessly turned her head around searching for Rinya as she had completely lost sight of him due to all the dust and dirt still hanging in the air, Rinya looked at the red dragon, who had previously traveled this continent together with him and Amidra, while being half buried in soil alongside his barrier. After lowering Shin and Kili who had fainted inside his arms, Rinya pushed the soil that had almost buried them alive aside, and stared at the back of Rubadra who was still searching for him while standing in the center of her crater. Her actions were somewhat comical, but the situation she had caused couldn't be laughed off as comical. The Ruby Dragon, who had tumbled away quite a bit after receiving the aftermath of the impact that had created the crater, was laying on his back without showing any signs of being alive. Rinya got a tiny bit worried that he might have died from the impact just now. Hey, you're Rubadra, right? Deciding to put the worrisome matters aside for the time being, Rinya called out to the frantically searching red dragon aka Rubadra. Seemingly guessing Rinya's location from his voice, Rubadra turned her head around with such a verve that Rinya got worried about her possibly breaking her own neck. Recognizing Rinya, an expression that was very likely a smile appeared on her face. Then again, since the other party was a dragon, her baring her fangs and faintly lifting the ends of her gaping muzzle would most likely cause any child to run away in tears, no matter how much she planned to show a smile here. Rinya-san. You're fine. Just now I was on the verge of not being fine, you know. Shin and Kili were powerlessly slumped on the ground, still unconscious. The dragon, who introduced himself as one of the 4 greater dragons, didn't look like he'd get up anytime soon either. While praising himself for having gotten through this without a scratch, Rinya looked up to the crimson dragon who had stepped up towards him. Rinya checking her once more despite her having charged at them while screaming her name stemmed from her having completely changed from the last time he met this dragon who had introduced herself as Rubadra. It wasn't as though her appearance had changed all over, but her physique had gone through a drastic transformation. Even in the past Rubadra boasted of a fairly huge frame when compared to Dracan, but her body as it now stood in front of Rinya had grown by 2 sizes in comparison to before. As might be expected, her body hadn't become as big as that of the Ruby Dragon, but even so, her limbs were brimming with power, and you could call her body, as she lumbered towards Rinya, a masterpiece. Did you gain weight? Rinya-san. I'm fine with it, but for your partners that statement would be completely out. Rubadra stopped and hit the ground with her tail, apparently intending to attack Rinya. That one blow caused the earth to tremble so much that you could misunderstand it as an earthquake. Just that alone allowed Rinya to perceive how incredibly powerful Rubadra had become. Didn't you previously skip on using any honorific titles with me? I've become an adult. Rubadra curved her neck upwards as if to show off. But even if a dragon pulled a triumphant expression, Rinya wouldn't understand it either way. And the real reason. Since I grew up after receiving your manna, Rinya-san, I decided to revise my attitude towards you. Rinya almost cocked his head in puzzlement at her mentioning her receiving his manna, but then he recalled how he had partially forced his manna into Rubadra to make her spit out an extra large breath. That action had apparently hastened Rubadra's growth in a remarkable way. In Rubadra's eyes, her usual growth, which would take many, many years, had suddenly skipped several steps. So it was only natural for her to harbor respect towards the person who owned such a mighty power while at the same time being afraid of Rinya's manner. Rinya himself had an idea about the underlying reason for this. The manner used by Rinya was something so ridiculous that it'd be absurd to describe it as vast, but on top of that, Giliel and that little goddess had apparently added something called resources to it. By receiving Rinya's manna, which contained minuscule amounts of those resources, a power to sustain a world, Rubadra's growth had been boosted tremendously, Rinya estimated. If I continue to grow at this rate, becoming one of the 4 greater dragons won't be a dream any longer. At present, one of the current 4 greater dragons is lying over there while not moving anymore. Ruby Dragon Summer is already quite old, you see. Damn it, little vixen. Rinya watched how Ruby Dragon got on his feet, albeit totteringly, behind Rubadra, who nonchalantly ran her mouth without a care about the elder dragon's feelings. Almost at the same time, Shin and Killy, who had sunk to the ground at Rinya's feet, stood up while dusting off their clothes. Thou are saying thou are aiming for my seat. As the little greenhorn thou are, Ruby Dragon roared while trying to somehow maintain his dignity, albeit Rinya believed it to be too late for that at this point anyway. In response, Rubadra frostily retorted, even without me aiming for it in particular, you seem to be headed for death soon, Great-Grandpa. Ruby Dragon fell down on the ground with a thud after staggering backwards as if having had his chest stabbed by an invisible spear. But, without sparing him a single glance, Rubadra continued to happily address Rinya. What kind of business do you have in this area this time? You need a means of transportation, don't you? I'll let you fly on my back. I don't know what kind of relationship you two share, but don't you think it'd be better to be a bit kinder to that? Even Rinya couldn't stop feeling pity well up in him when he received telepathic thoughts that sounded like weeping from the big dragon who was still prostrating himself on the ground. Seemingly feeling the same, although she shouldn't be able to quite grasp the situation, Shin ran over to the big dragon, who didn't even try to move anymore, and began to stroke his head in consolation, albeit only in the range of where her hand could reach. Shin-san, you know no fear, do you? No, I do, but, now that you mention it, I've been surprised, but I don't really feel all that scared. You two, you should be a bit more considerate towards your elder. Shin yelled with a slightly stern expression. Watching Shin as she did all that for Ruby Dragon, Rinya somehow comprehended the situation. It looks like Shin has reached the conclusion that he should be pitied because of Rubadra calling him old while conveniently excluding the fact of him being a dragon. It wasn't as though Shin didn't know that the dragon, which was being treated as old, could still be classified as one of the strongest beings on this planet, but since Shin herself felt like consoling him and the pitted dragon also allowed her to do it while mumbling, "Ooh, what a tender girl thou art," Rinya decided to leave the two alone for the time being. Of course he didn't show it on his face or mention it with a single word that he actually considered Ruby Dragon as way too easy, seeing how he completely changed his attitude just from being treated nicely by a stranger after his family treated him coldly. Are you relatives? Rinya thought that to be very likely because she had called him great-grandpa, but just in case, Rinya tried to make sure by asking Rubadra. As far as the spirit link goes, All dragons with red scales are descendants of Ruby Dragon Summer in one way or another, but as far as my lineage is concerned, I'm the great-grandchild of great-grandpa, or rather, Ruby Dragon. According to Rubadra, Spirit Link was about beings who had inherited parts of spirit factors. It also applied to the dragonoids who possessed dragon factors. Lineage, just like its name suggested, was about a blood relationship. In other words, Rubadra was a direct descendant from Ruby Dragon. So you're actually a fine young lady, huh? He, feel free to praise me a lot more. Rubadra was very likely putting on a smug face again, but in the end, Rinya could only guess it since he was unable to read dragon expressions. Moreover, since it wasn't as if being praised for your lineage automatically meant that the individual herself would be great as well, Rubadra shouldn't have any reason to be so proud about something she gained just because she was a descendant of that lineage. As soon as Rinya's face twisted a bit as he felt a pang of displeasure about her behavior, Rubadra apparently sensed what he was thinking to some extent, and quickly put on a serious expression. Leaving that aside, why did you actually come here? Rinya explained to Rubadra all that happened with Emil, Albert's escape because of it, the loss of all communication with the dragonoids, and the attack by the Demon King's army. Once he finished his explanation by saying that they came here to secure Albert, Ruby Dragon, who had apparently listened to Rinya while being caressed by Shen, and Rubadra, who had listened to Rinya right in front of him, both sighed very deeply. What a foolish choice they have made. It's not that I can't understand their feelings on this. But even if Rinya might have given his backing to some demons, nothing is as foolish as exposing the whole race to danger out of obstinacy and vanity. Having such an attitude only makes sense if thou have enough power to uphold it by thyself. Great-grandpa, you were about to start something just as dangerous as that, you know. Being told so, Ruby Dragon stared at Rinya with a truly puzzled look. From Rubadra's point of view, Ruby Dragon had been on the verge of fighting Rinya in order to protect his pride as a dragon. She believed his actions to closely resemble the actions of the dragonoids who had cut off all relationships with the other races as they didn't approve of Rinya siding with demons. But that stemmed from her having traveled together with Rinya in the past. For Ruby Dragon, who didn't have that experience, being told that fighting a mere human would put his whole race at risk didn't make much sense. On the other hand, Rubadra knew that Rinya was someone who had no qualms with treating evil dragons as a source of food and material, on top of knowing his combat abilities. If things went south, it wouldn't be strange for Rinya to extend the evil dragon's treatment to the normal dragons as well. No, as might be expected, the idea of treating a conversation partner as food is a bit. Having spoken up to that point, Rinya suddenly became evasive, apparently having recalled something. After silently looking up to the sky for a short while, he abruptly changed the direction of their talk. Anyway, that's the reason for us being here. Hey, just a sec. What's with the pause just now? Don't mind it. I just recalled the time when I dismantled, boiled the stuff down, and drank it. The stuff of what? Rubadra jerked her face close to his. While pushing her back with one hand, Rinya shifted his eyes to Ruby Dragon. Feeling Rinya's eyes on him, Ruby Dragon's face became tense, but since he was being caressed by Shen, you couldn't even feel a sliver of tension or seriousness from his whole appearance. I'd like you to cooperate, but can I count on you? Now that I know the situation, it is difficult to pretend ignorance. Rubadra, I plan to assign thou to them, but what is thine take on it? I shall humbly accept that mission, Ruby Dragon Summer. Stopping the jostling with Rinya, Rubadra lifted her face, matching her eyeline with that of Ruby Dragon, who had also lifted his face after Shen finally stopped stroking him, and bowed towards him, more or less respectfully. Rinya believed that scene would make for a great picture if you could cut out only this one moment in time, but since he had seen all the events leading up to it, he couldn't help but to somehow consider it as a farce. Don't the dragons have any information about all of this? We felt that the South had become somewhat turbulent, but it is not as if we keep up a close relationship with the dragonoids in the first place. We are aware that they are worshipping us from their side, but we almost never meddle in their affairs from our side. You guys are quite cold-hearted, aren't you? The dragonoids supposedly were a race that had inherited dragon factors. In short, they should be much closer to the dragons than the humans, elves, or beastmen, but the dragons apparently didn't care much about the dragonoids. Even if we might be connected to them through a spirit link, us and them are obviously different kinds of beings. I mean, Rinya-san, even if it's said that humans and apes are somewhat close as races, you wouldn't care much about apes, would you? It looks like that's the whole extent of how the dragons regard the dragonoids. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a worship more unrewarding than this. Rinya thought for a moment, but once he thought it over properly, the idea that even the gods worshipped humans might harbor similar thoughts crossed his mind, causing him to reflexively look at Killy's face, who was still struck by fear and heightened alertness towards Ruby Dragon while remaining glued to Rinya all the time. What is it? I'm very concerned about your matters, Rinya-san. I think it's a bad idea to only concern yourself with me. Right now you hold the position of chief goddess in this world, don't you? Never mind that. The job I received from my mistress is, first and foremost, to be your guardian angel. The management of this world comes second, insisted Killy, basically loudly blurting out something that should be left unsaid. Rinya made her shut up by waving a hand, unable to find the power and will to correct her thinking. Switching his thinking, he looked back at Rubadra. For starters, I'd like to go to some dragonoid city. Can I count on you for that, Rubadra? Leave it to me. Traveling with me will be very safe since beings, who could win against me, are hard to come by nowadays. Well, one person who could definitely win against you is right here, mumbled Shin under her breath while returning to Rinya. Hearing that, Ruby Dragon's face froze, and although Rubadra had exuded an aura of pride and elation, she became depressed in the blink of an eye, beginning to emit an aura that made it hard to talk to her. Rinya lightly knocked Shin's head, who belatedly covered her mouth with a hand after having probably noticed her verbal gaffe, with a fist while sighing lightly. After making Rubadra, who had been depressed for some reason, pull herself together by soothing and humoring her, Rinya, Shin, and Killy climbed on her back. Rubadra immediately kicked off the ground, taking to the sky. Ruby Dragon seemed somewhat sad as he saw them off from the ground, triggering Rinya to lightly bow at the elderly dragon while suspecting that he wouldn't see it anyway. Sitting next to him, Shin fervently waved her hand. Just Killy alone restlessly kept shifting around on Rubadra, looking somehow uncomfortable. She fidgeted about as she repeatedly glanced in Ruby Dragon's direction. Sheesh, Grandpa should have simply come with us, muttered Shin as if regretting it a bit, but Killy violently shook her head as if Shin had asked her to jump off. The 4 greater dragons mustn't interfere with worldly matters. They are allowed to be so powerful based on that restriction. Didn't he actually interfere this time, even if it might have been for the sake of his great-grandchildren? Rinya retorted, making it impossible for Killy to do anything but stay silent. Even she hadn't expected to run into one of the 4 greater dragons in such a place. I wonder whether you could be as kind as overlook it this time. Probably because she was concentrating on the flight, Rubadra joined the conversation without looking back. Rubidra's intention was to avoid Rinya and Shin having a bad impression of Ruby Dragon, who had escalated things close to a disaster, but it wasn't as though Rinya would condemn someone who hadn't truly charged into battle or similar, and Shin regarded the elderly dragon as grandfather, who had come out after worrying about his grandchildren, rather than as him having picked a fight, if anything, thus it wasn't as if she held him in contempt. That part doesn't matter anyway. Rather, do you have a reason for having taken this particular flight direction? Rubidra, who had been eager to become their means of transport, had immediately flown off in a certain direction without any hesitation whatsoever as soon as the three took place on her back. That action looked oddly confident, causing Rinya to wonder whether Rubidra knew some information they didn't possess. But Rubidra's reply was extremely simple. If I keep flying south, we'll stumble upon something sooner or later, right? On the Dragonoid continent, the dragons lived in the northern dragon nest, and the Dragonoids occupied the southern part. Hence they'd run into Dragonoids eventually if they kept heading south, was Rubidra's line of argumentation, but although it was somewhat reckless as a train of thought, it followed a certain logic, making it impossible for Rinya to object. Given that Shin had intended to obey Rinya's decisions from the get-go, she didn't feel like interjecting since Rinya hadn't said anything. Only Killy responded to Rubidra's words. Is it fine to fly with such vague reasoning? Yes, it is. With my draconic perception I'll be able to somewhat tell if I shorten the distance to an extent, despite Rubidra assuring Killy that she'd be able to somehow tell, even if she didn't have a precise guidance. Killy appeared to still be doubtful, but Rubidra kept flying without paying it any heed. While feeling the scenery pass by at a speed that was very likely faster than any other means of transportation in this world, Killy looked at Rinya, apparently wanting him to say something about this whole matter. No problem. It's okay. Even if her draconic perception doesn't catch on to anything, a clue should come from the other side. From the other side. Think about it. Rinya pointed at their vicinity with his finger and eyes. No living being could catch up with the flight speed of a dragon, and as far as he could see, only sky and earth were visible, not a single creature moving or flying wherever he looked. Such a huge, bright red dragon is flying through this airspace, right? I doubt anything else would stand out this much. Are you possibly saying that the enemy will probably discover us from their side, even if we don't find a clue about them on our side? It would be the most comfortable solution if things finish without us having to even search. Upon Rubidra retorting telepathically with a carefree laughter blended in, Killy reluctantly fell silent while pulling a sour expression. As she was the only one making a fuss here and seeing how her opinion wouldn't survive a vote, Killy apparently settled for the verdict that it'd be pointless to continue arguing under the current circumstances where she was no more than Killy. No need to worry. Beings who could win against the current me won't be that easy to find. And even if they are around, Rinya-san is with us. As Killy's unhappiness and wariness was apparently passed on to Rubidra, Rubidra tried to soothe her with that telepathic message. In response, Killy decided to shelve the issue for the time being, and switched her thinking towards enjoying the sky trip. Even though Killy was the goddess of this world as Giliel, her understanding of the world under her administration was quite shallow, considering that she was its goddess. Killy believed that this might be inevitable while looking at the scenery around them. In the first place, she had been one of many nameless angels and was only given a personality and ability as Rinya's guardian angel. Afterwards, she was ordered to take over the administration of this world, arriving at her current self. Appointing her as supervisor while completely omitting any knowledge about the world she should have been properly taught or obtained by touring the world herself, only came to be as a result of personnel change that would normally only be applicable in times of emergency. Of course, she harbored discontent about this, but just like she couldn't find a reason to skip her work for that reason, she also didn't feel like it'd be good to complain to her mistress. Because of her being like that, she thought that she should enjoy this sky trip, using any opportunity allowing her to take a proper look at the world. How to put it? It's a scenery I'd love to gaze at in a more, relaxed setting. Killy was continuously exposed to situations where she didn't have time to rest her mind as she was burdened with troubles and conflicts, and thus she couldn't really enjoy this scenery which normal humans would never get to see in their life. Her feelings of wanting to be released from all her troublesome chores as quickly as possible so that she'd be able to freely enjoy sceneries revealed itself in her muttered impression, but hearing that, Rinya frankly nodded his agreement. No kidding. I want to be released from all the troublesome stuff and try to go on a pleasure trip to enjoy the delicacies of this world or something like that. It's hard to do that while being a noble, isn't it? For a noble affiliated to a country, it was impossible to wander all over the place according to their own whim. They were bound by the inconvenience of having to accomplish their duty for the country while tied to their own fief. Nobles being able to live luxuriously was grounded on them accomplishing that duty, was the common viewpoint so far as it went, but Rinya clearly frowned after hearing that, and grumbled without a care about Shin sitting next to him. If it's going to get in my way, I suppose I'll simply destroy the Trident Principality. No, wait a sec, Rinya. Please give that a rest. Mother will properly convince everyone and make sure that you get your wishes, okay? Shin clung to Rinya's shoulder in panic, but in his mind he thought that no one would probably get in his way as long as he told the Archduchess that he was going on a gourmet trip. Of course, the administration of a territory wasn't anything you could simply neglect, but he thought that part could be handled one way or another, and to be precise, if the Archduchess experienced something like Maria wailing with sleep-deprived eyes, it should settle things rather quickly. It's not like I asked for the position of Earl, you know. Yeah, I know. It's okay. I'm well aware, Rinya. As for leading the heroes, I wouldn't have accepted the job if not for Katz. We must thank Katz-kun for that, mustn't we? All of this being nothing but trouble, is completely the fault of that damn little girl, muttered Rinya with a sigh. Can I have you stop dragging me into this by hurling out curses? Killy widened her eyes at the curse contained at the end of his remark, and raised her voice in protest. In reality, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Killy, who had descended to the transient world, even if Rinya's curse reached the place of that little girl goddess, Giliel's mistress. But, if that little girl collapsed or passed due to Rinya's curse by any freak chance, Killy would be forced to settle all disputes on this world by herself. Before caring about the little girl's safety, Killy protested out of fear towards the aftermath that might befall her, but even Rinya, the source of those curses, reacted so swiftly that one might wonder whether it was truly all right. Sheesh, there's no carelessness or openings to be found with you. That thing wouldn't bat an eyelid at something like a curse from me, right? Your curses are strong enough that you can't say she'd be all right, no matter what. Please restrain yourself. The conversation between Killy and Rinya went completely past Shin as she didn't understand a thing, but as for Rubadra, she somehow managed to grasp that they were talking about some higher being, making her strongly renew her resolve of not angering Rinya, who seemed able to destroy such being by just cursing them. As all of this was happening on her back, Rubadra kept heading south on the Dragonoid continent with her draconic speed. That speed was at such a level that she'd be able to cross the distance from the continent's northern tip to the southern miasma forest in around 10 hours, if she pushed herself a bit. Before long, they started to pass several villages and towns along their way, but as far as they could tell from above, neither dragonoids nor anything akin to the Demon King army could be seen there. "Do you feel anything, Rubadra?" As far as perception went, Rinya also possessed one that was quite superb, but he was well aware that his own fell flat when compared to a dragon's perception. Not to mention eyesight or hearing ability, but humans couldn't hope to ever compete with dragons when it came to the sense of smelling either. Rubadra, who searched the vicinity while capitalizing on those abilities to the maximum, answered Rinya's question without stopping to scan the area. "I can't sense anything, nor can I see anything. Even though it wouldn't be strange for us to already have entered dragonoid territory, going by the events so far, the dragonoids should have decreased quite a bit in number. Assuming they suffered another attack by the Demon King army at that point, they wouldn't be able to hold the enemy back, even if Albert might be fighting on their side." The question whether the entire dragonoid race might have finally perished actually reared its head. "We must somehow recover Albert, even if only his corpse. Rinya, let's think in the direction of him still being alive, okay? Isn't it no problem even with his corpse as long as we find it in a state allowing for it to be reused?" "Not you as well, Killy. Until a little while ago I thought you were on my side." Rinya and Killy's way of talking was somewhat cold and indifferent. Shin was the only one protesting against it. Rubadra had been listening to the conversation on her back, but since she didn't harbor an interest in particular dragonoids, even if they might be heroes, she didn't interject in any way. "As long as he's not in the hands of the Demon King army, I don't care whether he's alive or dead, but, without any clues where to find him, in my case, I'd be forced to consider what race should live in this place next if the dragonoids have been destroyed, so it's quite headache-inducing. You two, we don't know anything about the current situation, so I think now is the time for us to pray for Albert-san's safety, or am I wrong? I also think that way would be better, but, ouch." Rubadra suddenly groaned in pain in the middle of agreeing with Shin's opinion. Accompanying her telepathic voice, shrill noises of two hard objects colliding intermittently assailed the three passengers' ears. In panic, Rinya, Shin, and Killy began to become vigilant of their surroundings atop Rubadra's back. "What was that just now? It looks like I was attacked. Something similar to small stones was shot at me from directly below." In response to her explanation, Rinya sidled up to the edge of Rubadra's back, and looked down at the surface from there. What he could see below was a terrain with sprawling hills and mountains. Countless red-hot, small pebble-like objects, which had very likely been targeted at Rubadra from somewhere down below, grazed Rubadra's body and vanished towards the upper sky while drawing red, dotted lines in the air. An anti-aircraft autocannon. Rinya immediately guessed those pebbles to be bullets, or to be precise, the bullets of an anti-aircraft autocannon. Of course, you wouldn't normally encounter these in a fantasy world of sword and magic. As long as someone hasn't produced or carried them over from somewhere, Rinya thought while tapping Rubadra's back scales. "Rubadra, did they hit you?" Just at that moment, the figures of what looked like demon soldiers suddenly popped out all over the place on the ground, making Rinya wonder just where they hid before. It wasn't as though they had the time to hold a relaxed chat, but Rubadra initially complaining about pain meant that she got directly hit or grazed by a certain amount of bullets. "Several shots hit my belly, but this much is a breeze." Understanding that she didn't lie as no pain dyed her voice, Rinya felt relieved. But, he couldn't be too optimistic either. After all, the attacks themselves continued even now. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to a machine gun, but even other weapons started being shot at Rubadra. Rinya couldn't make out the details with his eyesight, but he could spot a pedestal with some huge, cylindrical object installed on top and handheld arms carried by individual soldiers around the pedestal. That thing is bad news. Making something so boorish appear in a world like this, Rinya knew only one person who possessed a corresponding ability. Deciding to postpone thinking about that guy, he prioritized somehow dealing with the plethora of weapons, which the soldiers tried to aim at Rubadra, for starters. Portable air defense missiles, and a SAM device, No matter how fast a dragon might be, they wouldn't be quick enough to leave missiles in the lurch. And although Rubadra could block machine gun bullets with her own scales, Rinya would be hard-pressed for a clear answer, if asked whether her scales would be able to endure even the destructive force of missiles. It looks slightly dangerous. Rubadra asked with anxiety coloring her thought as she had apparently picked up on Rinya's thoughts, but Rinya didn't know how he should answer her here. Even so, he ordered Shin and Kili to duck so as to avoid falling off Rubadra's back, moved up to the root of Rubadra's neck, affixed his body by straddling her neck, and lowered his eyes on the surface. It appears like things will become a bit hairy. I'll intercept as much as possible, but it might be impossible to block all of the attacks. Got it? I'll concentrate on defending and evading. Entrusting Rinya with the interception, Rubadra decided to solely focus on defense. Thinking that this method would make it easier to deal with all eventualities, Rinya watched how missiles were launched one after the other from the SAM system on the ground while filling the air with smoke and thunderous roars. All aimed at Rubadra. Full throttle from the get-go. Small fireball. Rinya was the first to move after seeing the launch of the SAM missiles. The small fireballs, which literally deployed at full throttle as Rinya released the mana within him, appeared in a dense cluster, tracing the path of Rubadra's quick and evasive maneuvers. Then they began to pour down like an avalanche towards the missiles aimed at them. This might become a bit ugly. The countless fireballs produced with Rinya's mana rushed at the missiles and kept crashing into them, but the missiles pushed their way through the avalanche of fire. No matter how much mana Rinya might have poured in the fireballs, they either didn't possess enough power to punch through the hull of the missiles, which could be called state-of-the-art in Rinya's former world, or maybe the ability of the one who caused these missiles to appear in this fantasy world couldn't be destroyed in its structure by spells at the level of a small fireball. Rinya. They don't work, you know. Well, you're right about that, but, even so, maybe if I continue firing them. Rinya kept firing small fireballs, albeit being aware that they didn't work, while restraining the panicking Shin with a hand. Not comprehending the meaning behind Rinya continuing to use a spell despite knowing that it was pointless, Shin tilted her head in confusion. But Kili somewhat grasped what Rinya was trying to achieve and shifted her attention back to the missiles. The heat sensors. I think these will at least work as something similar to a flare replacement, but, unfortunately Rubadra is a fire dragon, so I wonder how things will turn out, because of me. Rubadra sent a flustered thought upon Rinya's murmur. Ignoring her for the time being, Rinya focused his attention on the behavior of the incoming missiles. He could identify how the flight path of those missiles became disarrayed after being swallowed by a carpet of fire, just to run into another wave of additional fireballs. Because of the multiple heat sources and the enormous heat exposure, the missile's guidance system had apparently lost Rubadra as a target. Yet, it didn't mean that the missiles fell down just like that. As he alertly watched their behavior, Rinya immediately shouted to Rubadra, "Rubadra! Defend! They won't hit, but they'll explode very close by." Oh, okay. In response to Rinya's instruction, Rubadra instantly activated her mana and deployed a defense barrier around herself and her passengers. At the same time, Rinya pumped power from within the barrier, further strengthening the barrier. An impact might hit us. Hold on to her back. After shouting, Rinya remembered that he was atop Rubadra himself as well. Even though he told the others to hold on, nothing suitable for him to hold on was to be found around him. Rinya perceived that he had blundered and couldn't do anything about this anymore, but without any hesitation, Shin and Killy simultaneously clung to Rinya's waist. In the state of a woman hanging on to him on either side, Rinya looked up to the sky, his expression somewhat miserable. "I'm no handrail, you know. Is that the right time to bicker?" The instant Rubadra made that retort, a stray missile exploded near Rubadra after having lost its target. Kya! While Rubadra screamed, a mighty impact hit the exterior of her defense barrier. The barrier she had deployed using her mana should have been fairly tough, especially considering how Rinya had reinforced it as well, but maybe because she was flying through the sky or maybe because her bracing didn't work due to the barrier itself, Rubadra was shaken violently alongside the barrier due to the blast that had hit the barrier's wall. Even though she blacked out for a moment there, she barely avoided crashing, but that was all she managed to do. Rinya, Shin, and Killy avoided falling from her back, but even so, all three of them were knocked down on Rubadra's big back. "Rubadra! You still alive?" Somewhere 8, Shin. Killy. "I'm alive. Would it be okay for me to wait somewhere else until this is over?" Considering it objectively, there was no need for Killy, who could always switch between Giliel and Killy, to keep the company for everything, even going as far as the middle of a battlefield. She was apparently asking whether she could shift back to Giliel for the time being, move to some safe place, and come back as Killy once things calmed down, but immediately after she blurted that out, Rinya directed an icy glare at her. "Sure, go ahead and run away. But, get ready for a severe spanking for trying to run away after this is over." "I'll stay. Forget I said anything, I'll stay here." Neither Rubadra nor her three passengers seemed to have suffered any direct damage, but just the indirect shockwaves of the attack had all of them reeling quite a bit. You could say that alone spoke of the terrifying destructive force of the missiles. Rinya couldn't even imagine what would have happened to them if they got hit directly by those. "Rubadra, do you think you could endure a direct hit by those?" "No way. Absolutely no way. I'd be smashed into pieces." Even Rubadra, who could somehow block something at the level of anti-aircraft flak, had apparently judged it impossible to bear direct hits by missiles, and readily gave up on any attempt of this. While Shin and Killy still clung to his waist, Rinya assumed that the situation might get rather bad if they were to be continuously attacked by those missiles. He tried to take a look at the surface from atop Rubadra, but the continuous barrage of attacks, which Rinya seemed to fear, had lost a great chunk of its initial accuracy with the anti-aircraft flak being shot at Rubadra but only sporadically. It looks like the heat of the explosions and magic have also played a role in the jamming of the weaponry. Thanks to the heat and smoke enveloping the area, the ground-bound attackers apparently can't pinpoint Rubadra's location, Rinya assessed while watching the sporadic attacks. If that's the case, I think now's the best time to decrease the ground forces while we can. After reaching that conclusion, Rinya clapped Rubadra's back. "Rubadra, raise the ground with your breath." "Leave it to me." Rubadra cheerfully responded to Rinya's request, and lightly sucked in some air. The breath, which she spat out immediately without any time to amass power, stabbed the ground as something similar to a narrow, red, light beam, and tore apart the earth in a straight line, beginning from its impact site. You couldn't call it overly powerful with only that much, but with a slight delay, crimson flames blazed up with a furious might, following the straight trench created by her breath. Everything in its path and close proximity was burned by the heat or completely melted altogether. How about this? Look at my power. Aim properly. Didn't you mostly burn vegetation and a few enemy soldiers just now? The power of Rubidra's breath was certainly mighty enough that Rinya could understand what she was trying to brag about, but its aim was completely off. Although she had burned a few figures and all the vegetation growing in the vicinity, the missile launch pads, which was the most important here, remained completely undamaged. It was a demonstration. Demonstration. Next I'm going to fire the thing that fired those sticks at us. Rubidra answered in panic while feeling Rinya's glare on the back of her head all too keenly. And then, just as she had promised, her laser-like breath pierced the launch pads. Contrary to some pads which melted at once, other launch pads, which appeared to still have some unfired missiles loaded, suddenly exploded while raising huge flame pillars, causing thick, black smoke to rise and mowing down the nearby figures. Due to the explosions being so intense that their shock waves reached all the way up to Rubidra, although she should be quite far away from the explosion site, Shin's face cramped up as she peered down at the surface while still clinging to Rinya. What kind of power do these weapons have, really? In my previous world, those were no more than reasonably strong weapons, mind you. Those are weapons from your world, Rinya. Just what the hell have you been fighting over there to require such mighty and devastating weapons? Mostly those were used to kill people. To be precise, those were weapons to destroy weapons ridden by humans, buildings with humans, or areas such as city blocks. But when Rinya thought it through, those weapons were used for nothing other than killing other people. Hence, Rinya answered Shin based on that thinking, but Shin apparently interpreted it differently, muttering with a trembling voice, "Don't tell me, is Rinya's world filled with people like Rinya? If that's the case, I can understand that they won't be able to beat each other if they don't use weapons of such a destructive force. Hey, just what do you think I am? Even I'd be blown to smithereens if I got directly hit by something like that. But, right now you can defend against them, no? Well, that's because this world got things like mana. Him being able to think that he might be able to defend against almost all weaponry his former world had to offer, except for certain types, stemmed from the state of Rinya's current body. Nowadays, Rinya completely and utterly admired mana for its convenience. Even as Rinya and Shin were having such a conversation, Rubidra incessantly fired her breath at the ground as if to take revenge for the bullets and missiles that had been shot at her so far. The ground was ablaze and some weapons were exploding. Although it was unthinkable that the scorched bodies in between flames and explosions were still alive, no matter how you spun it, those bodies sluggishly moved while they were still burning, but seeing that, Killy's face turned grim. That means the weapons have been used by the dead, I guess. Moving around in an environment that wouldn't allow for any living being to exist was only possible for lifeless beings. And, seeing how they had humanoid shapes, those could only be corpses. Even among the demons I fought before were moving dead, Shin commented while apparently recalling her past battle. In response, Rinya remembered the information they had extracted from the head Frau brought back, and grimaced. I suppose it means they transplanted the heart of Sazan, which was brought back by that guy called Karen or whatever, into someone else. Somehow it's a story that gives you the chills. She hadn't minded it during battle, but being shown the dead as they kept collapsing while burning or new corpses that walked across the blazing ground from other places, Shin put even more strength into her arms that were coiled around Rinya's waist. Feeling the pressure from that, Rinya spoke up with a somewhat strained voice, "Wait, do you plan to strangle me to death? Why would you phrase it like that? Isn't that a moment where you'd pick your words more carefully? That's, could you please hug me a bit more gently?" "Wrong. That's completely wrong, Rinya." I got it. Moderate yourself, that's what you want to hear, right?" "That means almost the same, doesn't it?" Rubadra continued raising the ground with her breath while trying to ignore the two, who were making a loud racket on her back. Meanwhile, Kili, who also clung to Rinya's side but opposite of Shin, had remained silent. But, now that she spotted something on the other side of the billowing smoke and blazing flames, she raised her voice in order to warn the other two. "You two, I am terribly sorry to interrupt you during your friendly chat. A wedding ceremony. Oh my, Rinya, that's still a bit early, don't you think? Don't act like a fool, and don't become all bashful on me. Stop blushing. Can you put the display of your wonderfully harmonious relationship aside for the moment, and look at that for a moment?" Kili pointed at the ground while completely disregarding Shin's reaction and Rinya's retort. It was a location somewhat away from the blazing site. Over there was a swarm of an army, most likely soldiers of the Demon King, and a small stone fortress which was besieged from all sides by that army. The whole spectacle looked like a tiny, isolated island was being ravaged by waves of the ocean all around it. "Isn't that fortress over there not a good start?" "A good start for what?" "Sheesh, it'll be impossible to get control of the situation if even you act like a fool, Rinya-san. I'm asking whether it's not a likely place for dragonoids to hide out. The existence of weapons, which didn't originally exist in this world, and the existence of corpses who were using those weapons. And on top of that, military forces apparently belonging to the Demon King army were encircling a fortress. It meant that quite a big amount of military might, including the Demon King's losts, had been concentrated in this area. Thus, Kili claimed that the possibility for the Dragonoid's hero Albert or, even if not him, the survivors of the Dragonoids having barricaded themselves inside the besieged fortress might be fairly high. "I see, that makes sense. Even if Albert-san isn't there, we'll be able to obtain information if Dragonoids are present in the fortress. Having said that, I propose that we head over to the fortress in order to save it. Rubadra, how about it?" Rinya asked Rubadra, who was circling above the flames with most of the nearby area razed to the ground by fires. If they were to move in order to rescue the fortress, it'd mean continuous battles with almost no resting time for Rubadra. For this reason, Rinya became worried about Rubadra's stamina, now that she had scorched large patches of the ground below. However, Rubadra answered with a cheerful telepathic message as if to laugh away Rinya's worries. "No biggie. If you give me the order, I'll raise that army over there to the ground. Please hold back a bit this time. It'd be anything but funny if your fire also spread to the fortress." Once Rinya clapped Rubadra's body, indirectly telling her that he was counting on her, Rubadra unleashed a thundering roar as if to agree with him. "Shin, you have nothing against it either, right? I'll follow you, Rinya." "I see. Then we're going to rescue that fortress next. Let's go, Rubadra." "On it." In response to Rinya's request, Rubadra powerfully flapped her big wings, shifting from circling the area to heading straight towards the fortress indicated by Kili, and thus leaving the scorched enemy encampment behind. Translation notes: 1. This is a very Japanese pun. During marriage ceremonies, starting with the Showa era in Japan, Marriage ceremonies in cities are often held in big wedding halls where the guests sit around tables while the couple sits on a stage and various relatives talk about their past, etc. At the beginning, the host of the ceremony will step on the stage and call for the guests' attention. The sentence used by Killy, "I am terribly," is usually the opening of the greeting by the host. Around that time, a hopeless battle had unfolded inside the fortress. Shit. Those guys are on the way. Defend. Hold them back at any cost. The fortress main gate had already been breached, and the battle had proceeded into the courtyard. The sturdy gate, which had been made out of thick wood and got reinforced with iron, wasn't anything that would be smashed apart so easily, even with a battering ram. But no sooner than the demons pointed some cylindrical tube which the dragonoids couldn't identify at all and shot something out of the tube's end, the gate was blown apart with a loud explosion alongside the stone wall around it. Moreover, the approaching enemy army certainly possessed weapons such as swords and spears which you'd be able to find in any normal battle, but in addition, the enemy soldiers were carrying some small pipes. As soon as sparks scattered from the ends of those pipes alongside consecutive bangs, the soldiers, which were targeted by those pipes, became full of holes and died on the spot. At this point, it had become a tragedy for the dragonoids who didn't know about the weapons of Renya's former world. If Renya had been present, he'd have immediately grasped that a rocket launcher had destroyed the gate and that the enemy soldiers were carrying assault rifles. Moreover, he would have been capable of warning the dragonoids of the danger of those weapons. However, the dragonoids, who knew nothing of those weapons, were forced into a battle against the Demon King's army while not comprehending why their comrades fell like flies or what caused all the explosions. Don't ease up on the defensive magic. We don't know what it is, but it's evident that we're being attacked. Dragonoids had a lot of mana and a high skill at handling magic when compared to humans. Because of that alone, they were able to use defense magic while fighting. If it came to small arms that could be carried by individuals, the dragonoids were able to block the bullets more or less. Still, that also had its limits. The dragonoids could certainly repel a few dozen bullets that were spat out on full automatic with their defense barriers, causing the bullets to ricochet against the ground or nearby walls, but if they were showered by hundreds of such bullets on end, their defense barriers wouldn't be able to endure the burden, and shatter eventually. And the weapons of the enemies mercilessly basked the dragonoids with continuous attacks as if never running out of bullets. What made the situation even worse for the dragonoids was the circumstance of those small arms being handled by enemy soldiers which were already dead. Those dead soldiers were manipulated by some sort of power, and as such they continued to indifferently advance without fearing battle or getting excited over combat while facing the dragonoids with faces completely devoid of any emotions. No matter whether the dragonoids' attacks tore up their stomachs or plucked off their arms, those lifeless bodies trudged onwards while dragging their entrails and dripping blood. Without welcoming death. Without agonizing in pain. What the fuck are these things? Their injuries should be fatal, no matter how you look at them. Idiot. Don't stop. The sword blade cracked open the head of an enemy soldier as it slammed down. And yet the enemy soldier didn't stop even as brain matter escaped the broken skull. Seeing that, a dragonoid stood stock still in panic. Another dragonoid reprimanded him for that, but it was already too late. The frozen dragonoid was grabbed by the enemy soldier whose head he had split open just moments ago, and got pushed down on the spot. Once that happened, it became impossible for the living to escape the hands of the dead. One dead after the other swarmed towards the dragonoid who was struggling in an attempt to escape from underneath the dead on top of him. But, his body was pinned down, despite him using all his physical strength, getting crushed by their weight. The dead used their nails and teeth to tear out flesh and skin while breaking his bones. None of his allies tried to save him as he screamed in death agony. After all, they too had their hands full with just trying to stay alive. However, in a situation where they got attacked by unknown weapons from a distance and crushed by the sheer numbers of undying opponents as soon as they allowed themselves to be caught in close combat, not a single of them had an idea what they could do to break through this predicament. Among them, only one dragonoid fought while overwhelming the enemy soldiers. "Don't falter. We must protect this fortress at any cost." The things flying at him from a distance were repelled by a mighty barrier which was backed by his overwhelming mana while he sent the heads of approaching enemy soldiers flying with a single stroke of his sword. The one shouting at his comrades while slicing apart the limbs of a dead, who was trying to grab him despite having lost its head, was no one other than Albert, the one chosen as Dragonoid hero. He wore his usual, casual dressing that allowed him to move nimbly while only being reinforced with leather padding at his vital spots, but his body was sullied with blood, very likely that of his enemies. Then again, it didn't look like he had remained completely unhurt either, with him being injured at various places. Yet, his presence boosted the morale of the Dragonoid soldiers, causing them to persist. "That's right. Hero Dorno is still with us. Show them the backbone of us Dragonoids. We won't allow the likes of Demon King underlings to do with us as they please." If the enemy didn't fall from a single fatal strike, they would just need to chop the enemies apart until they couldn't move any longer. If they couldn't block the enemy attacks with a single defensive barrier, they would still be blockable if they piled up several defensive barriers on top of each other. The Dragonoids, who rallied their momentum alongside their morale, succeeded in somehow pushing back the enemy army that had been surging into the fortress's courtyard. However, that was no more than a temporary achievement. By continuing to fight, the surviving Dragonoids kept accumulating fatigue, but the ones opposing them on the Demon King army's side were already dead, and the dead didn't know any fatigue. And another element causing the Dragonoids trouble was wafting across the battlefield. Bring everything that could serve as a shield. Build barricades. Additional enemy soldiers are going to arrive very soon. Fuck, what the hell's this stench? I can't concentrate as I want to. Just what the fuck are these guys using? They swiftly assembled barricades at the entrance to the courtyard with the tables and shelves they had gathered from within the fortress before the enemies, which they managed to push back for the moment, would launch another attack, but some of the Dragonoid soldiers started to complain about stomach pain or intense headaches with their faces ghastly pale. The cause behind this was some kind of scent they were able to sense during the battle. The Dragonoids, who had no choice but to keep fighting while not understanding the reason for their ailing, were unable to make full use of their usual strength, making the whole battle even more difficult for them despite them being already in a position of having much less soldiers than the enemy. Albert Dorno. Please use this short break in battle and escape while taking just the Shrine Princess with you. An elderly soldier among the Dragonoids, probably one with a fairly high standing, told Albert while approaching him as the hero was wiping the blood and gore off his sword. As reinforcements won't arrive, it's only a matter of time until this place falls. But, no matter what happens, we must allow you, the hero who should fight against the Demon King, and the Shrine Princess, who selected you as a hero, to escape. I cannot call myself a hero any longer. I lost my qualification as a hero the moment when I ran away from Earl Kunudai's place, which managed all heroes. But, that's just because that human Earl was supporting the likes of a demon. Albert stopped the soldier, who tried to argue vehemently, by quietly shaking his head. I'm sure that he must have had a reason for that as well. However, without even trying to understand that reason while only reproaching him for allying with demons, I chose a path different from theirs. How could I call myself a hero now after all this? Albert Dornot, but I shall do as you said, my lord. Even if it's just Shrine Princess Summer, we must allow her to escape this place. Now that the White Enajmo is gone, that lady is the only one who can bring the Dragonoids together. Therefore, I'd like you, my lord, to take the Shrine Princess and run away from here. Albert Dornot. The soldier cried out, being completely flabbergasted due to the sudden request. But Albert continued with his face overflowing with firm resolve. It's necessary for someone to buy enough time so you and the princess can get away, correct? That duty is most appropriate for me. Even though I may look like this, I'm someone who was once called a hero. Please watch me buy you enough time to escape, even if I have to use up all of my soul for it. But, Albert Dornot, in that case, you should entrust that duty to us. Albert Dornot, you might be the only one able to get through the miasma forest and request help from another race while guarding the princess. Us making it through that forest alive is close to impossible. Hence, it should be us who remain in this place to stall for time. I said it before, but I've already parted with that earl. I can't believe that any of the other races would lend me an ear at this point, even if I begged them for help. Therefore, it ought to be my duty to stay back in this place. Please wait. It was the voice of a girl that interrupted the heated argument of the two men. Once the two looked in the direction of the voice, they spotted a girl with her long, black hair being tied up while wearing an attire formed by multiple layers of silk. I shan't escape from this place. Shrine Princess Summer. The soldier yelled in surprise. Shrine Princess, no, Charlotte Summer, Albert faltered. While walking up to those two, Charlotte further added, I chose you, Albert Summer, as hero after hearing God's voice, so it's my duty to bear that responsibility. Do you think I would be able to escape by myself while being told that you will remain behind, Albert Summer? But, Charlotte Summer, if we lose you now, any paths other than the doom of the Dragonoids as a race will be, then escape together with me, Albert Summer. Having this bluntly thrown at him, Albert couldn't find any words to talk back. The only two choices available to him were to say yes or no. But, no matter which he chose, neither would open up a path to the future for him. If he answered with yes, Albert's strength might certainly be enough to allow to get through the miasma forest while protecting Charlotte, but after having chosen a path different from that earl who possessed a big influence among humans, elves, and possibly beastmen, Albert would have no place where he could go to ask for help. But, if he answered no, Charlotte wouldn't escape this fortress, and the only future awaiting him and everyone else was to die fighting here. Albert considered whether he should force his hands here, and make Charlotte faint in order to have her carried away from this place by soldiers, but if she were to kill herself after having done something like that to her, it would lead to the same outcome in the end. As such, Albert couldn't find an answer as to what he should do in this situation. Or something along those lines. Don't make up some horseplay. Horseplay? Or rather, how come you can look inside that fortress, Killy? As Rubadra was drawing big circles high up in the sky above the fortress, Killy had relayed the conversation between the hero, the Shrine Princess, and the soldiers which had taken place just moments ago while shading her eyes as she stared down at the fortress. It earned her a biting comment from Renia and caused Shen to tilt her head in confusion. Although the fortress was in the center of her circling, Rubadra was actually drawing a very huge circle in the sky, and thus the dragonoids inside the fortress apparently hadn't noticed her presence yet. Rubadra shouldn't be exactly silent during her flight either, or rather, she was pretty loud, but the dragonoids already had their hands full with themselves and thus couldn't pay any attention to other things, Rinya suspected. That's a girl's secret. Killy, you're at an age where you'd still be called a girl. Women are always girls. You understand what I mean, don't you, Shin-san? Not quite, but if it's a girl's secret, it can't be helped. While watching Killy and Shin having such completely tensionless talk, Rinya pondered how they should tackle this situation. In the first place, Albert seemed to believe that he had no place to go to even if escaped this place since he tread a path different from Rinya, but in Rinya's eyes, Albert was overestimating himself way too much. Rinya had supported the demons for the sake of saving Emil, but it wasn't as though he couldn't understand Albert's feelings who considered it preposterous to save demons. Naturally, Rinya hadn't told the elves or beastmen anything about not accepting Albert if he were to ask for their help. Nor was he able to do so to begin with. In other words, the best option would be for Albert and the woman called Charlotte, who seemed to be a shrine princess, to escape this place hand in hand, but going by the situation inside the fortress, as far as Killy had passed it on, it seemed extremely unlikely for Albert to notice that and choose that option. I have several options I can take here. What kind of? Leaving the matter with Killy's girly secret alone, Shin lent an ear to Rinya's words. Rinya first raised an index finger in front of her. First, I can gallantly enter the battlefield as reinforcement, and save the dragonoids. That sounds like a faultless option. It's an alternative where no one will be unhappy, Shin assessed. Second, I could watch the course of events, and choose the best timing to make my entrance. You're going to wait until there will be a scene fit for a dramatic entry. I won't say that's a bad move, but I don't really feel like supporting it either. It might lead to an increase in the debts the dragonoids would owe him after everything ended, but choosing the ideal timing to make an appearance on the stage while not saving the people who could be saved wasn't anything Shin wanted to approve of. Third, I can watch from up here like this until everything has ended down there. You mean because your ultimate goal is securing Albert? As in, all will be fine now that you know where to find him as long as you can recover Albert, dead or alive. That's a bit. Basically it meant, it'd be fine if the dragonoids could save themselves out of their own power, but even if not, Rinya would be able to secure Albert's body right away after the rest got annihilated. Naturally, Shin didn't feel overly pleased with that option. Fourth, we wrap up everything with our powers. With Rubadra's and my firepower, things will be over in no time. What exactly do you mean? Does that possibly mean you're going to burn the entire region around here to cinders? If you do that, the Demon King's army will be annihilated, and Albert will die as well. Sure, since his body will be reduced to ashes, it will be impossible to reuse his abilities. But, isn't that somewhat too cruel? Shin appealed, wanting to stop Rinya if possible at all. After pondering for a short while, Rinya suddenly placed a hand on Shin's head and started to slowly stroke it. Rinya. For you to have reached a level where you understand what I want to say, albeit vaguely, you sure have grown, Shin. I think you probably intended to say that as a praise, but to be honest, I can't really feel happy about it, Shin muttered with an indescribably miserable expression. While continuing to stroke her head, Rinya wondered whether he'd said something bad. And while watching those two, Killy sighed deeply as if realizing that this was a lost cause. At the same time, Rubadra wondered whether they couldn't hurry up with their decision on how they'd act, but realized that it'd likely take a while longer and continued to circle above the fortress, not knowing how many rounds she'd need to make. It wasn't just soldiers who were cooped up in the fortress. Citizens incapable of fighting, the elderly, and children had also taken refuge deep inside the fortress. However, the Demon King's army wasn't as merciful as to make a distinction between them and the soldiers. Moreover, it was exceedingly logical for the soldiers of the Demon King's army, who had plenty of means to easily scale the fortress's walls despite all efforts of the defenders inside the fortress's courtyard, to not limit their attacks to just the front. Those brutes have shown up. Take the children deeper into the fortress. We'll stop them here. As long as we can buy some time, Hero Summer will come to help us. Although you might describe them as elderly, the abilities of dragonoids were far above those of other races. Many dragonoids blocked the way by taking on the enemy soldiers, which had intruded into the fortress after destroying a part of the fortress's wall, trying to somehow stop their advance, but it wasn't as if those dragonoids had gone through military drills like soldiers. On top of that, their movements were slow since their abilities had clearly deteriorated from age. In exchange for a few losses among the Demon King's troops, many elderly dragonoids had their lives ruthlessly stolen. Speaking of a battle to stall for time might sound nice, but in reality, the dragonoids were in a situation where everyone could tell that they were gradually getting cornered inside the fortress as time passed, soon losing all possibilities to escape this place. Among those dragonoids, who kept fleeing deeper and deeper into the fortress, a single, young girl stopped her feet. Seemingly having resigned herself to the fact that they wouldn't be able to get away much longer, all light was gone from her eyes as knelt down on the spot while vacantly staring at the Demon King's soldiers slowly creeping closer with their iron weapons at the ready. No one tried to save her. The others suspected that her heart might have broken and believed that it might be better for her to be finished off now and here rather than pointlessly investing effort into trying to rescue her. Of course, such circumstances didn't matter to the soldiers who were chasing after them. They simply thrust their weapons at the girl who stood in their way as an enemy. The girl looked up to the face of a soldier pointing his weapon at her. His face was blank, not showing a shred of anything that could be described as an expression. If the weapon in his hand blew its fire, the girl's body wouldn't be able to endure its firepower and most likely crumble on the spot like some tattered piece of rags. Dear God, as if seeing no value in considering what the girl's eyes saw and what her mind was thinking for her to mutter something like that, the soldier put strength into the finger resting on the trigger. However, in that instant, the soldier's right arm soundlessly dropped from its shoulder to the ground. After taking a vacant look at the wound that didn't spout much blood, probably because he'd been dead to begin with, the soldier tried to turn around. But, someone's foot slammed with a ridiculous speed against his flank, crushing his entrails and easily shattering his spine. In the next instant the soldier's body was blown away sideways. The force behind that blow was so strong that the soldier's body crashed against the fortress's wall without bouncing on the ground even once, turning into a single, big, red stain as his body hadn't been able to endure the impact of its contact with the wall. Without sparing the fate of the soldier even a single glance, a young man sheathed his sword after swinging the blade, which didn't have any blood on it, once. Instead, he looked down at the dragonoid girl, who had light return into her eyes, probably because she got so startled by what happened in front of her, with an expression as if he hadn't even registered that he pulverized an enemy soldier just moments ago. God. Unfortunately, I've never experienced anything like wings growing out of my back. With God you mean that, right? Once the girl lifted her face even further, following with her eyes where the youth was pointing, she noticed that the ceiling, which ought to be there, was gone. In exchange, a huge, cleanly round hole, which showed a cut end as if it had been sliced open with a very sharp blade, extended all the way through the several layers of the fortress, which should exist above this place, allowing a clear look at the azure sky. A girl with wings growing out of her back was in the middle of descending through that hole while frantically flapping her wings as she carried another girl of similar age. The dragonoid girl couldn't comprehend just where the ceiling, which should have existed above her head, had gone to. The crazy idea that the youth standing in front of her might have created this hole in order to save them did cross her mind, but in that case, it was weird for no fragments of the destroyed ceiling to rain down on their heads. The girl simply couldn't comprehend. At her unintentionally blurting out God, the youth in front of her pointed at the girl, who was frantically flapping her wings while carrying another person, indicating that she had to mean that one, but a being looking like a human while having wings grow out of its back shouldn't exist in this world. Hence the girl asked herself just who the twin-tail girl, who had approached close enough to somehow allow a peek at her bright red face as she kept descending ever so slowly, might be. Moreover, the girl wondered about the identity of the somewhat shady girl, who was carried by the twin-tail girl like a cat that got caught by the scruff of its neck while languidly dangling around. And the girl still couldn't understand. The soldier, who was about to kill her moments ago, had become a red stain on the wall. And although the youth's action didn't bring that much of a change to the whole situation, just a fleeting glare over his shoulder had caused the Demon King's soldier to stop moving. Nevertheless, the girl wondered who he might be, how he came to this place, and from where he came. Don't bother with all the complicated stuff. Seemingly having somehow guessed the girl's confusion, the youth stopped glaring over his shoulder, faced the girl in front of him, and revealed a slightly troubled smile while placing his left hand on her head. The youth began to stroke her head with a slightly ginger feeling, but the warmth passed on through his hand gave the girl a sense of security despite the masses of armed enemy soldiers behind him. Very likely no further casualties will occur on your side anymore. You may leave the rest to us. The youth lightly tapped the girl's head as if indicating that things were over with this, and turned around before the girl could respond in any way. The girl, who felt like she had to at least ask for his name and was about to speak up, was interrupted by the yelling of two girls who landed, or rather, crashed down nearby. Hey! Killy, what's with that landing? My wings, you see, are basically made for carrying me alone, so it's difficult to fly while holding someone else. As the armed girl, who had comically flopped down on her bum, and the twin-tail girl, who had fallen onto the ground face first with her bum sticking out into the air and her wings powerlessly drooping down, were bitching at each other, the youth revealed an expression making it clear that he was fed up with their antics, and called out to the two. Killy, get up right away and protect the non-combatants. Shin, get ready by drawing your sword. It's our long-awaited customers, you know. Rinya, my butt hurts from the impact. Could you gently stroke it, please? Aren't you way too terrible in your use of a goddess? I'll admit you're much less exploitative than my mistress, though. Both of you. Rinya smiled while kindly addressing Shin, who was rubbing her butt she had apparently hurt during the crash, and Killy, who was unleashing a flood of muttered complaints. The faces of both girls immediately froze and became ghastly pale, which appeared extremely odd to the girl who had been watching the whole show from the side. If you give me too much trouble, I won't mind getting rid of you together with the enemy soldiers, okay? I will get ready at once. As if being operated by a puppeteer, both stood up in the same moment and way. The armed girl drew the katana at her waist while the twin-tail girl's wings scattered into many light particles and disappeared as she got up. "Come on, hurry up. This place is dangerous, so let's group up with everyone over there. If you don't do that, it'll become very difficult for me to protect you." The now wingless girl, Killy, put an arm on the girl's shoulder and mostly pushed her towards the other dragonoids who had been evacuating deeper into the fortress. Without even watching it happening, Rinya sighed deeply while casting a sidelong glance at Shin, who was standing next to him, drawn katana in hand. "This was a failure, I guess." "What was?" "If it's a fortress where non-combatants had taken refuge, we should have first considered how to let these people evacuate, besides the soldiers and Albert." Rinya's eyes were pinned on the corpses of the old dragonoids who had become shields for the sake of letting the younger dragonoids get away. "I guess we allowed for quite a few casualties to appear in the time we used to carefully watch how things would pan out. This was my error in judgment." Shin tilted her head, not sure whether this was really the case. Normally, no one would entertain the idea of relieving a fortress on the brink of falling with merely 3 people. And even if they did consider it, it'd be impossible to actually put it into practice. Since we've singled out Albert's location, we should have immediately headed over to rescue him. That's a hindsight-based opinion, isn't it? Given that their objective had been to secure Albert, even Shin wouldn't go as far as saying that he should have also protected the dragonoid civilians. And even if she had thought of that, the current outcome was the result of the dragonoid's own choices, and thus Shin didn't consider pushing the blame for it on someone else. However, she also believed that it might be inevitable for the human called Rinya to fret about it to some extent, since he had a tendency of hating civilians taking the brunt of battle, contrary to his very indifferent approach when it came to combatants. "That's another good part of him," though, muttered Shin with the intention to keep it so quiet that Rinya wouldn't hear her. However, even that faint whisper apparently reached Rinya's sharp ears, causing him to ask in a low voice with his eyes still resting on the corpses of the dragonoids, "Did you say something?" As he had apparently registered her murmur as a sound but didn't quite understand what she said in detail, Shin felt relieved while still feeling a tiny pang of fluster. Her words were nothing that would put her in trouble if he had heard them, but if she considered that he might have reprimanded her to consider time and place, she assessed that it might be fortunate for him having been unable to hear them. "Nothing in particular. Anyway, we came here to rescue them, so we should get rid of the enemy soldiers so that the sacrifices of the dragonoids over there won't go to waste, right?" "You got a point there." Once Shin diverted the conversation towards them having to take action, Rinya put his hand together in prayer towards the dead dragonoids, before turning his eyes towards the Demon King's soldiers who were filling the vicinity around them, seemingly agreeing with Shin's argument. The enemy soldiers were very likely manipulated corpses, but once Rinya looked in their direction, most of them retreated several steps as if fearing his stare for some reason. Shin wondered whether Rinya's look frightened even the dead, but Rinya didn't seem to think anything like that. "Someone is manipulating these guys, but they seem to know about me." "Is that so? The dead harbor no fear, do they? These guys retreating just now stems from their puppet master knowing and fearing me." Apparently reacting to Rinya's words, the Demon King's soldiers, who were about to fall back further, readied their weapons again, which they had lowered until then as if having forgotten about their existence altogether. Most of the weapons were firearms Rinya had seen in his previous world and which originally didn't exist in this world. As far as Rinya knew, only one person came into question as supplier. Rinya didn't know what kind of relation that guy had with the person manipulating those dead, but it meant that at least one lost of the Demon King's side was present in this place. If I had killed him properly back then, things wouldn't have become such a pain in the ass though. The bloodlust and anger, which he put into his words, were so fierce that they made even Shin shudder, despite her knowing that those weren't turned on her. Seemingly being also passed on to the one steering those corpses, the dead couldn't pull the triggers of their weapons, albeit having their fingers placed on them. I did offer you a hand once, but you denied it. Seeing how you're cooperating with the Demon King and his ilk on top of that, you should make up your resolve that you won't leave this place alive anymore. It was definitely true that Rinya loathed to fight people who weren't professional soldiers. But it was just as true that he showed no mercy towards those who chose to fight in addition to becoming his enemies. One of the manipulated dead pulled the trigger in a manner that could be called somewhat accidental due to the fierce pressure which was so overpowering that any spectator might hallucinate about hearing the air crackling. As the gun hadn't been aimed properly, the bullet flew off in the completely wrong direction while ripping through the quiet place. But, as if using that as a trigger, Rinya and Shin charged at the army of the dead. Under normal circumstances, firearms would have an overwhelming advantage against katana. On top of being relatively easy to use without requiring that much ability, they were able to incapacitate their target, or kill them in the best case, if they hit. It was unnecessary to shorten the distance to hit an enemy, and the bullets possessed enough penetrative force to pierce the target as long as they wore weaker armor. For this reason, it had been no exaggeration to state that the appearance of guns on the battlefield had completely changed the way of fighting. But that reality was currently being overturned in a section of the fort where the surviving dragonoids had holed themselves up after being cornered by the Demon King's army. In the first place, it's something that's liable to be misunderstood, but if you compare guns with katana, the katana has a much higher capability of inflicting fatal wounds. Once Rinya smoothly shifted his body sideways to the right, the bullet, which should have originally hit his body, passed through without being even able to graze him, as if they had arranged this feat in advance. The gun-wielding soldier didn't seem to be worked up by the ridiculous act of dodging a bullet at all, and simply turned the muzzle so as to target Rinya's body once more, but at that point, his target was already gone from that spot. In exchange, Rinya had closed the distance to the gunner in the blink of an eye, and slashed him diagonally from the shoulder in one stroke. The gunner's body split into two body halves as it fell to the ground. The reason is pretty simple, since katana, which slash in strokes, cause a lot more damage if they hit than bullets which only hit a point, but the opinions are divided on this since it also depends on the bullets used. The soldiers scanned their vicinity after having lost their target, and readjusted their guns to point at the place where the voice came from, but it wasn't as though the voice's owner stood still either. By the time their muzzles had turned, he was already gone from there. Instead, yet another soldier fell. This time, the soldier had his torso sliced apart in a straight, horizontal line. The soldier's lower body went down on its knees in the pool of bloody mush its upper body created as the entrails and everything else spluttered out due to the internal pressure of the body. But, even if you ignore that fact, a katana's movements are free in comparison to a bullet that will always fly in a straight line once it leaves the gun's muzzle. This is a huge difference, especially when it comes to close combat. Even though they should be in an area with no covers, the soldiers couldn't spot the voice's owner ever since they lost sight of him once. They had nothing other than the voice to go by, but at the time when all of them turned their eyes in the direction of the voice, they couldn't find anyone over there, and in exchange, one of theirs definitely died or became unable to fight. So, as you can see, my pet theory is that there's no disadvantage or advantage to be found in the weapons differences, if you fight at this kind of distance. Do you understand? Sorry, Rinya. Somehow I don't get what you're saying. Although Shin got ready by drawing her katana and taking up position, she could only stare in sheer astonishment at the massacre taking place in front of her, unable to move from where she was standing. The array of explanations was Rinya's idea of giving Shin advice on how to deal with gun-wielding opponents, but Shin was apparently unable to grasp what Rinya was telling her. Is it because even your brain consists of nothing but muscles? Rinya didn't believe that he'd said anything too complicated, and pinned Shin's failure to understand his words on her lacking comprehensive abilities, but Shin denied that while repeatedly shaking her head. No, how to put it? How can you dodge those bullets, was it? Which are flying at you with such crazy speed. Although Shin's eyes were good enough for her to tell that the objects, which were spat out by the weapons in the hands of the enemy soldiers, were similar to small pebbles, they seemed to move at such a speed that she couldn't even fathom how she should spot them, shift to evasion, and dodge them in time. For this very reason, she couldn't understand how Rinya was dodging them so easily either. I told you, didn't I? Bullets can only fly in a straight line from the gun's muzzle. In other words, as long as you move your body out of the muzzle's straight fire line before the bullet is shot, it'll never hit you. What matter is the direction of the muzzle and the finger placed on the trigger, Rinya taught Shin, but in Shin's eyes, paying attention to the muzzles and the fingers on the triggers to detect the moment the bullet would be fired while being in combat at the same time was beyond impossible. Well, the weapons those guys carry have something called full auto mode. It allows them to lay a barrage of bullets by pressing down on the trigger, so the muzzle is more important than the finger. In short, you just need to move so fast that their muzzles can't catch up with you. That's impossible for me. Yeah, given that the bullet's trajectory can also veer off due to various circumstances, you must continue to dodge while keeping a certain level of margin for error in mind. Because it's possible that you'll get hit from an unexpected direction, you have to be careful. No, I told you just now. It's impossible for me. As it doesn't look like they're reloading, I think that their weapons are cheats with an infinite amount of bullets in the cartridges, but those guys only use their weapons for 3-shot bursts or single shots, don't they? Is it because the accuracy goes down when using them in their full auto mode? As if I'd know anything like that. By the way, suddenly Rinya changed his stance, holding an object with both his hands. It was an assault rifle he had stolen from the soldier he cut down moments ago. Anyone with deeper weapon knowledge might have been able to identify the rifle's name, but from Rinya's standpoint, a gun only had to shoot its bullets when you pushed its trigger, and thus he saw no value in remembering some worthless information such as weapon names. Even someone like me is capable of around this much. After setting the selector to full auto, Rinya casually pushed the trigger. Rinya pressed and released the trigger in alternation as the rifle would continue to shoot its bullets until it ran out of ammo if he kept pressing the trigger indefinitely, and thus adjusted the way of firing the bullets. The bullets, which were shot out consecutively in bursts, hit the heads of the enemy soldiers, who belatedly tried to point the muzzles of their guns at Rinya, resulting in them dropping like flies while scattering spurts of red and pink like smashed watermelons. This is a technique called head shooting, but, as I thought, it's so damn boring. It's closer to work than fighting. Since it doesn't require reloads either, you could kill off all the armies of this world by just doing this, however. Around the time when Rinya randomly tossed his rifle away, most of the Demon King's soldiers had turned into cruelly mutilated corpses with their heads gone. Because of the extremely quick work, Shin looked with a somewhat scared expression at the rifle, which Rinya had discarded, while sheathing her katana after not getting a single chance to use it. What was that just now? Nothing all that complicated. I just tracked the enemies with the muzzle. If you choose the proper timing to press and release the trigger, you can suppress the recoil and oscillation while hitting most of the time. Probably because they've been dead to begin with, or maybe because they were manipulated, the soldiers' movements were slow. It was easy to hit them. By the way, what about the enemy soldiers losing sight of you, Rinya? I just continued moving between their blind spots. Normally, they would compensate for each other since they had several friendly units in place, but probably because they were manipulated by just one guy, they all focused their gazes in just one direction, so it was easy to enter their blind spots. Okay, but I'll be troubled if you tell me that it's something that can be pulled off by anyone. It's all a question of experience. Apart from that, more enemies have shown up, you know. Or do you plan to make me do all the work here? The enemy soldiers around them had been swept clean thanks to Rinya's shooting, but that didn't mean it was over with just those few soldiers. In no time, additional enemy soldiers approached their area. If you won't do it, I don't mind cleaning up all of them either, though. Sudden, raw. The cluster of wind, which converged in an instant, transformed into a storm that swallowed up the wall's fragments and the corpses of the enemy soldiers. After that wind cluster was slammed against the enemy soldiers, which had just entered the area with Rinya and Shin, the fortress wall got dragged into the destruction as well, and everything and anything was blown outside the fort. If that, raw, had been released in the direction of the main gate, where Albert and the other dragonoids were still fighting, it might have led to a disastrous outcome, but fortunately the flight path of the raw apparently deviated quite a bit, and after meticulously destroying the wall and everything else in its path, it finally pierced through, resulting in creating a hole to the outside, big enough for several adults to easily walk through it next to each other. How about this power output, Rinya? Shin bragged while throwing out her chest in triumph. You idiot! Didn't you just create another invasion path for the enemy outside the fort with this? Rinya remonstrated her while slapping the back of Shin's head with his hand. While rubbing the place he hit, Shin pondered for a moment, and then voiced out the excuse she had apparently come up with. But, can't you also say that I opened up an escape route with this? That's, well, it'd be true if this fortress wasn't surrounded by enemy soldiers in all directions. Shin's roar, which had ripped open a big hole in the fort's wall, had also caused significant losses among the enemy soldiers outside the fort, but of course it wasn't an attack strong enough to annihilate all of them, and thus enemy soldiers started to swarm into the fort through the new hole. However, multiple invasion paths had been opened up by the enemy forces even before Shin added that big hole to the wall, so I doubt her adding yet another hole would matter at this point in time, Rinya assessed. That blow just now probably exposed our intrusion to Albert and the other dragonoids. That's no problem, is it? Probably. Anyway, fix the mess you perpetrated yourself, and clean up the enemy soldiers by unleashing another shot, ordered Rinya while pointing at the soldiers flooding inside the fort through the new hole. Shin began to manipulate her mana once more. Unlike the shot from before, which had contained all her might while being imperfect in preparation and mana accumulation, she focused properly now, manipulating the atmosphere while also creating a cesspool. This is my full power, raw. Wait, before Rinya could finish with section released the power she had sufficiently thickened. The compressed wind, which she had amassed to such an extent that you couldn't even begin to compare it with the previous raw, was unleashed in an instant, raging through the hole she had opened up moments ago. Rubble and people were jumbled together, swept away, and jostled around, just to get indiscriminately smashed against walls or ground. The roar, which boomed like thunder, left only red pools of blood and debris in its wake while opening yet another hole, gaping so widely that around 10 adult men could easily line up next to each other without filling the hole's entire width. Ha! Don't hum me. Well, it's also my fault since I only saw it coming right before you released your attack. It was natural for the power of Shin's roar to exceed the first shot, which already possessed so much firepower despite being half-baked, by far if she was allowed to properly prepare the skill on top of not having to hold back. Rinya believed that he should have warned her in advance while watching how the stones founding this fortress had started to crumble to the ground all over the place, beginning with the hole that Shin had widened. Oh my! It's no oh my either. If you open up such huge holes in a fortress that had been destroyed at various spots by the enemy, it won't be weird for the whole thing to break apart. They were currently located deep inside the fortress. If you created huge holes towards the outside from a place like that, it'd be quite possible to break several pillars holding the entire fortress without realizing it. The fortress is going to collapse. I don't think it'll break apart completely, but, well, even if it does, it's not really that much of a problem either. Given that Killy was protecting the refugees, Rinya judged that the Dragonoids would be alright, even if they should get dragged into the collapse of the fortress. Rinya himself had enough confidence that he'd be able to deal with any stones falling at him from above. Shin, somehow I got the feeling you'll be alright as well. No, wait a sec, I don't think I'd get out of this unscathed if this fortress were to fall on my head, you know. Shin didn't know how many stones were built into the fortress above her head, but even if she deducted the hole created by Killy, it should still leave a crazy amount of weight. If something like that came down on her all at once, she couldn't even begin to imagine how she was supposed to get through this. But, you were the one who destroyed it, no? Didn't you tell me to shoot another roar, Rinya? That's certainly true. Well, now it's too late to whine about it anyway, Rinya said as he scrutinized the ceiling above him. Cracks had started to develop on the stones that formed the ceiling, and some eerie vibration had begun to assail the entire fortress. Shin clung to Rinya, who was still looking upwards while pieces of stones had commenced to rain down. As if having waited for Shin to do that, the cracks suddenly widened and spread, before eventually expanding all over the place with dull sounds of destruction. In the next moment, the ceiling started to come down as Rinya stood there with Shin stuck to him. Just around that time, Albert and the other Dragonoid soldiers, who had been taking a break in the courtyard after temporarily pushing back the enemy, got surprised by the tempest pushing outside the fortress from within. The instant Albert felt that this might be caused by Rinya and his friends, he witnessed the scene of debris and people being blown out by a second gust, with his eyes having turned into dots, just for a part of the fortress, which apparently couldn't endure those two attacks, to collapse with a terrifying loud boom at the end. The fortress's collapse didn't affect the whole compound. No one could tell whether it was a lucky coincidence or an outstanding feat of the architect who had built this fortress, but the collapse, which had started from the hole created by Shin, stopped at only destroying a part of the fortress, resulting in the Dragonoids, who had been fighting on the courtyard, not being harmed. Still, the fact of a part of the fortress, which they had been protecting so far, getting destroyed, delivered a fairly heavy blow to the Dragonoid soldiers. Moreover, with civilians supposedly having taken shelter inside the fortress, the idea that those non-combatants would have come to terrible harm if they got dragged into that collapse aggravated that shock. However, just one man among the Dragonoid soldiers didn't feel shocked, as he had noticed that this whole situation was weird and thus guessed, albeit only faintly, that something else must be afoot here. That man was the hero, Albert. Before the partial destruction of the fortress, he suddenly sensed some terrifying presence having appeared behind him and felt the tempest surging out of the fortress. And on top of that, he accidentally saw a huge, red dragon circling in the sky while clad in an aura of extreme carefreeness. Maybe, no, don't tell me, Albert Sommer. While Charlotte, the priestess princess, quizzically stared at Albert, who looked dumbfounded as he muttered to himself, he proceeded on top of the fortress's ruins while being mostly sure of his assumption. LNAudioBooks. Is that you, LNAudioBooks? Albert shouted. What appeared below him first, at a spot where a small mountain of rubble had formed, in response to Albert's shout, was a semicircular, glittering, golden force field that flicked away all the rubble. The dragonoid civilians, who had taken shelter inside the fortress, were huddled inside that force field, and in their midst stood a winged, twin-tail girl who had thrust her hands above her head as if to protect the civilians from the falling debris. That was close. If not for me, everyone would have died after being crushed by the debris. At the same time as the girl lowered her arms, the golden force field dissipated. The civilians firmly hugged each other while curling up their bodies, apparently scared by the noise of the debris crumbling apart after it lost the force field as its support, but the twin-tail girl showed absolutely no interest in their reaction, floated up lightly while flapping her wings, and shrugged her shoulders while moving outside the circle of civilians. For the allies to be scarier than the enemy, well, I guess that's what you have to expect when being on Rinya-san's side. Who are you? Albert asked her loudly. As far as Albert knew, no people with wings on their back existed in this world. Even among the beastmen with strong beast components, there should be none who owned bird trays. Hence, it triggered the question who that girl in front of him was supposed to be. But as Albert's voice contained a faint trace of an edge, the girl, who had immediately noticed it with her acute hearing, blatantly twisted her face at his question. Could I have you shut up for a bit? The situation will be directly explained to you by the right person. What? The problem is, where he's buried at the moment. The girl started to fly around near the ground while audibly flapping her wings and calling out, Rinya-san. Shin-san. Please answer me. LNAudioBooks is below all that rubble. Surprised by the girl's words, Albert reflexively stared at the mountain of debris sprawling at his feet. It was such a gigantic amount that it made him shy away from even considering just how much rubble had piled up. It was a sight that made it impossible to believe that anyone stuck under so much weight would be fine. On the one hand, Albert thought that there was no way that such an amount of debris could have possibly done anything to that Earl, but on the other hand he couldn't help but to think that maybe, just maybe, that Earl had somehow suffered a direct hit by the rubble. Yet, the twin-tail girl kept calling out to him from atop the rubble, not showing even the slightest hint of doubt about Rinya's safety. Shin-san. Isn't there a limit to being so dumb that you'd hurt yourself? Really? Leaving aside LNAudioBooks, Shin-dono, Albert started to say, but suddenly he saw a slender woman's leg stabbing out from beneath the rubble, causing him to freeze with his eyes wide open, unable to utter a single word. In contrast to Albert, the twin-tail girl descended next to the leg, looking as if she had been waiting for this all the time, grabbed it with both hands as if about to pull some vegetable out of a field, and started to tug at it. Have they been buried at an unexpectedly deep place? It's almost as if a cheeky daikon has spread its roots deeply in the ground. Who's a daikon? Sending the twin-tail girl flying alongside the rubble, Shin shouted while raising her body from where she had been buried. Even though she should have been buried underneath a ridiculous amount of debris, she didn't seem to have a single injury. While standing up, she blew away even more rubble, grabbed the collar of the twin-tail girl, who was lying face up on the debris with her eyes spinning from the initial blow, and pulled her face close to her own. Whose leg is a daikon? Tell me. Come on. And no, that's not because it's fat or anything, because it's so white. Yep, it's because your leg is as white and smooth as a daikon, yep. Giliel. Even I'm not that stupid to fall for such blunt deception. I am telling you the truth. In Rinya's former world, having your legs described as daikon was regarded as high praise for them being slender and slim. Really? I'm gonna ask Rinya about it later, you know. Go ahead, I don't mind. But, please get him to explain it properly, okay? The twin-tail girl, Giliel, frantically piled up excuses. Apparently judging from Giliel's expression that she hadn't made up some random bullshit, Shin released her by letting go of her collar. Having regained her freedom, Giliel decided that she had to ask Rinya to correctly explain the original meaning of daikon legs before Shin would ask him herself, while panting heavily. However, for some reason she felt like Rinya's interest would be rather drawn towards the surprising fact of daikon existing in this world rather than Shin's legs looking like daikon. By the way, what about Rinya? Shin asked with a puzzled look after realizing that she couldn't see him anywhere. In response, Giliel silently pointed at her feet. After staring at the place Giliel was pointing for a while, Shin realized what she meant with that gesture and pulled a surprised face. He's buried. When she tried to recall the events from back then, Shin remembered that it had been Rinya to whom she clung to at the moment when the ceiling came down. Since Shin had been buried and given that Rinya hadn't escaped by himself after shaking off Shin, it was only natural to assume that he was still buried beneath all the rubble. Very likely. No way, we have to save him. Okay, then remind me again who buried him to begin with. Giliel asked while scrutinizing Shin with narrowed eyes. That's a matter of a distant past. Rather than that. Rinya. Answer me. Rinya. After flatly warding off Giliel's snooky remark, Shin began to fiercely brush the rubble at her feet aside. Using a force so strong that it caused Albert to wonder just where she was hiding so much strength in her frail body, Shin grabbed one piece of debris after the other, and tossed them far away in quick succession. The pieces had all kinds of sizes, ranging from palm-sized to an armful, but Shin hurled them away as if they all weighed as much as a feather. Watching her, the Dragonoid soldiers' faces, who had belatedly arrived here after Albert, froze. Albert Sommer, this is... No, this is, you see, it's okay. These people aren't enemies. By the time Albert soothed his confused soldiers to give them a peace of mind, Shin had already removed a fairly big amount of rubble. Then she thrust her head into the hole she had dug free herself, just to pull it out again and stare in Giliel's direction while being at a loss. What are we going to do? Rinya is gone. Well, you see, it's just a vague feeling, but since we're talking about Rinya here, I doubt that he'd let himself get buried so easily. So, where did he go then? I'd say the answer to that question lies in our liberty to pointlessly waste time like this even though the enemy attack hasn't ended yet. That means, just when Shin was about to ask what Giliel meant with her explanation, her words were interrupted by an ear-piercing sound. That noise assailed the ears of everyone present, and as Shin looked up to the sky while bearing the pain it had caused, she spotted something similar to a white mist crashing towards the ground at a ridiculous speed while swirling around, though she couldn't tell from what height it originated. That's, so far as it goes, it looks like we'll be safe inside the fortress. Giliol making that carefree statement and the white mist wrapping up the fortress after pouring down from the sky happened at almost the same instant. This is Rinya's. It's a spell allowing you to strike the ground with very cold air. Usually, things would be over with one blow, though. Giliol answered, but she perceived that the something, which was about to happen around the fortress from now on, wasn't anything that would be finished with one downburst blow. And as if to approve of her intuitional suspicion, several streaks of lightning stabbed the ground, which had transformed into a world of white that encompassed anything and everything after the white mist passed, with eardrum-bursting thunderous roars, starting to blow up huge amounts of soil. Shin and Giliol grasped that these were roaring lightning spells as they had witnessed that spell in action on many occasions. And although the usage of that spell didn't cause those two to become that flustered, it was still a highly sophisticated magic art only very few people in this extremely vast world could actually use. Moreover, with those lightning spells not limited to just one instance but coming down like a shower, the dragonoids, who had never witnessed anything like that, gawped at the endless stream of lightning strikes with their mouths wide open. As soon as the lightning play came to an end, bluish-white flame lances pierced the ground around the fortress successively from above in such a ridiculously huge number that it'd be silly to even try counting them, before they all started to go up in huge pillars of fire. For the time being, it seemed as though the fortress itself was protected by some kind of barrier, just as Giliol had nonchalantly murmured a little while ago, but even though they knew that the damage wouldn't reach them, the sight of lightning raining, fire blazing upwards, and the ground violently shaken as if hit by repeated earthquakes caused not only the citizens but even the dragonoid soldiers to become anxious. After all, it was a spectacle that completely justified any normal person's body freezing up in fear. Is there any meaning in this? The only ones remaining completely calm were Shin and Giliol. One of them, Giliol, asked the other one, Shin. Maybe, a grand display of overpowering coercion. I think Rinya-san is able to be coercive enough by just acting normal. Even without producing such a spectacle that looks like the world is coming to its end, he can emit a coercion so powerful that it'd cause the people here to collapse with their mouths foaming by just releasing his bloodlust. So, what's this about, or rather, where did Rubadra go? During the first downburst, the first mass of extremely cold air coming down, she frantically dealt with it by flying off somewhere. If she got dragged into this by mistake, even Rubadra would likely be helpless, Giliol judged. Rubadra having used magic for being in time with her escape meant that she had likely spotted Rinya while up there in the sky. This is no threat, but him cleaning up the Demon King army swarming this place from the outside, I think. I see. Well, it makes sense since it'd take him all day if he went around and cut down each and every single one with his katana. Shin couldn't pinpoint just how many troops the Demon King's army fielded outside the fortress, but she knew from when she looked down from Rubadra's back that it'd take a substantial amount of time, even if Rinya and her wholeheartedly focused on cutting down the enemies. Under these circumstances, it was a very reasonable line of thinking to blow away the enemy with area of effect attacks to wipe them out in one swoop. If I had to name an issue with that method, it'd be the change of terrain it's definitely going to cause. You call it change, but wouldn't it be more appropriate to describe it as having everything and anything disappear altogether? The fire-based attacks showed no sign of ending. As far as Shin and Giliol were concerned, the spectacle of flame lances incessantly raining down from the sky looked like a fantastic, beautiful sight. But in the eyes of the dragonoids, this was nothing more than an exhibition of endless purgatory. Albert Dornot. Just what the hell is going on here? Look. The ground which was pure white moments ago, now looks crimson. Crimson and gooey, for that matter. Why are we able to stay safe within this hellish onslaught? Albert desperately calmed the soldiers who had partially succumbed to panic. A figure, which had slowly walked over from outside the fortress, came to a halt next to Shen, who had been watching the show curiously. "Oh, Rinya. Welcome back." "Thanks, I'm back." "Wait, why is there such a huge uproar going on around here? This little is no reason to get all flustered, is it?" "No, I wonder about that. For people not used to this sight, it must look like the end of the world, you know." Contrary to Rinya, who was watching the screaming and clamoring of the Dragonoid soldiers with an expression full of astonishment, Giliel seemed to pity them, if one had to describe her look. As if it was a bad joke, only the fortress interior had remained safe, but everything outside had been first frozen solid, then got riddled with deep holes by lightning strikes, and now it had started to melt away into a crimson mud. Telling someone to remain calm in the midst of all this is probably too unreasonable, Giliel assessed. "Well, I tried to be a bit flashy about it, but even so, it looks like the ringleader of this time's attack wasn't outside the fortress." The ringleader. Giliel thought that the ringleader meant by Rinya referred to the person who had launched the Demon King's army at the Dragonoids as its commander, but if that person had been outside the fortress, she suspected that they'd have dragged into Rinya's array of attacks and perished by now. But Rinya declaring that he wasn't present meant that he didn't take him down, causing Giliel to wonder where he went in such a case. "I wondered about it back when we entered this fortress, but somehow a weird stench is enveloping the area." The fact of the stench not having disappeared yet means that the source of it still remains inside the fortress. Rinya's remark caused Shen to immediately draw her katana and put herself on guard. While casting a sidelong glance at Albert, who had also readied his swords with a slight delay, Rinya called out to no one in particular with a tone so carefree that you'd think he was going on a walk. "Now then, how about you show yourself anytime soon? You're not at an age to play hide-and-seek anymore, are you?" As if responding to Rinya's invitation, a part of the rubble pile crumbled apart with a clattering. "Thought I could use the confusion to smoothly infiltrate this place. But I guess you're not going to let me do that so easily, as might be expected." The one appearing after pushing the debris aside was a young man with casual, trimmed, brown hair who was wearing black clothes. He was grasping a metal pipe with the length of an arm in his hand, its end pointed at Rinya. Going by the fact of his body not sporting any bigger injuries, it was very likely that he had used the fallen rubble as cover to infiltrate the fortress when Shen caused a part of it to collapse. Rinya didn't know how he did it, but he had apparently waited for his chance to strike while concealing himself in a gap of the mountain of debris. "Now that it's come to this, I've got no other choice. I mean, everything and anything will be over once I butcher you." Rinya's words were interrupted by a gunshot. Rinya tried to nimbly dodge the bullet released from the rifle's muzzle, but the instant he identified the kind of projectile it was, he switched from evasion to defense, held his palm out towards the incoming shot, and deployed defense magic. Countless lead bullets struck the barrier he had erected, but got stopped after slightly biting into the defensive layer. "A buckshot, huh? Looks like you used your brain a bit." If he had used a normal bullet, Rinya would have been able to easily deal with it by dodging or repelling it with his katana. But, where a buckshot was concerned, repelling all the fragments with a blade would prove to be difficult, and when it came to evasion, he'd have needed to evade a far bigger area than he was used to. Moreover, Rinya wouldn't know the trajectories of the multiple fragments even if he managed to repel them with his katana, as they were simply too numerous. In such a case, it was fairly likely that the Dragonoid soldiers would be hit by the shrapnel, even if Shin might have been fine. In exchange, their penetrative power visibly fell, the Rinya muttered, but observing how one piece of the buckshots, which his foe kept shooting, penetrated his defensive barrier, forcing him to knock it down with the back of his katana, Rinya widened his eyes slightly. The feedback he got from the blade felt far more powerful and intense than the times when he flicked off normal bullets with his katana. As Rinya closely scrutinized the hole opened up by the fragment he had knocked down, the shooter bragged, "This one here has a choice between buckshot and slug bullets. And although it's just two choices, it's already a pain in the ass." "I see. It's certainly a troublesome weapon. Anyway," Rinya pointed at the gunner's face while sheathing his katana, "who were you again?" "Ha!" Forgetting to even launch his next attack, the gunner cried out in plain shock and astonishment. Ignoring that, Rinya pressed a finger against his forehead, and began to eagerly try recalling something. Shin walked up next to him, and timidly asked Rinya, "Rinya, I don't know that guy, but does that mean you don't know him either?" "No, that's not it. It's a fact that we've met once in the past and had a light skirmish, but, you see, the guy called Karen or something, who showed up after this guy, had too much of an impact, resulting in me forgetting this guy's name." "Well, he's the guy who launched an attack on our camp when we went to the demon country to rescue Emil." "Oh, right. You mentioned someone like that. Did we ask for his name? Or did we not? Did I tell you? Or did I not?" "I don't remember either, to be honest." Unrelated to the gunner who had started to tremble with his face bright red, Rinya and Shin folded their arms and brooded over this issue while tilting their heads. "Even if I did ask you, for argument's sake, I don't remember it anymore, seeing how I can't recall it at the moment. He's a lost. His ability is to reproduce guns or weapons, and it's that. The feeling when you can't remember something no matter what you do. It's not even on the tip of my tongue." Rinya started to lightly worry that he might be starting to become senile, but in reality, Karen's appearance in military uniform back when he was squaring off against the gunner in front of him had left too strong an impression on Rinya's memories, resulting in the opponent he was now fighting being erased out of his mind. After readily stopping to ponder about it, Shin lightly tapped Rinya's shoulder. "Give it up, Rinya. The fact that you can't remember it must mean that it's insignificant anyway." "Really? Well, you do have a point, though. Don't give up, damn it." The gunner shot at the feet of the two while yelling as if throwing a tantrum. Him not aiming at them was evident to Rinya and Shin from the get-go, and thus they remained standing still without even trying to dodge. The ground burst open with bullets exploding at a place further away. "Especially the living national treasure over there. You fuckers say you forgot my name after lopping off my frigging hand. Are you fucking kidding with me, you piece of shit? Even if you tell me all that," Rinya didn't intend to slight an opponent he had cut, but to his own regret, the presence of Karen was simply too big. Compared to the shock of having encountered an opponent who was the first person ever since he came to this world capable of taking him on at a fairly equal level, the guy in front of him, who fought by materializing modern weaponry from Rinya's former world, didn't leave much of an impact, no matter how Rinya looked at it. "Sorry, but honestly, who were you again?" Rinya asked while quickly bowing as he started to feel bad about not being able to remember his opponent. In response, the gunner slammed his rifle on the ground, and screamed while pointing a finger at Rinya, "Kiyamaiju Keijuya. At least remember the opponent you cut with your own goddamn katana." "Oh, now that you mention it, that was your name, wasn't it? I remember it now." Rinya clapped his hands together after finally recalling the information that had been nesting in the deepest recesses of his memory. He nodded many times over with an expression as if a load was taken off his mind. Kazuya got even further pissed off by Rinya's behavior, but Rinya didn't consider things that far. What bothered Rinya above that was Kazuya's hand. He was sure that he had completely severed it before, but now it had returned to its former state and functionality as Rinya could tell from the rifle shots. But it didn't seem to have completely returned to its former state. Unlike the somewhat rough and knobby hand of a guy, Kazuya's hand had transformed into one with somewhat slender, womanly fingers. "Hey, what happened to your hand? I ain't got no obligation to explain it to a bastard like you." Kazuya spat out while picking up the rifle and fixing his stance again. Given that Rinya was only slightly curious about the fate of Kazuya's hand in the first place, it wasn't as though he insisted on knowing the reason, regardless of whether the hand would have returned to its previous state or changed into its current state. Oh well, whatever. Rather than that, do you actually grasp your own situation? Ha! You're all by yourself right now, you know. The Demon King's army that surrounded the fortress had been mostly annihilated after being on the receiving end of Rinya's crazy chain of magic attacks. Currently, only Rinya and Shin were in front of Kazuya, but he was encircled by the Dragonoid soldiers, including their hero Albert. Seeing how they held an overwhelming advantage in numbers over Kazuya, Rinya judged him to be no more than a road bump at this point, even if losts posed a certain level of threat. No matter how much Kazuya had access to the weapons of his previous world, he was outnumbered under the current circumstances, and the most he could hope for was things ending with him being beaten black and blue after getting ganged up upon. "So you're saying you're going to use your numbers to surround me, eh? Totally sounds like something a villain would do. Do you remember what you've been doing just a little while ago? Are you okay over there? Your brain's still working?" Rinya was deeply marveled by Kazuya having the gall to talk about numerical superiority when he tried to slaughter a small group of Dragonoids with a huge army. Ignoring Rinya, who continued to ponder whether Kazuya was actually following the logic of it being okay since it was a big army ganging up on a smaller group, and not a group ganging up on a single person, Kazuya pointed at Rinya, declaring with a loud voice, "Let's conclude this with a duel between generals. Kazuya versus Rinya. I request a duel against you. Say, are you perhaps dumb? There's no way I'd go along with something like." Rinya was about to immediately turn down Kazuya's request for a duel as there existed not a single merit in accepting it, but then support for Kazuya's demand appeared from an unexpected place. "You won't accept it, Rinya Dorno. Stay out of this, lizard hero." Rinya calmly rebutted Albert's words, which expressed his surprise. But Albert went on without paying any attention to Rinya's rebuke. "Not accepting the request for a personal duel by the enemy general is a disgrace for any warrior. What a terribly outdated view. Or wait, is that kind of thinking possibly mainstream in this world?" Rinya's former world also had an era where etiquette mattered during wars. Rinya wondered whether something like that might possibly exist in this world as well, but as far as his own experience in this world went, he couldn't recall a single instance where he had encountered such old customs. When he turned his eyes at Shin to get confirmation just in case, Shin violently shook her head at once. "Though I won't claim to know all of the Dragonoids' customs. I just confirmed it moments ago, but it looks like the Dragonoids follow an old way of thinking. Because they place importance on individual prowess, they'd always accept a duel thrown at them," Killy supplemented. Rinya remained silent for a while as if brooding about something, but then, after a single nod, he tapped the scabbard of his katana once. Well, why not? I'll play along. The things you're saying and doing are totally messed up, but so far as it goes, we come from the same world. Did you get infected by their stupidity, Rinya? Shin cried out in surprise, apparently not having expected that. Coming out of your mouth, that's rich. Rinya grabbed hold of Shin's head and quickly clamped down on it, but in reality, Rinya followed a certain line of thinking with this. Certainly, if they were to beat up Kazuya while relying on their numbers, it would be much easier to defeat him compared to Rinya having to do it himself, but even Kazuya was endowed with abilities outside the norm of people from this world as a lost. It was clear that Kazuya would put up a desperate resistance once he perceived that all hope was lost for him. In such a situation, it was quite likely that the casualties among the Dragonoids would become quite high. Once he realized that, Rinya started to believe that accepting Kazuya's request for a duel, no matter how ridiculous it might be, would be an elegant solution to lower the risk to the Dragonoids in the vicinity. Rinya had forgotten Kazuya's name, but he didn't forget his ability. If Kazuya had randomly planted directional anti-personnel mines to make them blow up at an opportune moment, without caring about damage to himself, not only the soldiers, but even the ordinary citizens, whose protection he had entrusted to Giliel, would very likely suffer heavy casualties. I'll accept the duel. Other people aren't needed for the battle between you and me, right? Rinya asked with a pretense of being nonchalant about it while releasing Shin's head. After a little pause, Kazuya answered, I see, so that's what you're playing at, huh? At a glance, Rinya and the others had an overwhelming advantage, but in reality, that wasn't necessarily true. Kazuya had apparently noticed this fact, and twisted his lips into a nasty smile while listening to Rinya's request. Personally, I get fired up when I've got a gallery watching me. Hearing that answer, Rinya placed his left hand on the katana's hilt, and drew the blade slightly. This was a precaution in case Kazuya turned down his request while prioritizing to cause damage to the vicinity. In such a situation, Rinya would need to cut down Kazuya with one stroke before his ability allowed him to lay waste over a wide area. He would need to shorten the distance to Kazuya as quickly as possible, even while knowing that it'd be reckless to do so. If Rinya also took into account that even that would be within Kazuya's expectations, Kazuya's ability to materialize modern weaponry was actually troublesome enough that Rinya had to resolve himself to suffer a certain extent of injury. After all, Kazuya could materialize explosives wherever he wanted. Rinya alone would be able to deal with his ability by dodging, but if his allies were around, it'd make this particular ability quite a problem to handle. But sure, it's fine with me. Have those, who wish to fall back, do so now. Kazuya responded generously to show his composure, but Rinya could faintly perceive a nervousness tinging Kazuya's voice when he answered. Rinya thought that Kazuya had reached this decision after calculating that it'd be easier to take on Rinya in his normal state instead of pissing him off by causing damage to the vicinity and thus having to deal with an enraged opponent. And him making that kind calculation clearly showed that Kazuya was thinking about his future course of actions even if he couldn't win against Rinya here. Rinya suspected that he might have prepared some kind of means to escape. Killy, please have the Dragonoids take refuge somewhere and keep an eye on them. Should some of them, and especially Albert, try to get away, restrain them, no matter what method you have to use. Leave it to me, Rinya-san. I'll stay here, Rinya. Given that Rinya had already anticipated Shin saying so, he cast a fleeting glance at Kazuya without showing any intent of trying to persuade her otherwise. Noticing that look, Kazuya cast his eyes down as if telling Rinya to do whatever he wanted. Shun, make sure to devote yourself to defense so that you won't get injured. I'll take care of that guy. Got it? I'll act as something akin to a witness. After making sure that Shun properly understood her role in this, Rinya shifted his eyes to Kili, who was in the process of leading the dragonoids away, and lastly he shifted his look back to Kazuya, who was obediently waiting for the people to leave. I suppose we'll start once the dragonoids are gone. Get your weapons and traps ready while you can. I'll approve of you doing at least this much as a thanks for allowing me to get rid of this handicap. Thank you kindly. But, no need to tell me since I'm in the middle of getting ready anyway. Giving Kazuya time was always connected to allowing him to prepare traps, underground weapons, and other constructions, but even so, Rinya regarded the departure of the people, who would have disturbed his attention out of worry over their safety, a much bigger advantage. In reality he wanted Shun to leave as well, but he had already predicted that she wouldn't agree to his request either way. If it's possible, I'd like to get rid of Kazuya in this place. While thinking that, Rinya waited for Kili and the others to finish their withdrawal. The battle was started off by Kazuya's directional mines blowing up. Accompanied by fierce explosions, countless shrapnels and blast winds headed for Rinya and Shun's bodies. Rinya nimbly dodged the area of the mine's effect while Shun picked up a rock big enough to hide her own body from among the rubble at her feet, using it as a shield against the incoming fragments and shrapnel. Naturally, that was no feat Shun could have pulled off by just relying on her natural strength. Hence, it was proof of her having slowly learned how to use the body strengthening she had acquired a while back. Rinya moved while praising her for this growth in his mind. At the same time, he was being chased by lead bullets cutting through the air, following the rhythmical firing sounds of Kazuya's rifle. The bullets, which flew off in the distance without even grazing his body, posed no threat to Rinya whatsoever, but they managed to keep him away from entering a range that would allow his katana to reach Kazuya. Kazuya's ability being so annoying was the biggest reason for that. The ability to inexhaustibly create weapons itself was already plenty troublesome, but what made his ability even more of a pain was Kazuya's ability to set up the created weapons in a place of his choosing, to some degree. Because of this, Kazuya could unleash a barrage of directional mines at Rinya without almost any delay, allowing him to keep Rinya out of a certain perimeter around him. Suddenly the rapid firing by the assault rifle stopped for a moment. It didn't seem as though the rifle had run out of bullets, but Kazuya still tossed it away without a care, produced a new gun without even watching how the assault rifle turned into light particles before vanishing, and resumed his bullet shower. Even though he doesn't have the issue of running out of bullets, he apparently can't prevent the gun from overheating due to continuous usage, and because his aim gets messed up from that, he needs to switch his weapons, Rinya analyzed. And Rinya noticed another change from their previous battle as he tried to somehow get closer to Kazuya. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Kazuya. Each time he attempted to somehow draw closer while weaving his way through the gaps in the barrage, some kind of scent filled the surroundings, making his consciousness waver vaguely. It only happened for a split second, but it gave Kazuya enough time to fix his aim or create a new gun, becoming the very reason why Rinya didn't manage to enter Kazuya's bosom, despite being on the verge of doing so. Rinya. Watch out. I don't know what it is, but I can smell a weird scent from somewhere. Apparently not intent on joining the one-on-one battle between the two men, Shun had conducted herself so as to not get in Rinya's way. And yet, She gave him that warning after the scent had even reached her place behind a piece of rubble she had pulled out herself while being ready to rush out at any moment. Rinya wondered how he was supposed to watch out for a scent that was drifting through the air, but that didn't mean he had no hand to play. While dodging the bullets as usual, he silently swung his hand, causing a gust of wind at the spot where Kazuya had been standing until now. That gust turned into a vortex as if to surround Kazuya from all sides, transformed into a torrent, and sucked in everything around it, just to whirl the things within its area of influence all the way into the upper skies. Fuck. Magic, eh? Seemingly in desperation even while cursing, Kazuya materialized several anti-personnel mines outside the tornado and caused them all to explode without any particular aim, thus scattering shrapnel and explosion blasts around himself. The dust whirled up by the detonations and the smoke created by the mines were drawn into Rinya's pillar of wind, obstructing Kazuya's sight for a moment. Damn it. Him being unable to see meant he couldn't suitably deal with whatever was going on outside. And even though his impediment lasted but a short moment, it still proved to be a fatal opening against an opponent like Rinya. Gaha. Kazuya didn't know just how it had crossed through the shower of shrapnel, but the blade stabbed at him from outside the tornado pierced through Kazuya's left chest, defying the wind vortex altogether, and penetrated outwards through his back. At the same time, the tornado vanished and Rinya appeared, still in a posture of having thrust his katana, on the other side. He quickly pulled the blade out of Kazuya's chest and immediately leaped backwards. The bullets fired as if to chase after him opened up small holes on the ground. No way. His heart should have been stabbed with this. Shin cried out in surprise while peeking out from behind her piece of rubble. Rinya's katana should have accurately penetrated Kazuya's heart. And yet, Kazuya was firmly standing on his feet, holding a newly materialized rifle without looking like he was about to die, despite the rivulet of blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. Ouch, that fucking hurt. Motherfucker. Did you stop being a human? That attack just now being limited to you only feeling some pain actually puts me in a bind as well, answered Rinya, fleetingly lowering his eyes at his blade while warily keeping an eye on Kazuya. Blood and grease, both proof of him having stabbed Kazuya's body just now, still clung to the blade. That proof and the feedback he got back at the time of the stab were evidence to Rinya that he hadn't been tricked by some sort of illusion magic, but if that was true, he didn't understand the reason why Kazuya was still standing on his feet. Is your heart in another location? It wasn't as though no precedent of such an occurrence existed. Even in his previous world news stories about hearts being on the right side of the chest and such, and even though it was unlikely that Kazuya was such a rare exception, it still entered the realm of possibility. Rinya was also bothered by the low amount of bleeding. Assuming he had pierced Kazuya's heart, it wouldn't be strange for a lot more blood to surge out of the wound. And although there was enough blood to wet Kazuya's clothes around the wound, the quantity seemed low when considering that the blade had supposedly stabbed through the heart, a place where a lot of blood gathered. Who knows? Did you think I'd simply reveal the trick behind this like a good boy? Actually, I did, Rinya nodded with a serious look. That caused Kazuya to fire his rifle while looking quite pissed. The bullets fruitlessly flew off into the distance without even grazing Rinya's body. Isn't it a cliché for guys like you to brag about the details at a time like this? Wouldn't that be way too convenient for you? A loud explosion occurred at Rinya's feet, accompanying Kazuya's yell, but at that time Rinya had already moved to another place. The origin of the explosion was a bomb which Kazuya had suddenly materialized, but seeing how he couldn't even put a scratch on Rinya's body with it, Kazuya clicked his tongue lightly. "Why can't I hit you despite going this far? 'Cause I'd die if I got hit by these." "No. You'd die." "Really?" Rinya and Kazuya both simultaneously looked at Shin, who had muttered that behind her shield, and then, after a while, they looked at each other without it being clear who had started. "Hey, you heard your girlfriend. Let's try it out. Give me a break." As if anyone would be willing to test something like that, moron. "So you didn't deny the part about me being your girlfriend?" Shin's voice teeming with joy could be heard. Hearing that, Rinya almost stumbled while in the middle of evading. Kazuya didn't miss that and mercilessly pulled the trigger of the revolver he had materialized in an instant several times. The bullets, which were spat out of its barrel alongside dry banging sounds, all headed straight for Rinya's body without missing their aim, but right before reaching his body, they were crushed as if having hit some sort of hard surface in the air, and dropped to the ground. As if to pay back tit for tat, Rinya unleashed a chantless fire lance. Kazuya threw his revolver at it, and after both projectiles offset each other, he materialized somewhat bigger pistols in both his hands. They definitely had the shape of pistols, but they were so big that normal pistols would look like children's toys in comparison. Getting a bad feeling about those, Rinya quickly moved his body out of the muzzle's direction before you could actually see the flash of light at the muzzles, signifying their shooting. The bullets, which were fired with a much louder bang than the bullets before them, passed the place where Rinya had stood a moment ago and hit a piece of rubble, displaying their penetrative force by gouging out two large holes where they impacted. This sight startled Rinya, who had dodged these moments ago, and Shin, who was watching the fight. That's not all. Kazuya's eyes abruptly turned crimson as he prepared to follow up with further shots. Accompanying that, a scarlet, blazing magic lance manifested behind Kazuya. Fire lance. You can use magic. Without giving Rinya the time to be surprised about what he was witnessing, the fire lance assailed Rinya in accordance to Kazuya's will. Rinya cut it down with his drawn katana, just for Kazuya's pistol bullets to tear through the space that was still filled with the embers of the scattered lance. This time Rinya just barely managed to somehow divert the bullets' trajectories with the katana he had used to slash at the lance, but when he immediately tried to vacate his current location, he got obstructed by the explosion of a mine. At once another fire lance swooped down on Rinya, who had come to a halt after stumbling a few steps. A joint usage of guns and magic. How retardedly annoying is this? After slashing the second lance apart and dodging the next pair of bullets, Rinya took a peek at Kazuya's state. Kazuya's eyes were still crimson, but he could see how thin, crimson lines were slowly running down from the corners of his eyes, looking almost like tears. It looks like the crimson coloring of his eyes stems from extremely bloodshot eyes, Rinya guessed from Kazuya's appearance while constantly cutting down the spells coming at him. That must be the reason for his red eyes. Also, the crimson tears must be caused by bleeding, as the blood vessels inside his eyes seem to have ruptured for some kind of reason, I suppose. And if that's the case, some sort of extremely taxing burden must be affecting Kazuya's body. In front of Rinya, Kazuya spat red bile, which appeared to contain blood, at the ground while creating one fire lance after the other, and roared, "Fuck it. I still can't catch up with his speed." He caused directional mines to explode in succession, attempting to suppress Rinya's continuous dodging. On top of that, he unleashed fire lances, making them weave their way through the gaps between the mine's explosions, and kept shooting the highly powerful bullets, trying to barrage Rinya's general area with a multitude of attacks. Although it only happened bit by bit, Kazuya continued to rob Rinya of space to dodge and forced him to increasingly opt for defending rather than evading. Well, things aren't getting easier for me either. Just because his mobility had been impeded, it didn't mean that Rinya couldn't get through Kazuya's attacks. Relying on his ridiculous amount of mana, he continued to take the mine blasts and magic flames from the front, repelling them while diverting the bullets, which were shot at him in the short gaps between the frontal onslaught, with his blade. As he kept doing all that, he was starting to feel how his hands were gradually getting numb due to the impacts on the blade by the heavy bullets. And then, at last, Rinya's healing ability, which he possessed as a skill, began to be used for healing that numbness. But even so, Kazuya didn't ease up on his attacks. "See? Isn't the situation gradually turning shit for you?" he yelled while throwing a grenade at Rinya's feet. Rinya suppressed it with defense magic right before it exploded, but using the gap of his attention being directed at the grenade, a fire lance grazed and scalded his left shoulder. Without even any spare time to grimace at the pain and burning coming from his shoulder, Rinya saw several grenades being thrown at him all at once. As might be expected, even Rinya had to leap back to open a bigger distance from Kazuya at this point. "Don't get carried away, brat," Rinya cursed with a voice full of irritation right after landing. Immediately following, a white flame spear, which had been created by Rinya as if to pool all his annoyance into it, stabbed the ground in front of Kazuya, who had attacked him so fiercely that even Rinya had no choice but to temporarily fall back. It seemed as if Kazuya's body might be swallowed by the steaming hot, white fire, but the defensive magic, which Kazuya used at the very last moment, somehow endured the power of the flames, allowing him to get out of this without any burns. During that short break created by Kazuya's reaction, Rinya used the full extent of his healing ability to cure the remaining numbness in his arms and the slightly burned left shoulder. While healing, he tried to get a read on Kazuya's state, just to end up groaning lightly due to what he saw. The red tear-like liquid that had been trickling out of Kazuya's bloodshot eyes had increased in quantity, and the lines tracing down his cheeks had become thicker as they dripped down towards his chin. Red spit, blended with blood, could be seen at the corners of his mouth. The nails on Kazuya's fingers had dyed reddish-brown, and the same liquid as the one from his eyes oozed out of the nails, staining his palms. That is, even though Kazuya was clearly the attacker in the rally just now, one could only regard Kazuya as having suffered more damage than Rinya, if you were to score their battle up until this point. It's for the sake of butchering a cheat like you. It's only natural that I have to force myself a bit. At the same time of Kazuya's shout, the scent, which would shortly shake Rinya's consciousness, drifted over from Kazuya once again. A blinding flash of light came down from above Rinya, who had immediately put himself on guard while covering his mouth, accompanied by a change in atmospheric pressure that caused his ears to ring. You can even use roaring lightning. The fluctuation of his consciousness, brought about by the scent he was forced to smell before the strike, caused Rinya's evasion to be delayed by an instant. Even this small amount of lost time, which was so insignificant that he wouldn't usually mind it, was more than enough for an artificial, magic lightning strike to reach its target. Rinya gave up on dodging and switched to defense, but the defensive barrier he deployed right away wasn't sturdy enough to serve as perfect defense against the roaring lightning, which had likely been prepared ahead of time. It was completely shattered without being able to hold it back for more than a faint instant in time. However, using that split second, which his defense magic had brought him, to the maximum, Rinya avoided a direct hit at a timing which would undoubtedly spell a clean strike for any normal warrior. Even so, Rinya's body got scorched by the lightning that traveled all across his body, and white steam rose from him. Rinya ended up going down on one knee at a place separated quite a distance from the hole gouged out by roaring lightning. No follow-up attack, huh? Rinya believed that the situation would have become rather hairy for him if another attack had followed, but Kazuya had suffered serious damage that didn't fall behind Rinya's in the least. The bloody tears were now streaming out of the inner corner of his eyes in addition to the outer corners, and the reddish-brown dye of his hands had gained in intensity. After painfully coughing several times, Kazuya spat out a sticky phlegm on the ground. At this point, it had a viscosity and color which made it more appropriate to call it bloody mud. It almost felt like Rinya could smell the iron rust all the way back at his position. Hey, I can't believe it's true, but he thought that Kazuya, going by the situation, might soon start his next attack. Recalling all the events leading up to this point, Rinya called out to him. Kazuya's magic, which he didn't exhibit during their last battle and which was just as bad as the weird scent that seemed to sway Rinya's consciousness, and the bleeding that started to occur on Kazuya's body right after he began using those new abilities at the same time as his weapon materialization ability which he had possessed from the start. Without expecting an answer from Kazuya, Rinya voiced out the conclusion he had surmised from those circumstances, since he felt like he had to ask anyway. Did you absorb the ability of that lost called Sazan or whatever? If that's the case, there are limits to forcing yourself, Rinya assessed. Without confirming or denying Rinya's question, Kazuya reproachfully glared at Rinya with bloodshot eyes. Our powers dwell in our hearts, or so it seems. Though I have no clue how it is for a shit like you. Kazuya pointed the muzzle of his pistol at Rinya with a heavy, metallic sound. And despite having a big gun pointed at him, Rinya's eyes were focused on Kazuya's chest instead of the pistol. Earlier he should have penetrated Kazuya's chest and stabbed his heart, but Kazuya had continued to fight while looking completely unperturbed. Back then Rinya thought that Kazuya's heart might be on the other side of the chest as it was rarely reported to occur amongst humans, but considering the words and powers Kazuya used afterwards, Rinya had reached a single conclusion he didn't really want to think about. Did you have Sazan's heart implanted into you? It wasn't anything as sophisticated as transplantation, though. Opening up the front part of his school uniform's jacket, Kazuya grabbed the collar of his shirt, pulled it down, and thus bared his chest. A large scar, looking like one big convulsion, was visible on his right chest. This immediately told Rinya that someone had crudely opened up Kazuya's right chest and done something to it. They salvaged only the heart from Sazan's corpse, which that Karen guy had recovered, and stuffed it into me. How reckless. Such absurdity might have passed thanks to the different world adjustment, but in the end, it's way too reckless. A human heart wasn't anything you could so simply pass around from one person to another. You had to clear various conditions like compatibility factor and so on. On top of that, it was an organ so sensitive that it still remained possible for it to fail even after the transplantation. Rinya couldn't believe that performing a heart transplant operation, which was considered complicated even in his former world, would be anything simple in this world that lacked the technique and precision tools to make a decent attempt at it. But for some reason Rinya felt that the Demon King and his surrounding might be at least able of pulling it off with a bullshit method like simply extracting the heart from Sazan's corpse and stuffing it into Kazuya's chest just like that. And yet, although it was hard to describe Kazuya as lively and healthy right now, he was still alive without any problems, so Rinya concluded that other worlds were just too incomprehensible. In short, Currently Kazuya's original heart and the one plundered from Sazan existed in him at the same time. Thinking of it like that, Rinya could come to terms with the phenomena that took place during the battle so far. Even though he had stabbed Kazuya's left chest and pierced his heart, it only caused little bleeding. He suspected that Kazuya didn't die from it because the heart on the right side kept up Kazuya's vital functions while the left heart healed up after having stopped due to getting damaged. Rinya didn't know how they had bestowed the ability to restore damaged organs and manipulate two hearts upon Kazuya, but since the Demon King or someone else had gone out of their way to increase Kazuya's hearts by one, it wouldn't be odd for them to have granted him at least that much of ability. As for the restoration of damaged organs, that was something that could be achieved with magic arts, and didn't necessarily require the bestowal of an ability. And now, Rinya looked at the boy in front of him. He's in a state you can only describe as his body being riddled with injuries all over, even though I only pierced his chest once and didn't land any other decent attacks ever since. Very likely Kazuya had released all abilities in both his hearts to oppose Rinya. And due to the blood pressure triggered by the fierce beating of both hearts in response to that release, the capillary vessels at the extremities, like eyes and limbs, couldn't bear the strain and started to bleed, Rinya guessed. The condition of having the blood vessels at hands and feet burst could still be regarded as a bitter price that had to be paid for an ability boost. But, if this went on, the veins in the brain would eventually rupture, resulting in Kazuya's death or lifelong disablement, no matter how mighty a magic he might have. So you resolved yourself to suicide bombing, huh? That's no way of fighting I'd praise, really. Shut your trap. As long as I can get rid of you fucker, I'll somehow handle the rest afterwards. Once again that scent was emitted from Kazuya's body. Back when Sazan used it, it was an ability exercising such a strong effect that it could completely gain control of beings, regardless of whether they had a consciousness or not. But, probably because it was transplanted into Kazuya after its first user died, its effect seemed to have waned and now it lacked the force to put Rinya under Kazuya's control. Yet, even Rinya had his consciousness swayed faintly when forced to smell it. And that little sway of his concentration had the potential to become a fatal opening during combat. As if having found a solution, Rinya swung his left arm. The air, which got manipulated by the mana contained in that motion, turned into a big hand. Rinya made it sweep across the area which had started to saturate with the scent, thinning its dispersion. At the same time, Kazuya, who took the ensuing wind pressure head-on, dropped the weapon he had held until now and guarded his face by crossing both arms. Fuck. It wasn't as though Kazuya didn't understand just how dangerous it was to take his eyes off his opponent at this moment. For this reason, he spread out a minefield around himself in order to prevent Rinya's approach while using his arms to cover his face. He didn't cause them to explode. After all, he had learned a little while ago that obscuring his own visual field with smoke and clouds of dirt would permit Rinya to come closer. Under normal circumstances, placing mines all around himself would have obstructed his own movements as well, but Kazuya's ability wasn't just capable of setting and removing mines, but he could even freely control the mine's trigger by setting it to on or off. As long as he didn't act in a way that was too dumb, he'd never get caught in the mines he set up himself. While Kazuya got ready almost as if telling Rinya to come if he dared, Rinya further manipulated the air he had used to swipe away the scent, creating a maelstrom of air around Kazuya. Then he threw several flame lances at the base of what had turned into a tornado with Kazuya in its center. Pebbles and soil, which got gouged out by the spells, were swallowed by the tornado, stealing Kazuya's visual field just like back then when Rinya had stabbed one of Kazuya's hearts. Kazuya panicked from not being able to see things around himself anymore. At this rate, it was quite likely that Rinya would unleash a thrust at him from outside the wind wall, just like earlier. He had no clue just how much of an effect the minefield, which he planted in the ground, would have, but he couldn't quite imagine that he could expect much of a shower of shrapnel unleashed by those anti-personnel mines, going by the fact that they weren't able to stop Rinya from attacking thus far. In that case, Kazuya used Sazan's power. Even if the smell were to be swept along by the wind, it'd remain inside the tornado. If Rinya cut through the minefield just like last time and managed to stab Kazuya's chest, he'd be still forced to thrust his body inside the effective range of the scent for an instant. And although that scent had deteriorated, Kazuya also grasped that it did have a small effect on Rinya, and as such he forecast that Rinya's attack might not be fatal after getting dulled down by him having his senses swayed by the scent. Kazuya suspected that he probably wouldn't need to endure for such a long time. After all, the airflow inside the tornado wound upwards, causing the dirt and stones contained in the wind to be pulled upwards and scatter before long. Which meant he'd be able to continue fighting as long as he could see things around him. His thoughts were centered around stalling for time, but as if ridiculing all of Kazuya's little plans, the ground at his feet shook violently. What is going on? Accompanying the tremors, the wind blocking his view became even darker in color, blocking Kazuya's visual field. Seeing black smoke mixed into it, Kazuya realized that something might have happened outside the wind cluster. Say Rinya, is it fine like this? Rinya, who had locked up Kazuya inside a tornado, had called out to Shin, who was lurking behind a nearby piece of rubble, and told her to throw the rubble in the vicinity at the ground near Kazuya. As Shin did as told, casually tossing debris of random sizes, the rubble burst the instant it landed on the ground, causing flames and black smoke to billow up. Rinya ordered Shin, who was surprised by the falling fragments of broken rubble, to continue with what she was doing. He also cautioned her to absolutely stay away from Kazuya's location because something that would explode alongside the ground was buried over there. Keep the intervals between the thrown debris at a leisurely pace. I won't finish my preparations in time if you make them explode all of a sudden. Roger. At a leisurely pace, got it. Leaving breaks between each throw as instructed, Shin continued to trigger the buried mines. Meanwhile Rinya activated his inventory and took out firewood, leather, oil, or in short, everything that could burn. He stacked those things into a bigger pile near the tornado in a place clear of mines. In addition, he thrust corpses of enemy soldiers, which he picked up from the vicinity, into the hill. And as finisher, he poured large quantities of oil over all of it before setting it on fire. The flames devoured the hill in the blink of an eye, blazing fiercely as smoke and fire raged high into the sky. The air heated by that conflagration and the black smoke rising from it was dragged into the whirling tornado and started to envelop Kazuya thanks to Rinya's steering. Rinya. I finished throwing most of the rubble around me, you know. Around the time when Shin had almost finished getting rid of all mines in the area, the rubble she tossed around the tornado had reached a height reaching up to Rinya's chest. Now that it had turned out like this, Kazuya wouldn't be able to easily rush out of his prison anymore. And yet, thinking that Kazuya still might find an opening to get away, Rinya further instructed Shin, next, pile up the rubble outside the tornado, please. If possible, it'd be great if it could look like a furnace. This, no matter how you look at it, you plan to burn the one inside to death, don't you? Shin commented in astonishment while starting to create a wall out of rubble around the tornado. Rinya nodded once while adding more oil and burnable stuff to the blazing mountain. Rather than burning to death, it'd be baking them to death, I think. Or killing through suffocation, either way, that's the gist of it, yeah. Even Rinya couldn't tell whether suffocation or heat would become the reason for Kazuya's death. But, as long as it'd result in Kazuya passing away, the progress didn't matter to Rinya and he didn't have any interest in it either. Bear it well in mind, Shin. Depending on the situation, stopping to move around in the middle of a battle often leads to one dying just like that. If you don't want to die, it's essential that you keep moving to places that put you in advantage over your adversary. A battle isn't anything so simple that a fixed battery would work forever. Okay. Somehow I get what you're telling me, but, even so, this is a bit. If Kazuya hadn't initially experienced his heart getting stabbed at the beginning, he might have tried to force his way out of the tornado, even at the cost of some injuries. But, because of that experience, he had discarded the idea of jumping out recklessly, and as a result of that, he was being surrounded by rubble so he wouldn't be able to escape on top of having his sight stolen. But, so far as it went, Kazuya held a reasonably high position in the Demon King's army. As such, Shin couldn't quite come to terms with the reasoning that you ought to cut off all paths of retreat after confining an opponent, who was very likely a leader rank within the army, on top of defeating them by baking them like a slab of bread. No, well, even I'd fight normally when facing an opponent who used normal weapons, okay. After looking at her expression, Rinya somewhat sensed that Shin couldn't come to terms with that conclusion, and thus started to explain in a way that sounded awfully like an excuse. But, fighting an opponent, who's employing all those gun types, in a normal way would just make me a fool instead. There's some word I don't understand in this, but I somehow get what you're trying to tell me. In the first place, it's weird to have two hearts, right? Moreover, living on with one heart while recovering the crushed heart. There are limits to cheating. You'd get tired of going along with this, right? Rinya spat out, but what Shin thought while looking at him was that Rinya himself was probably a being which caused his enemies to get fed up with absurdly unfair strength. But since Rinya was a precious ally in Shin's eyes and as it'd bear no meaning whatsoever, even if she voiced out that retort, she decided that it was unnecessary to expressly mention her own thoughts. Lopping off the head is a surefire method, but since it's too much of a pain, burning him to death or suffocating him will also do, as it's unrelated to the condition of his hearts. Okay, that makes sense. If he breathes in a large amount of smoke, he'll likely become unable to move. Afterwards we'll keep the fire going for a while so that he'll get properly cooked inside. Then I'll focus on piling up rubble so that nothing will be able to get out of there. Yeah, please do. While being conflicted that she couldn't show this to Giliel and the Dragonoids who had left earlier, Shin kept creating a huge wall by stacking rubble atop rubble so that Kazuya wouldn't be able to get out in an act of desperation. Maybe the Demon King army leader inside has already noticed his own situation, Shin pondered and further guessed. In that case, he should try to get out, even if he has to become somewhat unreasonable. Him still not coming out might mean he's fallen in a situation similar to victims during a fire who were late to get out and have become unable to move after getting enveloped by flames. Hey, Rinya, I think it'll take several years after this battle has finished, but at some point troubadours or some such are going to sing about the battle between Demon King and heroes. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Rinya blankly looked at Shin, who broached this sudden topic without stopping the piling of rubble. I'm sure, the Earl on the hero's side will also be included in those songs. I don't know about some earl or whatever, but it'd be a real nuisance. But you see, making a song about a leader of the Demon King army having been defeated by being baked to death or buried alive is kinda impossible, don't you think? Aren't those things usually dramatized in songs to gloss them over? No, wait, while throwing even more burnable stuff into the blazing flames, Rinya continued as if having thought of something nice. If that earl or whatever continues to fight in a way that doesn't fit songs, no matter how you dramatize them, won't it invite public executions for the troubadours if they include him in their songs? This sounds very worthwhile to consider. Somehow I struggle to comprehend how my words led to such an outcome. While blowing wind into the flames and using a somewhat bigger cloth from his inventory as fuel for the flames, Rinya had apparently started to seriously ponder that idea. Shin couldn't help but sigh deeply while continuing with her part of the work. A little while after the battle noise died down and silence returned to the ruins which used to be a fortress, Albert and the others came back to the site of the battle between Rinya and Kazuya, albeit being rather hesitant about it. What entered their view over there was a mountain of stones as high as an adult, which made them think that it had likely been built by stacking up the rubble of the destroyed fortress. Rinya, who kept throwing burnable material into the one remaining opening in the mountain that was blazing with flames, and Shin, who was tumbling down the mountain while screaming after being struck by a tongue of flames after she had attempted to remove some of the stones in order to create an escape route for the air or smoke atop the mountain. Until a few minutes ago, a fierce battle had probably raged in this area, and thus no one in the group around Albert could comprehend the spectacle of a mountain suddenly having appeared, Rinya apparently acting as fire watchman, and Shin silently enduring the pain while on all fours, apparently having received quite the impact against her butt or waist when she fell down. Eventually, Albert timidly called out to Rinya, who had started to gently pat Shin's waist, seemingly worried about her well-being despite his eyes looking at her as if facing a lost case. Rinya Dono. We're in the middle of something, so leave it for later. The one answering Albert was Shin. She looked somewhat entranced as Rinya's hand stroked her waist right until the moment Albert was about to speak up, but as soon as he did, she interrupted him with a freezingly cold voice while maintaining her enraptured expression. Apparently satisfied with Albert reflexively drawing back, Shin attempted to request a massage from Rinya next, but capitalizing on the full power of snapping his wrist, Rinya's hand slapped her butt with a hearty sound, causing her to jump up while screaming. "Don't be so intimidating." After flatly scolding Shin, who protested with teary eyes while stroking the part he hit, Rinya faced Albert. "Rinya Dono, what about the boy who seemed to be a leader of the Demon King's army? It'd be weird for him to not have left behind a corpse if he'd been cut down. And the surroundings hadn't been destroyed to such an extent that you'd expect him to be pulverized by something strong enough to not leave a corpse behind." Because of that, Albert questioned Rinya while deliberately forcing himself to ignore the burning stone furnace, but Rinya silently pointed at that very furnace which Albert had tried to not look at. He's burning inside, I guess." The two conflicting feelings of sheer disbelief and his comprehension that it had been just as he'd expected transformed Albert's expression into something rather questionable. But, without showing any consideration towards Albert's feelings on this, Rinya continued, "You do realize that it's not like I came here to rescue you or anything like that, right?" From the very start, Rinya's only concern had been to avoid the hero Albert falling into the hands of the Demon King. Him getting involved in this battle was no more than Rinya stopping the soldiers of the Demon King's army to kill the ordinary dragonoids, aka civilians. I am well aware of this. Yet, you still have my thanks, Earl Rinya. Even if Rinya said that he didn't come here to save Albert, he still saved Dragonoid citizens and prevented his soldiers from becoming lifeless corpses. For this reason, Albert expressed his thanks and the other soldiers followed suit. Seeing even a woman, who Renia guessed to be a Dragonoid priestess, bow her head in gratitude, Renia cleared his throat while looking somewhat awkward. It's not that I'm asking you for gratitude either. We know that as well. Also, if you say you feel indebted to me in some way, I do have a request. Upon Renia's remark, Albert spontaneously turned around, meeting eyes with Charlotte, the shrine princess. In response, Charlotte nodded her head once without any hesitation whatsoever. After confirming as much, Albert nodded at Renia and answered, "Let us hear it." "It's a request towards Hero Albert. Based on this time's debt, I'd like you to disregard my past transgressions and join up with the other heroes once more." The Dragonoid soldiers and even Albert himself, who had held their breaths in anticipation of what outrageous demand this human earl would make, looked flabbergasted when they heard Renia's request. Albert himself had once turned his back on Renia and fled from the group of heroes. But, without mentioning that fact with a single word, Renia merely requested that Albert let bygones be bygones and come back. It was impossible for the Dragonoids, let alone Albert, to not be surprised about this. "I don't have any intention at all to change my ways or thinking, but just because of that, it's not like I can't understand your line of thinking." As the reaction of the Dragonoids was apparently within the scope of Renia's expectations, he quickly provided an explanation. "The demon we saved was actually a hero, but let's leave that aside for now." "What did you say just now, LNAudioBooks?" "I'll explain later. Since I'm going to introduce you with her soon anyway, I'll have her explain the details to you then and there. Apart from that, the combat prowess of heroes is too valuable, and I'd like to avoid you being used by the Demon King through some kind of means." Renia's words caused Albert to recall the soldiers of the Demon King's army that had attacked this fortress, resulting in him shuddering. As most of those soldiers moved and looked like corpses, Albert apparently imagined what would have happened to him if he had been added to their ranks. In reality, Renia had killed 2 Losts with Sazan and Kazuya at this point, so Renia suspected that they wouldn't run into any ability users, who could manipulate the dead, anymore. If just speaking of Losts, only one, the troublesome guy called Karen, was left, but Renia somehow felt that he didn't want that Lost to use an ability like this against himself. Then again, since he could only say that it somehow seemed like that wouldn't come to pass, he thought that it was better to be safe than sorry. And while at it, Renia didn't have any plans to expressly explain all the circumstances surrounding ability transfers and so on to Albert. "I can understand the wish of not wanting to abandon one's homeland, but at this rate it's quite likely that the Dragonoids as a race will perish. That's nothing you people desire either, right? If they excluded all emotional issues and only considered the citizens, the Dragonoids had almost no path allowing them to survive other than taking refuge at Renia's place. Because of the continuous battles against the Demon King's army, the people were exhausted, the goods were running low, and they had no prospects of getting replenishments for either. Rather, I slightly admire your goal for considering to separate from us despite having been dependent on our relief aid after the previous battle over your capital city." Shen touched upon a topic, which Renia had steered clear of, with a serious expression. While the Dragonoids ended up lowering their faces, Renia signaled Shen to say no further by raising an index finger in front of his lips. "In various ways, it's better to pretend that we didn't hear this. LNAudioBooks, sorry for causing so much trouble, that's why I've told you to pretend that you didn't hear it, right?" After silencing Albert with a slightly angry glare, Renia sighed once. "Anyway, I'd like you to evacuate to the human continent together with your people for the time being. Of course, if you insist on not fighting as a hero, I won't mind you joining the evacuation as a normal refugee, Albert. Even if Albert didn't participate in the battle against the Demon King, they already had 4 heroes. Therefore Rinya saw no reason to force Albert into participation. Of course, it was a plain fact that 5 people would be better than 4 when it came to a battle. But Rinya was also worried that forcing the demon hater Albert to cooperate with Emil might actually lead to a lowering of the hero group's overall combat force instead. If you choose to fight as a hero, there will be times when you'll need to fight together with people you don't like. So I won't ask anything unreasonable of you. I would never be able to forgive myself for just benefiting from your protection without doing anything myself. Despite being able to do so, Albert knelt down on the spot. At the same time, he removed the scabbards with his katanas from his waist and placed them on the ground next to him. Joining his hands in front of his chest, he bowed his head while lowering his eyes. Eldorno, I pledge you my leg. No need, Rinya interrupted Albert with a truly dismissive look on his face. I don't need a hero's loyalty. And even if I were to receive it, I wouldn't have any use for it. Because the heroes had gathered around Rinya, people tended to forget, but the heroes originally were the decisive and strongest combat forces of each race. One had to pay careful attention on how to apply such combat assets. So, even if he were to be told to grab the reins of such big guns, it'd be nothing but a nuisance that would lack any benefit in Rinya's eyes. As such, it wasn't anything he'd accept out of a free choice. Then again, this story only applied because Rinya didn't take his own combat prowess into consideration. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care whatever you do as long as you stay where I can see you so that the Demon King's side won't be able to use your hero power. So feel free to do what you like. Got it? Albert agreed while not being all that happy about it, but from Rinya's point of view, he had achieved his goal in coming here at the point when he got Albert to consent. Rinya himself didn't give so much as a damn, even thinking that the future would take care of itself, but reality wasn't so kind. The problem is how we're going to transport the dragonoids all the way to the human continent, right? Even if you could say that their numbers had dropped sharply, the dragonoids present in this place, combining soldiers and civilians, easily reached a number in the 3 digits. Of course, this fort had no transfer gate, and as the transfer gates of other cities should have been destroyed, it was hard to believe that they'd find a working gate at this point in time. Having said that, Rinya knew that it'd be equal to suicide if they were to lead the survivors through the miasma forest on foot, and thus he didn't regard this as an option worthy of consideration. Rinya tried to ponder about the possibility of having Rubadra go back home and stir the other dragons into cooperating with the transport, but even if he had the dragons carry the dragonoids in cages, similar to what he had done in the past with Keith's men, he wouldn't know how many dragons would follow the call to arms without any incentive whatsoever, and moreover, it'd be necessary to transport the dragonoids over a distance that couldn't be possibly compared to the previous, relatively short trip. The transfer gate at the northern shrine, which we used earlier, has stopped working as well, right? All the gates on the dragonoid continent lost most of their functions. Their facilities might still remain, but it'd require time and resources to get them working again. Rinya grimaced at Albert's apologetic explanation. The idea of having a group of exhausted soldiers and likewise exhausted civilians travel over a long distance wasn't realistic and would need a lot of time. Furthermore, if the restoration of the transfer gate would need time and resources on top of that, Rinya couldn't even begin how much time it'd take for them to get back to human territory. Which reminds me, where did Giliel go? I'll be right at your service as long as you call for me. Do you have any business with me? Probably because the battle had ended, Giliel had switched from her angelic version to her previous peddler Killy version. After seeing her jog over, Rinya asked, since he hadn't anything to lose anyway, can't you transport us to the human territory with some sort of divine power or something like that? Don't be so unreasonable. Well, I won't claim that it's absolutely impossible, though, answered Killy while folding her arms in front of her chest and brooding. So far as it goes, I possess the most power among the supervisors in this world, despite my current appearance. If I forced it, it'd be possible to transfer everyone to the human continent, but it comes with a problem. I'm all ears. It'd lead to the power available to me decreasing. If I were to transfer such a big number of people across the miasma forest and demon continent in one go, it'd consume a huge amount of power. That'd likely result in me becoming weakened. And the demon supervisor, who was one of the strongest among the supervisors managing this world, is in the midst of pulling off some secret moves. In short, you want to have some power left to oppose him, right? I'm sorry, but that's how it is. I think I'd still be superior when it comes to raw power, but it's also a fact that the demon supervisor is more knowledgeable about this world than I am, since he's been staying here for a long time. I'd like to retain enough power to break through any potential move he might do with sheer force, so to be honest, I'm not really keen to help with the transport of anyone other than you, Rinya-san, Shin-san, and Albert-san. Killy had said all that with a stiff expression, but suddenly her lips curved into a grin as she stared straight into Rinya's eyes. But, that's not the answer you wanted to hear, is it, Rinya-san? Well, yeah. Though I can understand where you're coming from, Rinya frankly confirmed Killy's question. Killy responded to his reply with a broad smile. In that case, let me assist you as Killy and not Giliel. Taking an optimistic view on things that they'll work out one way or the other, I'll proceed with somehow going along with your idea, Rinya-san. Is that fine with you? After all, I'm well aware that I'm asking quite a lot of you, Rinya-san. Though that's actually not me, but my mistress, said Killy with a wry smile while spreading both arms. Just that action alone caused some kind of power to spread through the ground, resulting in a faint, golden light to start shining from the ground. As long as we manage to take a route to the human continent while bypassing the demon's territory, it should work out somehow, I think. While the dragonoids timidly looked around due to the golden light breaking out from the ground beneath their feet, the archangel, who could only be described as a goddess in the eyes of the people inhabiting this world, revealed a mischievous grin. Oh right, please be so kind as to obscure our exchange just now with some explanation, like it being an act of compassion by God or some such when recording this in a myth or something similar, okay? After adding such a disclaimer, Killy quickly whirled around on the spot. This rotation triggered the light to gain in intensity, filling the visual field of everyone present inside the fortress. Didn't I manage to bring this time's matter to a close in a truly godly way? That was the recurring thought filling my mind as I saw off Rinya-san, Shin-san, and the dragonoids, whose names I don't know, vanishing within the light. Good gracious, I hope I could raise Rinya-san's evaluation of me a bit with this, and if things go smoothly, the dragonoids might dub this as an act of God and pass it down to later generations as a legend of divine intervention. Well, it's not like I want them to talk about it or anything, but when I previously appeared in front of the rulers of the humans, elves, and beastmen, things didn't go so well since I got totally done in by Rinya-san, so I must act like a goddess every once in a while. Otherwise this body will very likely end up labeled as a punching bag for comedy relief. My attempts at being at least funny have backfired on me, so if I don't recover some of my dignity here, my name as Archangel will be completely down in the mud. Still, I looked at the stone furnace that continued generating heat as the fires were still raging. The one caught inside was a lost son who had ended up in this world thanks to the Demon King. Seemingly having thought that he'd burn to cinders sooner or later, Rinya-san left things just like that, but I guess I must deal with this as well. Well, I appreciate it. Previously there had been a female lost who apparently got defeated by Rinya-san's group, but since the lost son inside this furnace seems to have inherited her powers, it's a lucky break that saves me time and trouble. Considering it like that, I used my power to first open a part of the furnace. A ridiculous, searing heat immediately pushed its way outside, tampering with my hair. I feel like the heat is somewhat too intense, but, wait, this is way too hot. I can tell that my hair is becoming all frizzly as it's getting burned. Please stop. The hair on a woman's head is her lifeline. Though it's rather questionable whether it's okay for me to call myself a woman in the first place. Then again, seeing how the setting of me being a goddess has tentatively taken root in this world, I think it's fine to regard myself as a woman. In reality, angels are supposed to be asexual, though. Let's give those pointless thoughts a rest and finish the job at hand. The flames, which were shooting out from within the furnace with a rumbling, had baked the interior into a crimson hell, so having to thrust my hands inside that conflagration made me flinch back, even if it was my job. However, once I made up my resolve and thrust both arms into the furnace, my arms got scalded in like no time. They turned into pitch black clumps of charcoal, but there's no one here I could complain to. Even without being a god, it was pretty obvious that they'd become like that after thrusting them into the scorching hot furnace of hell, so it wouldn't be weird if people regarded me as an idiot if I were to complain about going through with this, despite being well aware of the consequences. Just as I thought that I had to reconstruct my arms later, the flames even wrapped up my clothes. They were so hot that any person would burn down to ashes in an instant. Obviously, my clothes vanished right away, their embers falling to the ground. Becoming stark naked, even without any watching, is slightly troubling. But the bigger problem here is my arms having been burned hideously and my hair having turned into frizzly scraps. Moreover, as I somehow started to feel like my face was getting burned as well, I must currently look like some creature out of a horror movie rather than some great goddess. And just when I assessed this as being bad, I suddenly realized that I could have simply applied a fireproof barrier around me before getting started with this. Honestly, it's a good thing that no one is watching this. Seriously. Anyway, I reconstructed my body anew, remade my clothes, and then put up a barrier to protect myself from the fire, before extending my hands into the furnace once more. What I found inside was something that had turned into charcoal, but my objective was definitely to be found inside that something. Therefore, I endured my feelings of disgust and stabbed my hand into the lump of charcoal. Thankfully I was able to immediately grab what I was aiming for. I pulled both outside the cluster of charcoal, extracted my upper body out of the furnace, and took a deep breath. If I had sucked in the burning air in there, my lungs would have surely been scorched like my hair. Because of that, I had held my breath while putting my head inside the furnace, but considering it now, I'm a goddess, so I don't really need to breathe anyway. On top of that, I was covered by a barrier, so I doubt that my lungs would have gotten scorched in the first place. While feeling like my thinking has been dragged down to this world's way of thinking after having entered a physical vessel, I stared at the two objects in my hand. Those were pitiful objects that had been pulled into this world from another just to get twisted powers planted into them by the Demon King or the being above him. It was unclear whether they'd have been able to re-enter the maelstrom of death and rebirth if I had left them alone like this, and even if they had managed to do so, it's quite likely that they'd have created yet another distortion during their next rebirth. For this reason, it's necessary to have them let go of everything unnecessary here so that I can return them to the cycle of death and rebirth as pure beings. The process itself finished quickly and it wasn't overly complicated either. The objects, which were freed from all impurities, completely lost all memories and experiences of this incarnation, and were sent back into the cycle of death and rebirth. It'd be great if they could walk through life in a somewhat better way next time, but since that depends on themselves, it's none of my business anymore. Lastly, I extinguished the fire in the furnace so as to avoid it spreading, wrapping up the work over here. Now then, I must head back so as to follow Renia and the others who I sent ahead, but I feel like I've worked a life's worth just now. I wonder whether someone is going to thank me for all my efforts anytime soon, but just where would I find a god who'd fulfill such a measly wish anyway?